this afternoon, you should have never came back.
So we have the father and son combo here, but you guys are rooting for different teams today.
Yes, we are.
Who are you rooting for?
The Knicks today.
Does this cause a little friction in the household today with the big playoff?
Always, always.
We drive my wife nuts. All she knows is that every night there's an argument, there's a debate, there's a discussion, trash talking, and so we're ready for today.
As we come out live, you can see a lot of fans ready for today, especially some Knicks fans here. You guys ready for the game?
Oh, yeah! Feel the tradition, baby. New York is in the house.
Now, of course, Heat fans are hoping to regain some respect after last year's loss. Knicks hoping for yet a second year of bragging rights. No,
we're going to win. We're going to win. We're definitely going to win. Yes.
And the inspired Knicks defeated the Lakers to win their first NBA title. Reed matched up against Wilt Chamberlain in that series. Today, the matchup at center is also an intriguing one. Patrick Ewing of the Knicks, hobbled by a sore Achilles, will go up against his Georgetown protege, Alonzo.
Pat Riley's worst nightmare in the first round, the New York Knicks.
The one thing the Heat doesn't want to see is the Knicks.
We're a better team than they are. I feel that wholeheartedly.
It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a battle.
I don't respect them. They don't respect us. Let's get it on.
There wouldn't be a playoff if it wasn't the Heat against the Knicks.
It's good. It's a great rivalry, I think, for the NBA. We've both won playoff series against each other in the last 2 years. Both teams come ready to play, and that's what leads to some very, very intense, yet sometimes not so pretty basketball, but it's always good theater.
And D.J. Brown threw Ward and Charlie Ward going out. Now there's an all-out brawl.
I watched the tape, and I saw what I thought was the most cowardly act I've seen in my 8 years in the NBA.
Why would Charlie Ward, why would he try to do that? The game was over with. It was 15 points. Why make that kind of play at that time?
5 Knicks were suspended for the final 2 games. In Game 7, they were forced to play without Larry Johnson and John Starks. As a result, Tim Hardaway and the Heat were able to overcome a 3-1 series deficit to knock Patrick Ewing and the Knicks out of the playoffs.
And there's a fight breaking out. A fight is broken out between Mourning and Johnson. They're quickly separated. Jeff Van Gundy is on the bottom of the pile, trying to drag his players away. This could have huge ramifications for Game 5 on Sunday.
After a while, you got to take a stand, and LJ crossed the line at the end. He crossed the line.
Alonzo Mourning was suspended for the 5th game. And without Zoe, the Knicks were led by Allen Houston's 30 points, bringing Riley's season to an end.
People to this day still don't understand that, Zoe was playing with a broken face. And he had been hit 3 times in the face by those guys. And, at that moment of truth, yeah, he should have probably backed away, but he didn't.
I don't think you can tell your team to back off because you're going to have to come hard and heavy and hit first in a positive way, and then hope when the inevitable altercation comes that you hold your poise.
Victory for Jeff Van Gundy and the Knicks. Down by 20 in the second half. They defeat the Heat.
Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets. They came back and beat us at our home court. It was as bad as it gets.
It's the way it's supposed to be,
Jamal Mashburn to Marley and now Mourning. First shot of the series is good for Alonzo.
See, Alonzo realizes that Kurt Thomas cannot block his shot. Ewing, when he's right, can. So all he has to do is turn and face and shoot the ball.
Good pass inside to Ewing from Ward. Ward's assists have been down and his turnovers up this year. Sharp pass that time on the Knicks' first possession. Mourning again. And the rebound to Ewing. Mourning was guarded by Thomas. Ewing spinning and scoring.
Great start by Patrick Ewing, and again, it goes back to what Ahmad said. He is the heart and soul of this team and will dictate their success.
Hardaway's pass finds Mourning, who banks it home, and he's hit 2 of 3.
You can see the philosophy of both of these coaches, Bob. Go big early, get them involved, keep them involved.
Larry Johnson just holding it. Now puts it on the floor against Mashburn. Slings it back outside for Ward, and Ward hits the 3. So Ward has started crisply.
See, Larry Johnson, Jeff Van Gundy loves him because he said he's one of the guys who really looks to pass and create shots. That time he gets a 3 for Ward.
Knicks lead at 7-4. Mashburn swatted away. Johnson in a crowd with a nice pass to Thomas, and Thomas converts, and the Knicks go up 5.
Well, so much for these two teams really being anxious to start this. This is tremendous execution. Both these teams, excellent defensive teams, but getting any shot they want right now just with great passing.
Thomas on Mashburn. Jumper over him. Mashburn, once a 24-point-a-game scorer with Dallas, averages around 15 for Riley's Heat.
Well, he liked the mismatch there. Mashburn with the quickness, and Kurt Thomas had to back off of him, and he was able to bury that little jumper.
Marley guarding Houston. Jumper baseline over him is good.
Yeah, Allen feels very comfortable against Marley. He feels like he can...
Kurt Thomas. At TCU, Thomas led the nation.
They have to make Larry Johnson look for some shots. If they're going to help back on him, he's going to create a lot of open opportunities. You got an open J that...
3. Ewing from Thomas. Patrick Ewing now with half a dozen. He's hit 3 of 5 in the early going. Mourning trying to answer, and Ewing gets a piece of that. A whistle as they come out of the backcourt, but he's so dangerous, especially late in close games. Houston.
Now, when I talked to Jeff Van Gundy yesterday, he said, I'm going to give Allen opportunities to play one-on-one, but from the top, not from the wing. That gives him more space. You saw it right there in that possession. Very confident play.
Mourning. Missed the long jumper. Knicks come back trying to add to a 5-point lead. And they do. Houston.
What a pass by Charlie Ward. Bobby just threaded the needle right down the lane, and you'd have to be very happy right now if you're Jeff Van Gundy. This team's got off to a wonderful start here.
Ward under fire in New York for his generally poor play during the season. Starts the playoffs in good shape, but it's early. P.J. Houston. Allen Houston makes it 21-14 New York.
He loves
what the media or the fans or management or anybody thinks about me. As long as I still believe in myself and I know that I can play this game at a high level, I can still do the things. To me, I'm better now than I was when I first came in the league. Granted, I was more athletic, but I'm still, I think I'm a better player. But
Allen Houston on fire in this opening period.
Well, 5 out of 5, and the thing about this, he has not just settled for the jump shot. He's driven the ball, he's played a little one-on-one, he's gotten to the basket.
New York by 10. If it's true that as Hardaway goes, so goes Miami. Check this out. Tim is 1 for 7, and he has 1 assist in this period.
Well, they're down 10, so I think it says something about that.
Mourning with the hook.
So, but Miami's philosophy, Bob, is 48 minutes. They don't get concerned at this point in time. They're down 8 or whatever. They want to grind you down in 48 minutes.
Mourning has 10 of Miami's 16 points. Johnson working on Mashburn. Fade away against him.
It's all working right now for New York. He has 3 assists. It's led to 7 points. He gets a score there in the low post. Everybody's involved right now for New York.
Last 30 seconds. Mourning with the fake around Ewing, and he takes it right to the hoop.
You know, in watching Ewing play, one of the things that he's really biting on is that up fake. I've seen him do it now in 3 or 4 games. He goes for the shot block and gets beat with the drive. Got to stay down.
Seconds. Johnson with 2 seconds. Got to fire it. And then 62% in the game's first 12 minutes. Continued with the shot, even though it was Sprewell's jumper. Increases the lead to 10.
They need to give him that slashing energy, that cutting, that going to the basket that he's been doing here early in this game.
Kurt Thomas hits the rainbow.
And Kurt Thomas is hitting 18-foot.
Sprewell fires and hits.
And he's playing very, very confident right now as Patrick Ewing comes in. Patrick has got actually a 16-minute rest. Now, game time not that much, but set for really 16 minutes.
Mourning gets in traffic and losing it. But it's poked away from behind, and Mashburn has it taken away. Here's Camby on the feed from Childs. Plus the foul against Mourning.
And more importantly, Marcus Camby going up there and powering it in over Alonzo Mourning. Really the only guy on their front line who can make this kind of spectacular play. Looked like that they had a chance to cut it to 7, the turnover. Now with the Thunder jam by Camby, you see him hang up as he comes down. He looks at Patrick Ewing. It gives his team an 11-point lead. Took it right at Alonzo Mourning.
And now finishes the three-point play. Here's Tim Hardaway. 1 for 9. Hardaway had it knocked away. Here comes Sprewell. All the way. Had to change the shot and still hit it. Took it to the other side of the rim and scored and went down hard after the foul.
Now, how about this now? They've gotten 2 opportunities for three-point plays. You see Sprewell shaken up on the play, and Camby both over Alonzo Mourning, and 2 fouls on those plays. So not only do they not stop the play, but you see the strip right there, the great hands by Kurt Thomas, the frustration of Tim Hardaway, and the speed of Sprewell, all in combination there. He takes it to the other side, uses the basket and the rim as a shield. Mourning with the foul. Big play.
Mourning's second foul. Sprewell has now gathered himself. Completes the three-point play. He has 13 of New York's 18 points in this quarter. The Knicks are up by 15. Hardaway had it stripped by Childs. He finds Sprewell, who backs away. Allen Houston against Marley. The jumper increases the lead to 17.
Have you seen New York play better all season?
No.
This has been a tremendous performance. They are playing at the highest level.
Double team finds Ward. Now Ewing up top and Johnson from the side. Larry Johnson just before the shot clock.
Well, that's 2 big threes he's hit. When Miami made the run 5-0, Hardaway missed a 3. He buries a 3, and then against the clock once again. 6 big points to push it back to 15.
And now New York steals it with Charlie Ward all over Hardaway to deflect the pass. Houston to Johnson, another 3. Not this time, way off. The rebound is taken by Dudley, who sticks it back. Mourning makes it 15. He scored 20.
See, we talked to Jeff Van Gundy yesterday. He felt they could win if Zoe throws up a big game, if they keep everybody else involved, and that's what's happened today. Zoe needs help.
Nice pass from Ward to Houston. Houston with 14. He's hit 7 of 8 from the floor. Mourning in traffic and foul. exactly half of Miami's total. Ewing, little hop into the lane. It drops, and he comes to the line. His first points since the first quarter.
The proud warrior in Patrick Ewing comes out. He's got Alonzo posted. No double team coverage. He takes it, then he pump fakes. Shot blockers leave their feet. And then Patrick gets the contact and the kind roll. It's like every time New York has needed a basket, they've come up with a big one today.
Ewing now looks for his 9th point, but this is also important. He has 13 rebounds.
See, so he can be fresh for the fourth quarter. There's a lot of ways to help your team win.
Here's Mashburn with Sprewell on it. Miami down 13. Mashburn blocked by Ewing.
Like blocking shots.
Nice pass from Ward to Houston, but he didn't have the shot. Johnson does.
I've never seen New York play like this where they're getting key baskets. How many times have we seen Miami miss an easy one and then come back and hit a big one?
Also, a lot of what we've seen from the Knicks is the style they were trying to convert to this year, largely unsuccessfully in the regular season. Mourning misses the turnaround in the lane. Ewing with his 14th rebound. Sprewell thought about a 3, head fakes, now the 2.
They got Patrick Ewing. He's doing all the little things. No easy baskets for his team. You erase 2, and what does it do? It'll lead to Allen Houston, the no-looker. Larry Johnson, once again, the 3. There's a 5-point swing right there. And then the defensive rebound by Ewing. He leads it out. The pump fake, the up and under, and Sprewell gives New York a 17-point lead.
How big has Larry Johnson been? 15 points. He's tried 4 3-pointers. He's made 3 of them, more than the entire Miami team. Miami is 2 for 16 on threes. Meanwhile, as play resumes after the timeout, Terry Porter at the line. He made a free throw a moment ago to make it 70-53 New York. At point number 53, the free throw by Porter was the first point Miami has gotten from its bench. Now, we know that Riley plays a short bench, especially in the playoffs, but that's ridiculous.
Well, they've just not been able to make any shots, and really the only guy who's been able to contribute on a consistent basis today is
Mourning against Johnson and Camby. Lost it. Mashburn grabs it. Knocked away from him and out of bounds, but touched last by the Knicks. Camby on him defensively.
We talk about synergy, though. It's like there's 6 New York players out there playing on 5 right now. Everywhere they turn, somebody from New York foul.
Mourning on the offensive glass. Fouled by Camby. Meanwhile, Childs fakes the 3, pops the 2. An 18-point New York lead.
And Patrick Ewing is back in the game, even with the 18-point lead.
Terry Porter over Houston. The 3 spins out, and Ewing has yet another rebound, his 15th. Sprewell backing in. The jumper in the lane is good, and the lead is 20 with 5 fouls. Sprewell, tough hoop.
Yeah, they just own the perimeter right now. But Sean Leonard, with that sore leg that he's had all season, the broken leg, cannot guard him, and neither can Porter guard Allen Houston. They're having their way right now on the perimeter.
19 for Sprewell. New York by 24. Mourning has it squirt out of his hands, and the Knicks take it back.
Go back to Sprewell. Go to Allen Houston. Use some clock.
In a few more minutes, unless Miami makes a furious run, Van Gundy can probably pull Ewing for good. Sprewell on the move.
When you got a hot hand, you go to it, and you tell the other team, we're going to give you this until you stop it. And you know what? Sprewell has not been stopped all day.
The Knicks came into this series firmly believing they could be competitive. In Game 1, they have been dominant.
Sprewell is just backing his man down into the low post. This one was a little runner. And this is the Latrell Sprewell that Pat Riley also wanted here in Miami. New York got him, and today he's paying dividends. To keep his job.
Childs drills a three, and the Knicks just pour it on. If you've just tuned in, that is not a misprint, nor is this a misstatement. The Knicks by 29.
It's on them. They're the #1 seed. They're supposed to win. I really saw a confidence in Jeff Van Gundy yesterday that he felt great that his team had a chance to win this series.
Sprewell with the steal, and then Leonard.
New York plays to their ability. They can play much better than they did during the regular season. So you're seeing right now a New York team that is playing much, much better than they did during the regular season.
It's an understatement out of Ohio State. Dudley misses the...
Bob, let's watch how New York leaves the floor today. I think it's a real sign of what kind of team and maturity you have. Do they walk off the floor like they
were losing in 7, and part of the reason was the suspensions that came after the fight. Last year they beat the Heat, although the Heat was a much higher seed, in 5. This year they split 4 regular season games and win game 1 of the playoffs. Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Bob. So you guys struggle towards the end of the season trying to get into these playoffs, but come out today playing like you really belong here, Patrick.
Yeah, we feel like we do belong here. We had a up and down year. I know I did. I've been hurt pretty much the entire year. But, you know, I still believe in this team. I still believe in these guys. And we feel that we belong here. And, you know, like I said, when I did all my interviews with you, I see this.
Right now, leading very big, but you were the calming influence on this team, coming out telling you guys really expected to win this game.
Well, I think our confidence was extremely high, not because we was overconfident that we can beat this team. It's because we do believe in ourselves, Ahmad. Like Patrick said, it's been an up and down year. We've only had 2 days to prepare. And, you know, I think the coaching staff did an excellent job of getting us in the right frame of mind of coming out here, not only this series against Miami, but this whole playoff of getting us right and ready to play every night.
All right, congratulations, you guys. The home court advantage has now changed. Good luck to you. All right, back to you, Bob.
Ahmad, thanks a lot. A couple of quick notes before we leave the 85 Miami 75. For Doug and Ahmad, I'm Bob Costas. Now stay tuned for Game 2 of our NBA on NBC playoff trip.
And Ewing in the putback. Patrick EJ using the size, forcing LJ into the fade, but Larry Johnson knocks in the turnaround jump shot. Nowhere time. Here's Allen Houston, the catch and shoot. First quarter of Game 2. LJ against Nash, right to the rim for the field goal. Larry Johnson burrowing his way in for his 4th point. And the Knicks lead by 1. They've scored 4 in a row. And Kurt Thomas called for his 2nd foul out. Sprewell on Mashburn. So against Ewing, got the bucket. 11-8 Miami. Sprewell against Mash, hits the runner. Oh, he's so tough to stop, especially. Here's PJ on the drive. Nice pass, another crusher by Zo. 13-11. Sprewell, bottled up, offensive foul. Keith Askins.
Yes, boys will be ripping them apart in tomorrow's paper.
He'd have made their last 3 shots. Minute 30 to go, first quarter. By 7, PJ. That's good. Their last 4 shots.
Tim Hardaway has played a masterful job. Played a masterful game so far.
Sprewell finds Chris Childs, and Childs off the mark. LJ on the rebound. LJ for 2 more. Patrick played 10 minutes in the first, and move. Finds Mash. Got the shots here in the second quarter. Tim Hardaway back in for Miami. So it's Hardaway, Porter, Spoon, Zo, and Nash. Ewing drains a 20-footer.
That's what.
Nash on the spin. Power move. Here's Ewing on the scoop for 2. He got inside of Zo. And that's 8 points for Patrick Ewing, who scored only 9 in Game 1. Tim Hardaway without a field goal. He took only 1 shot in the first quarter. But he does have 3 assists. Step back jumper. That's good. Got the bucket. So Patrick Ewing, 8 points here in the quarter and 10 for the game. Matter of fact, he has the last 8 New York points.
Keeps them within 9, which you like to do. You like to keep that deficit under double digits.
Here's Clarence Witherspoon teeing it up. Got the bucket and the... So will the Heat Knicks Wednesday night. You'll see that one on Sunshine Network. Well, Spoon finished the three-point play, so the Heat have their biggest lead of 12. Ward for Camby, an acrobatic shot by Marcus Camby.
And good penetration by Charlie Ward that time. Both teams will benefit from the penetration of their guards. Jeff Van Gundy playing two small guys at this time.
Marcus Camby's first field goal of game 2. Nice pass by Hart. No good. And Camby. Oh, he got away from the box shot from Witherspoon for the rebound. Oh, that's an offensive foul. Bucket will not count. Couple of...
Comes Sprewell. There's Timmy. Right in his chest. That's the way you take an offensive foul in the NBA.
Timmy on the crossover, lost it to Charlie Ward. The 5th Heat turnover. Sprewell right back at Terry Porter. And Ewing. Oh, he looked like he cleared out, but able to come up with that rebound. His 5th. Camby got fouled. It trickled off. Hardaway finds Spoon. 15-footer. That's good.
Nicely done. Decoy by Hardaway.
Clarence Witherspoon, 7 points in 9 minutes. Dudley shot, finds the bottom of the well. Chris Dudley hitting the jump hook. Oh, the Heat defense. But South Florida's grown to love they've seen tonight. Mash off the dribble, look out! Heat players responded tonight, but what a change in demeanor for Jamal Mashburn, taking everything with purpose. He has 11 points tonight on 4 of 8 shooting. He also has, 54%, and Jack, they have limited New York to 35%
Isolation for Mash.
Against Larry Johnson. Takes him to the post for the hook. Jeff was Pat's assistant for 4 years in New York, and you know Houston, no matter what you do against him, he can light the fuse in a heartbeat. Allen Houston tonight with 7 points. The Heat lead is 12. Good defense by Charlie Ward. Thomas denying zone, knocking it out of bounds with only 12 times during the year the Heat held the opposition under 40%. They're doing it again tonight, holding New York to 35%. Back to New York, their 8th turnover, both teams with 8. 7 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Welcome back here in the Heat's house. Charlie Ward finds Ewing, beautiful feed. Because Zoe came out to help on Ward, and that left Ewing free for his 13th point, and the Heat lead is down to 10. Miami led by 11 at halftime. PJ stepping up down the lane, off to Zoe, and an offensive foul on PJ Brown, and that's trouble for Miami. LJ got the field. 8 assists. And 26 minutes of work so far for Timmy. 4:33 to go in the 3rd. And Kurt Thomas, Jack, we mentioned how he's battled Zoe for position all night. Even when he was a rookie in Miami, we saw firsthand, double team. Out it comes for a Porter triple. Yes, sir! The ball. Big splash down from Porter. Ewing goes into the corner to Larry Johnson. Don't leave him open. Oh, he drilled a corner 3. Larry Johnson, who had 3 triples in game 1, nails in Kurt Thomas. And you can feel momentum beginning to swing back to New York. LJ, guarded by Mashburn. 3:20 left, 3rd quarter. The Knicks have cut a 14-point deficit to 9. LJ, 2 more. Larry Johnson, 6 in the 1st quarter, scoreless in the 2nd, and 7 here in the 3rd.
He must find a way to score. Gonna shake Jamal Mashburn loose.
Home crowd hanging in there with their top-seeded Heat, who need this game in the worst way. So, swings in and is denied. No critical time with 2:41 left in the 3rd. The Heat. Kurt Thomas on the post against Terry Porter mismatch. Ward shoots a 3 and hits. Charlie Ward with his first field goal of the game. He's got 5 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and the Knicks are within 6.
Good opportunity.
Minute 15 to go in the third. So spinning, ducking in. Got the rebound, but a loose ball foul. And it's on P.J. Brown. P.J. Brown picking up his fourth.
Sprewell with the size advantage. Like to get Terry at the low post.
Here's Houston, the spinning jumper. Got it. Allen Houston cuts the lead to 4, and right now New York is on a 17-7 run.
Defense from the start of the third period has been intense.
Well, here's where the Heat really need an answer. So, out to Porter. Shot clock at 6. And Kurt Thomas, point tonight. But if the Knicks lose him the fouls, they will be losing a defender of huge influence in this game.
Well, he's coming out now. Marcus Camby will come in the game for him. And Pat Riley responds.
Sprewell picked up the last foul. He has 4. Got the jumper over Porter to drop. 7.5 minutes left. Houston for 3. Look out. So, on the drive by Ewing and lost it. And in the backcourt, Terry Porter commits. Those are the most. Alonzo Mourning leads all scorers with 23 points. Patrick Ewing leads New York with 14. And the Heat offense been wobbling. Here's a Thunder 3. Oh, he hit it!
Clap of thunder. More needed than right there.
Dan Marley's first field goal of the series. He missed his first 8 shots until that huge 3-point splashdown. Ewing on the turn. So got a piece, but can't be there for the foul. It's the 1999 NBA playoffs. Game 3 of round 1 in what's turning into another emotional, intense Heat-Knicks series.
Welcome to Madison Square Garden, home of the New York Knicks. Miami Heat versus the Knicks. Game 3. Let's go Knicks!
5, your opening tip when we come back.
That he didn't take him off the dribble and go hard to the rim. Ewing, however, hits his first shot of the game, and that should be a big boost. Patrick
11 rebounds a game during the regular season. Hardaway from PJ for 3. And the long rebound out to Thunder Dan. Interesting sort of contrast in the two games. 5 of 24 in game 1 from three-point land. 5 of 10 in game 2 for Miami. PJ on the baseline drive. And we get a whistle underneath. Mike Mathis on the... Here's Thunder Dan firing a triple. PJ with another offensive rebound. So with the stuff. And the Heat look sharp on the Houston. Another rebound for Zoe. Jamal Mashburn unloads the jumper and hits. And the Heat are starting very well tonight. They've jumped in front 9-2.
So important for Jamal Mashburn to make that first shot. It helps build his confidence.
Houston knocks that one down in traffic.
Left hand even in the open court.
So against Ewing. Comes middle with a hook.
Oh, what a play.
A terrific take with force.
Oh, what a power play. Alonzo Mourning jumped it right through Patrick Ewing.
Now Jeff Van Gundy is not happy with the New York start.
And the garden is filled. And some of these are loyal fans, and some of these people are seeing the game for the first time this year, and why not? Back in the 80s, Kevin Bacon was at almost every home game. And there is Allen Houston driving strong to the basket and draws the foul. He was not to be denied, and Houston brings the Knicks to within 5, and Alonzo Mourning picking up his first 50% shooting and 9 rebounds to 1 for the Heat. Hardaway hit, because that's his strength. That's absolutely a 3-point shot. Here is Ewing with the turnaround. Patrick, powerful young man. Ward hit basket, and the Knicks and Heat matching hoops now. Up and down they go. Miami's lead is 4.
This is critical because Ward and Childs, between them, are only getting 7 points a game, Dick. They need a little bit more than that, maybe 12 to 14. That will take the cushion and the pressure off the other players.
So it's not all on Houston, Johnson, and Sprewell.
Oh, absolutely
if the point
not.
guards can do the job.
See, because when you do that, you eliminate Timmy Hardaway from leaving the point guard and double teaming any dribbler that's coming into the painted area.
Larry Johnson in a reach-in foul, and that is his second personal, so he leaves the game, and Latrell Sprewell comes into the game maybe earlier than Jeff Van Gundy had wanted him to, but Sprewell is in there now, and the lead is 4 with 5 minutes to go, and a steal by Sprewell. And he's fouled by Hardaway, but as Sprewell said today, maybe a dunk or a steal early when I come in will generate the crowd because he feeds off the crowd here at the Garden.
Well, Sprewell has had an outstanding season.
In the morning, 10 on the shot clock, determined to go up with it, and scores. And I'll tell you, the crowd is murmured when he's taking shots. I don't think they mind it when it goes through the basket.
No, that's because of the big article in the New York paper today. They're saying, why can't Patrick's ego get the basketball and stop shooting? Because when you get the basketball, everything stops. And so Patrick read that today, and he just came out and says, you know what? I'm going to shoot every time they throw it to me. And he's 3 for 3 right now.
The personal is on Kurt Thomas, so the Knicks starting forwards in foul trouble early with Larry Johnson on the bench with 2. Kurt Thomas now has 2, and Chris Dudley will come into the game. Dudley, the 6'11".
And Zoe misses both, but again, P.J. Brown sweeping the offensive rebound back for Miami.
From the second position, Eric, that's a lot of effort by P.J.
15-14. Miami leads by 1, but New York with 7 points in a row. So finds Mash a corner triple. No. And Chris Dudley comes away with it. Dudley just in for Kurt Thomas. Sprewell. 9 points in a row for New York. And they have their first lead. And I'll tell you what, it's been a bizarre series. In the first 2 games, only 3 lead changes. We just saw the lead change for the first time here in Game 3. It's the Knicks 16, Miami 15.
Hits Sprewell, who runs the right wing, stops, pops, nothing but net. If the Knicks get into a running mode, they're very tough to defend. They're a very good half-court team, and if they add the fast break, they're very tough.
And the Knicks have hit on their last 4 shots on the night so far. New York 7 for 12, 58%. And Patrick Ewing, the most maligned star in the NBA. In his own marketplace, an alarming lack of respect from a majority of fans and uneducated media. It's ridiculous. The notion that the Knicks would be better off without him. Here's Zoe in the post against Dudley. The pump fake, and he draws.
I watched Dudley stretch out before the game today.
Bench by him on the baseline, but was denied. Shot clock at 3. Porter, 4-3. Oh, the Heat crashing the boards.
PJ.
7 points and 4 rebounds. Dudley banging with Zoe. Fires the hook and hits. There's the Knicks run back. First quarter tied at 20. Under a minute left in it. PJ on Ewing. Gets tripled. Finds Ward. 4-3. No. Ewing with a loose ball foul. And now Patrick Ewing has picked up 2 fouls.
And I would think a technical.
He has been hit with a technical. Mike Mathis, not one to let you get away with much.
Oh, no.
So Ewing has 2, Jack. Kurt Thomas and Larry Johnson all with 2. So the entire Knicks starting front court trio in a little bit of foul problems.
Let's take a look at the play. Patrick Ewing still jawing at referee Mike Mathis. Let's watch the play. There is Patrick. Oh, I don't see the foul. I do not see the foul.
Terry Porter to shoot the technical. And the Heat struggling at the line. Miami has missed 4 of 8 from the stripe here in the first quarter. And the game stays even at 20.
I can appreciate Patrick Ewing's displeasure, but once you voice your displeasure.
16 rebounds, New York only 6. But the Heat lead on the scoreboard is 2. Nash spinning, firing, and hitting! Plus the foul!
Whoa, ho, ho.
Oh, the native of the Bronx, New York, who has friends and family here at the Knicks house. Porter, he's got help from PJ, who turned it over. And probably not a smart pass.
No.
Houston, he walked everywhere.
Yes, he did.
And then knocked in a jump taken by Marcus Camby as the Heat retreat to the defensive end. Oh, Oh, what a play by Askins, stripping Sprewell.
Oh, he had a clean layup. Big play, Keith Askins.
Porter down the lane. What a shot by Terry Porter off the drive.
Well, Terry Porter, who had 2 questionable plays with the ball, got all the way to the rim that time. That's a terrific play.
Inside, Larry Johnson got the bucket and the foul.
Alonzo Mourning slow getting into the backcourt.
Keith Askins picks up his second. Larry Johnson getting his first field goal.
1-1. NBC anchor Tom Brokaw. And here's an actor who's been here for years, Peter Boyle. Peter Boyle has had season tickets, I think.
Rebound as well. That's getting the job done. Oh, my! Marcus Camby on the steal. And feed for Sprewell.
He came from the blind side. Tim Hardaway didn't know he was in the backcourt.
Well, the Knicks up by 1 now.
Now Zoe's going to have baseline if he'll take it.
Spins that way, ducks in, fires it out. Shot clock at 6. Porter unloads a tough one and drills it.
85 and with the centerpiece of their fans, Spike Lee. What has he meant to you and the fans?
Well, I got my season tickets for the Knicks the day after we got Patrick in the lottery, so I've been a season ticket holder as long as he's been here.
Every team in the league is sorry for that. I'll tell you that, except for the Knicks. Some people say they can't win with him. They can't win without him. How do you feel?
We need Patrick, but we need a healthy Patrick. But he's doing a lot. He's playing on one leg. That Achilles is killing him.
Thanks. Good luck. Let's go back to Dick Hubie.
All right, Craig, and Patrick Ewing and with foul trouble, and it's a good thing that the Knicks bench have come out as well as they have. They have 11 points so far, have outscored the bench 11-4 for Miami because of the foul trouble. So they've come through. Great steal by Terry Porter, and Porter gives the.
Also tonight, it's easy to settle when your inside game isn't going well.
Here's Mourning looking at Dudley, and he fires and hits from long range. Effective from outside and remains so. Good shot. 8 on the shot clock for the Knicks. Camby gets through on the pick and roll right down the middle, and Sprewell found him. And I'll tell you, that tandem gets it done, Sprewell and Camby.
Well, Dick, it's about time that they're starting to look for the cutters. The cutters have been open throughout this entire half.
Winding down to 4 minutes remaining in the first half. Tim Hardaway, who has scored only 2 points, doing it for other ways tonight, and Mourning going in, and they get him for the offensive foul.
Knicks looking to tie it. They're down by 2.
This is going up also.
Ewing bumping with PJ on the turn. Oh, and Patrick Ewing does tie the game. Ewing with 8 points, and Jackie's hit 4 of 5, playing with that painful Achilles on his left ankle. Well, you can see it heavily taped and padded. Last 2 days, he's had that foot in ice. Matter of fact, the last 2 months, he's had that left foot packed in ice everywhere. Porter for 3. And the Heat 0 for 8 from downtown. Childs, so he put the brakes on. 3 minutes to go. Sprewell got it. A triple. 10 points for Sprewell, and the Knicks have their biggest lead of Game 3. Timeout Miami. El Sprewell energizing his team and sold out Madison Square Garden. New York 40, Heat 37.
The Heat had a good opportunity, couldn't get it to go. The Knicks in transition find Latrell Sprewell. He had the answer. Knicks by 3, and this crowd has erupted. Let's watch Patrick Ewing at the low post against P.J. Brown. Ewing going to turn baseline, shoot that jumper, full extension, bottom of the net. Patrick Ewing has been an extremely valuable guy. Look at this. The time he's on the floor, Knicks up 27. In Game 2, when he's on the floor, the Knicks even. Tonight, he's a +6.
Now the New York Knicks red hot. They've made 8 of 12 shots in the second quarter. They're shooting 55% for the game and currently on a 10-2 run. And the Garden crowd electrified. Knicks by 3, 2:40 to go, quarter 2 of Game 3. Zoe comes middle, took a bump, and is called for traveling. Now the crowd erupting a few moments ago when they saw who was visiting the Knicks. John Starks, an 8-year performer, played here in New York for Pat Riley among others, and the Garden crowd embracing him with an ovation. Nice to see John here but not playing. Ewing's tracking it down, 2 to shoot. Marley for 3. No sir. And PJ, he kept it alive. PJ to the floor. Childs took it away. And PJ called for a foul.
Wow. Talk about intensity. Pursuit of the ball by both teams. This time the Knicks won it. Chris Childs with a great hustle play. Watch the loose ball. PJ swats at it, doesn't get it. The ball comes to his feet. Spoon has it. Childs dives for it. Childs gets control, and PJ is called for the foul.
Now you got to give credit where it's due. That was sensational hustle by Chris Childs. And Jack, in a series like this, you can X and O till the sun rises and sets. It may just boil down to who plays the hardest.
And who makes plays like that? Both teams are going to play with huge intensity.
Childs has 4. It's been his best game of this series so far. A 5-year veteran out of Boise State. Tonight his 23rd career playoff game. He's got 5 points. And the Knicks lead by 6. For 3. Oh, brother, the Heat are 0 for 11 from three-point land.
The Knicks will hold for 1 now. They enjoy a 6-point lead.
Now, nobody using a seat right now at Madison Square Garden. 19,000 plus on their feet. Houston squeezes it up and hits.
The Heat starts the 3rd period with a turnover.
Charlie Ward drops in a triple. 5 points for Charlie.
2 personal fouls in the first half, but no one in any real foul trouble here. Here is Ewing with a baseline turnaround. Patrick Ewing now with 11 points, and the Knicks up their lead to 13. Well, you know, the Knicks have to
coming up to double team Tim Hardaway in effect, even though that leaves Mourning open for the moment.
Oh my. Offensive foul on Zoe. That seems like the wrong
pass under control equally well.
As if a 13-point deficit wasn't enough, Mourning goes out with his 4th foul. And Houston gets fouled by Weatherspoon. Jack, here's where you've Allen Houston. 13 points in the game. Nice dish for Kurt Thomas, who gets his first score.
Good pass play by Allen Houston, who drew a couple of defenders. Look at the defense. Oh, that's a great pass.
Oh, what a block by Kurt Thomas from behind. Took away what looked like a certain score for Weatherspoon. 9 minutes left in the 3rd. Ward finds LJ for a triple. 57 to 39. New York by 18. And Weatherspoon fouled in the post by Kurt Thomas. And what a sequence. A block by Thomas and a triple from LJ.
That's a great pass by Tim Hardaway, who threads it through the adjusting Knicks defense. Spoon has one all by himself and has it blocked, and then Larry Johnson from the left wing knocks down a tray that put that lead up to 18.
Charlie. DJ Brown finds Thunder Dan inside to Spoon. Kurt Thomas and Ewing were right there. I don't know why they're giving the ball back to LJ doubled. Ewing from 20. Wow. Patrick Ewing has 13, and I'll tell you what, this has been rough to watch. Miami down by 22, and the Heat just 1 for 9 now in the 3rd quarter. And a loose ball foul against Tim Hardaway.
Tim Hardaway trying to draw at least a foul shot opportunity. Can't get that. Terry Porter comes in for Dan Marley. Porter will
so many years in this league and in championship competition. How do you help pull your team through a spell as agonizing as the one they're in right now?
Well, as strange as it is to say, Eric, it starts with defense. And it starts with turnovers, pressuring your opponent, trying to change the tempo of the
3 straight division championships. So, you know, I think he's surviving all right.
Oh, no, he's surviving. You're right, Hubie. Thomas hits the jumper, but what Riley wants more than anything is success on the floor, and he may get knocked out of the first round for the 3rd time in 4 playoff years. Timeout. Incredibly, the New York Knicks on a 30.
Kurt Thomas, 4 points. All have come in the 3rd, where the Knicks are pouring it on.
It up, and the Heat has not responded.
Allen Houston just picked up his 2nd foul. Apologize to Mash for that then. Here's Houston. Got it.
His 2nd chance. Get off the schneid.
Brings an end to those streaks.
Correct.
Correct. Morning with 17 after hitting that shot, and Latrell Sprewell coming back. Sprewell with 14 points, had 22 in game 1 as the Knicks won by 20 points. They're up by 24 here with under a minute to go in the 3rd, and Dudley pushing Alonzo.
Sprewell against Askins for the jumper.
Well, they're not
forward, and the 3rd quarter mercifully comes to a close with a Heat trail in game 1. Their biggest lead tonight been 26. So baseline, Porter fakes the triple. Heat swing it, find Timmy open for a 3, and even the open shots are not going down. And Chris Dudley and
taking a 2-1 lead in the
no doubt about it. He was the heart and soul of the team for many years here, and you got to give him a ton of credit for the way he played, because he played with his heart and the people loved him. When he came in that tunnel tonight, they put his picture on the overhead video, and they gave him a standing ovation. That does not happen often in this building.
He was an assassin, and he's had his rough games, but you know what? That's what you want from the 3-point shooter. Some good days and some bad. Mashburn misses.
Child swings it out for a Larry Johnson 3. Well, Larry Johnson by himself with 2 triples. Miami still searching for their first. 76-49. Sad but true. New York. Fouled by Child, shooting a 3. He should get 3 free throws here. With Miami down by 27 and 9:40 left in what has been.
But from a spectator point of view,
it felt good just come back and just to feel the excitement of playoff time. I wish I was here, playing, but obviously I'm not. But it was nice to get a nice round, warm round of applause from the fans here.
You surprised by the way this game is turning out?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. New York, I think right now their bench is a telling factor. I always say, out of these 2 series, is what bench is going to step up, and right now it looks like New York bench is stepping up.
Did you enjoy Pat Riley's tenure here when you played for him?
Oh, no question. Riles taught me a lot, as a player and as a person too. He's the type of coach who's going to approach every game like it's the last one, and as a player, that's how you have to approach a game night in and night out.
If you're trying to advise the Heat, what do you tell them to do when we get to the 4th game to try to turn this thing around?
Well, obviously, your 2 big guys is going to have to step up. That's going to have to be Zoe and Hardaway. And Mashburn, as well as the supporting cast, have to play very well. Right now, New York's been playing very well in the last month or so. So they got their work cut out for them.
John, best of luck. I hope to see you in the playoffs next year.
All right, we will be there.
John Starks of the Golden State Warriors. That sounds funny to say, Eric. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Dave. Always nice to hear from John Starks, who was recruited to Oklahoma State by University of Miami coach Leonard Hamilton, who was the head coach at Oklahoma State back then.
Allen Houston and Sprewell each with 17. Patrick Ewing on the bench with 15. Sprewell now takes over the scoring lead, and we doubt very much you'll see Patrick Ewing with the sore Achilles the rest of this game. With a steal, there it goes. Lead, and Marcus Camby with a steal. Tell you one thing, it was a different team when they had Oakley and Starks, different style, but I'll tell you, the crowd loves the wide open play with Sprewell and Camby.
Well, let's see how far they go in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
That's always the bottom line.
Right now they love it.
That's right. And if they win this game, they're ahead 2-1. That's all. Doesn't mean whether you win by 1 or 30. The main thing is it puts the pressure on the Heat to come back and even the series. All right, they won 1 in our house. We've still got a chance to win 1 in their house. Right now we're having words here with Childs and Hardaway. You know, face to face. This game is out of hand. Let's just play.
Hardaway committing his 5th personal foul. And now David Jones comes over. And they're still going at each other.
Yeah, right. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Nick finally went over to move Childs away.
Yeah.
That was Dudley. It's got to be frustrating for the Heat, and none more than Tim Hardaway. Can't do the things he's done. And now Mourning going over to Mike Mathis. And you got to watch. Don't put your hands on the official.
Yeah.
And right now,
they just had enough of whatever.
They got to watch
caused Timmy to take the next step.
You don't want to be suspended for a future game.
That's right. See, and he usually doesn't. He usually doesn't explode. Yeah, he might have. I'd say this Knicks second unit has just been outstanding in the second quarter and then since they've come in the game.
And it's 83-56 in favor of the Knicks. Here is Sprewell firing over Mashburn, and Latrell Sprewell with 20 points tonight. He is the Knicks leading scorer. Allen Houston has 18, and Patrick Ewing, who is on the bench the rest of the game with 15. And the Knicks with a great performance by their reserves.
Scotland is leading Phoenix 41-28. Oh, Marcus Camby with a dunk. Marcus Camby, 11 points and 9 rebounds tonight.
Second chance points again.
And Jack, the team that's won the rebounding battle has won every game in this series.
Certainly.
And tonight it's New York 41, Miami 33 on the boards. And do you remember early, Miami got 8 of the first 9 rebounds in this game. Leonard rims around and down. Certain NBA Hall of Famer when his career ends. By the way, in talking, Hubie Brown and Jack Ramsey are obviously very close friends. They've known each other for many years, and we always enjoy as Brunson scores. Southeast Toyota Tacoma player of the game is none other than a man that both teams had interest in before the season began. Acquire for a trade, Latrell Sprewell. The Knicks wound up with him, and Sprewell for the second time in the series reaches the 20-point mark in a New York win.
I think he's very critical to them, Eric. He's hard for the Heat to defend. And one of the ways that the Heat found to win Game 2 was to keep a lid on not only Sprewell, but Allen Houston.
Well, the Heat tonight make only 4 of their 23 triples, and Vashawn Leonard here in the fourth quarter has 3 of those triples. Miami Heat action on Sunshine Network as the playoffs continue, but in case there is not, we want to thank everybody associated with Sunshine Network for another season of Miami Heat coverage. Well, the final seconds counting down. Don't forget Sunshine Network Live coming up just moments away in this first round series. Keep in mind, and they do go up 2-1 in this best of 5, and the pressure squarely on Miami for Game 4. South Florida, we know how tough this was for everybody that enjoys watching the Heat, but there will be another battle to fight Friday night.
And perhaps you've noticed it. He'll hit a big 3 like that and then suddenly mug for the camera and the crowd and put his arm up in the air. And we could not figure it out. Was it some act of defiance? Was it some secret signal? What exactly was it? And now we learn that it's simply the Big L.
El came up with something, and I don't know how long it took him to think of thinking. All I know is you can see people in the stands doing it, but they didn't know what they were doing. But you know, hopefully we can carry it on, and it gets emotional, and especially when you're up, you know, that's what makes it fun.
Well, we're counting on it. Hopefully he'll be, you know, giving us that same deal. We'll be doing it on the bench. You know, we want El to make all the shots he can. I want to see a lot of big L's tonight.
Camby's energy has at times been remarkable. In the last game, he had 13 points and 9 rebounds, leading to the blowout and some important rest time for Patrick Ewing. A way to mentally get past it and refocus. Moments after being pulled from Game 3, Alonzo...
Doing how we have to play, how we respond to anything that they do. I think that's more important than what they do.
At this point, you just have to go out there and execute. You know, we've learned from the last 2 or 3 years, you know, how emotions can kind of get in the way of just being competent out there on the floor. So, you know, I think we both learned, and we just have to go out there and get it done.
Well, that just about does it. What's next is game...
At forward at 6'7" from UNLV, number 2, co-captain Larry Johnson. At forward at 6'9" from TCU, number 40, Kurt Thomas. And at center at 7 feet from Georgetown, number 33, co-captain Patrick Ewing.
It's an elimination game, and Jeff Van Gundy and most coaches will say it's the toughest game to win in a playoff series. One to knock out the other opponent because Ewing, no, head fake, tough fall-away shot, puts it in. All-NBA defense second team. Mourning was first team. 2 superb defenders. Houston, tough shot, it's good. And on Houston, his first. Ward, Charlie Ward, a 3, it's good. Charlie Ward from downtown, and the Knicks have their first lead of the night.
In the pregame, Ward was practicing that shot, and practice sometimes makes perfect.
Mourning in the post against Thomas. Back out to Brown. Brown with the open jumper. Rebound taken by Ward.
Ward very aggressive on the glass today.
Charlie Ward already a couple of rebounds. A 3 from Johnson. Way off the mark. Houston a long rebound.
Yeah, the guards, you want them to help out on those deep rebounds. Free throw line extended.
Johnson looking inside, finding Thomas. Quick turnaround shot. Puts it in.
And that time a second opportunity igniting the Knicks.
A 7-0 run, and the Knicks are up by 5.
Hardaway shaking and baking, trying to get in the paint.
Gets it back out to Brown. Mashburn with an open 3. That won't go. Rebound, Houston knocked out. And a loose ball foul call against Alonzo Mourning. That will be his second.
And the Knick guards bounding now. Previously Ward, this time Houston.
Second straight playoff appearance as a spectator here at Madison Square Garden. Looks a little bit more enjoyable right now. Range. Sprewell steps back, puts it up, puts it in. Jamal Mashburn having a tough time staying with Sprewell.
So a good screen that time by Thomas to free him up along the baseline.
Knicks down by 1, just over 4 minutes to play in the first.
Knicks 1 foul from the penalty.
Childs does a good job not going for the fake. Single coverage, no help out on the perimeter. Hardaway puts up another 3. That's good. Tim Hardaway back-to-back 3s, and he's shouting yeah as he backpedals down court.
And that's vintage Hardaway now, tantalizing the Knicks from downtown.
Knicks down by 4, a 12-3 run here by Miami. And it's the three-pointers doing it. Houston trying to create some space, lost it, but a foul called on Marley. Porter, nice feed inside. Weatherspoon puts it in over Ewing.
Good creativity by Porter breaking down the Knick D. That's what the Knicks should do, get to the paint area.
Knicks down by 4. Knicks a lot of perimeter shooting, and they're only at 38% to start. Houston against Porter in the low post. Askins goes over to help out. Sprewell fakes, now drives. The runner puts it up. Shot won't go. Kurt Thomas on the follow.
Yeah, nice dunk.
The Heat have outscored the Knicks 17-7 since Mourning left the game. Like you said, Clyde, it's a time to take advantage.
It's been a motley crew of Heat players, too. Look at the mixture out there now. Second and first stringer.
Sprewell over Porter. Knicks down by 3.
Idea?
Yeah, I don't want John standing back there. I said, John, sit with me tonight. We need it.
Can you believe you're sitting in the front row at the Garden for a Knick game?
Not really. I'm used to sitting on the other side, but, you know, it's great to sit over here with Spike and enjoy the game.
All right, good to see you guys. Nice move here, Spike.
We need a win.
It's up to them. Thanks. Back to you, Mike.
All right, Al Mourning back in the game. Nice fake, puts it up. Canby with a foul. Canby picks up his first. Starks is used to sitting in the first row, only he had shorts and sneakers on.
Yeah, it's different when you're not playing. And now not a Knick, so that time good.
Flips it again with a tip. Thomas on the rebound, head fake, reverse layup, puts it in.
So that time a good shot.
Bump, kicks it out. Ward left open for his three-pointer. It's good. Charlie Ward with his second three. And the Knicks are within 4.
And a good ball fake that time.
3 finds Ewing. Ewing kicks it out to Canby. Canby with a floater. It's good. Marcus Canby with a rainbow shot for his first field goal.
Good composure by Ewing. He was going to penetrate, but then he saw Canby open along the baseline.
And Pat Riley will call timeout. 3:42 remaining in the second. Knicks within 3. 5 on the shot clock. Ward hoists up the three-pointer. It's good. Charlie Ward with the shot clock winding down.
That's his third 3 of the game. Ward, an unlikely hero right now, erupting on the offense.
Knicks on an 8-2 run and have tied it at 37 with 3 minutes remaining. Ward on the steal, but he couldn't keep down by 1. Just over 2.5 to play in the second.
But to illustrate his futility in getting into the paint, Ward has only attempted his first free throw in this game 4.
Ward looking for Johnson. That's a 3. That's good. Larry Johnson from down. And the Knicks will hold it for the final shot. Ewing wants the ball. Sprewell comes off the screen. There's the double team. Kicks it out to Johnson. Johnson for 3. Rebound, Mourning lost it. Picked up by Johnson. Another offensive rebound. And Johnson with the big L signal finishes it off in dramatic fashion.
A dazzling move and also good perseverance by O.J. Missing the shot, but coming up with the rebound and wheeling around Mourning off the glass.
Knicks finish off with a 15-5 run in the final 5.5 minutes of the second quarter, much like a strong run in Game 3. And after trailing by as many as 7, and for much of the first half, the Knicks will go into the locker room with a 4-point lead. Halftime of Game 4, 44-40. More to come.
From the hoop, they clear out for Larry Johnson against P.J. Brown, who has 3 personal fouls. Ewing is going to try a jumper over Mourning and hit time. And the Mourning on the deflection, Ewing challenging him, and the Knicks, who have their biggest lead of the game, trying to add to it. Larry Johnson for 3. And all of a sudden, the Knicks on a big run here. It's 49-40 on a 17-3 run. And eerily, I'd have to say that this looks awfully like Game 3 at this point.
Hey, Larry Johnson was 2 for 10 in the first half, 1 for 6 in threes, and has the audacity another one.
So he has 8 for the series to lead both teams. And the New York Knicks, and it was just like this on Wednesday. Remember, it was a 32-2 run when it was all said. Pulling back the step back by Tim Hardaway. And there is Kurt Thomas with another defensive rebound.
Well, Larry Johnson won that one because he leveled him off and forced the jump shot.
Allen Houston, only his second basket of the game, and the Knicks lead by 11. And Pat Riley calls yet another timeout, and that's good strategy.
Yeah, right, because Riley is famous for not letting you get a big run. Now you're going to turn around and say, well, what about 32-2? All right. Yeah. But what he will do is he will exhaust his timeout during that period of time, and then hopefully.
Number 3. Here is Ewing, guarded by Alonzo Mourning, the double team. Miami rotating very well defensively, and Larry Johnson foils it all by hitting his third three-pointer as time runs down on the clock. And boy, that's like a dagger at times for this team.
He launched out with about 1 second on the clock.
Marley picked up by Sprewell. Hardaway, he misses the 3, and it's last touched, I believe, by P.J. Brown. And the Knicks will get it back. So after the Heat came within 4, 40 remaining in the third quarter. Nick Stockton along with Hubie Brown and Craig Sager. Game 4 of this first round series. And Mourning says he was shooting the ball when the foul came about. But he will not get that argument.
No way.
Ball goes in either to Ewing or Larry Johnson, and they pound the air out of the ball. And pressure seconds go down. The Knicks continue to cut through. They're wide open, and they don't get the passes. Now, this could be costly.
Chris Childs limping off the floor. The hook shot, and Thomas throws Mourning to the floor.
Yeah, that was unnecessary. See?
5 on the shot clock. Porter is going to drive in. And 1 second to go on the clock, and Vashon Leonard. And here is Larry Johnson. Sprewell with the offensive rebound and the putback, and that was quickness by Sprewell.
Yes, it was. And you can see Miami's defense is laboring on the ball reversal. They're late getting out there, and then when they do, they're breaking him down off the dribble.
Nick lead is 4, and the Heat trying to narrow that before the end of the third quarter. Mourning on the bench so he doesn't pick up another foul. And Leonard misses a 3, but Marley gets the offensive rebound, checks the clock. And second and third quarters, but they've got to feel that they're in range in what is Porter. Weatherspoon guarded by Camby. He has bulk, but he doesn't have size on him. And Weatherspoon hit.
And he also played well, made a couple of field goals. He reads the pick and roll well.
Brunson in second year at Temple, and Vashon Leonard with 10 points. Good decision for Pat Riley to decide to go more to Vashon Leonard, and a point that you brought out at the top of the game against Utah.
Well, you go through the year, 3 games in overtime, 1 of the playoff games in overtime.
Maybe we need 4 officials for this game. Houston goes back to Sprewell, posting up against Porter. He's got quickness on him, and Sprewell on the turnaround. So Latrell Sprewell with 10 points in the game, and the Knicks break the tie, lead by 2 once again.
Now that is a great matchup. Sprewell on offense, Porter on defense.
So Chris Childs is defending against Porter, but right now the Heat have it. And now Porter with the pass inside, and Ewing to take a lead. It's been a long time since Miami had the lead in this game. Early on, they were up by 7. Here is Mourning, shuffles it out, and Leonard, plenty of time on the clock. Open for 3 is Tim Hardaway, and he's got it. Standing. And 9 points to go along with that. 10 on the shot clock, and Houston guarding Porter. Here's Hardaway for 3.
There it is.
Tim Hardaway. And you remember, Hardaway has burned the Knicks before. He had 38 points in Game 7. The Heat trying to open up a 10-point lead. And Terry Porter makes it 11.
What a great...
An 11-point lead as Porter hits a 3. And the Miami Heat with an 11-point lead. And what a dramatic turn of motion. And here is Porter driving in, and he's fouled. And it's a flagrant foul.
Who win the ball?
Called by Bob Delaney as Latrell Sprewell on the flagrant foul, and Porter will go to the line to shoot 2.
See, Allen Houston threw that ball and hit Larry Johnson. He was shocked that the pass came and hit him. Now, this is a hard foul, no doubt about it. Excellent call by Bob Delaney. Time to contribute. They started right off early and hit those 3s.
And Miami has the...
Even the series. This one will be decided Sunday in Miami. Come on back. Much ahead on the Heat postgame.
Combated is have some quick strikes of their own. Ewing, but they got some history to rely on. Hardaway.
On that play, Tom, Alonzo Mourning's hit a great... Houston, crossover dribble, got some space from Marley, and he nails the shot. Allen Houston, one of the swing... Not a good sign. Ewing, Patrick Ewing's second basket as Terry Porter has replaced Jamal Mashburn in the Miami lineup.
Well, he's the only guy who's playing. Houston is 1 for 5. Sprewell hasn't gotten untracked yet, and Ewing's the guy with the injuries, with all the problems. He's delivering.
But it's only a 6-point lead. I mean, it is as much emotion as there is for the Heat and White. All the Knicks have to do is weather this storm, and they'll be in this ball game. Porter hits his first 2.
Latrell Sprewell has not been the defensive force as the cold shooting for the Knicks continues. 3 for 11 today after a woeful 36% in Game 4.
Marley with a steal off the attempted Houston pass.
Mismatch on Johnson. Mourning. Don't panic. Don't quick shoot the ball. Give themselves chances. Childs against the clock.
So Chris Childs, you heard Jim Gray's report, not expected to play initially, on the floor and hitting his first shot to stop a 7-0 Miami run. Bruised right thigh.
Finally, for somebody besides Ewing. Ewing's 2 for 4. The rest of the team 2 for 9.
Yeah, but it's too early in the game for the Knicks to give up. This is going to be an up and down, change of pace game. Sprewell right at the rim.
And one. Patrick Ewing finds an open path to the basket and slams it home. Ewing has 6 points.
Chance of completing that play. Larry Johnson against Mourning.
Spinning and scoring. Big time move by LJ.
4-point game.
9-0 New York run. Getting them right back into it.
How's that not traveling?
I think it was traveling by Hardaway, right. Lob pass, Mourning. Help defense by Ewing. Rebound New York. Sprewell against Hardaway. Got it.
Sprewell eyeing Hardaway all the way, knowing I can just lift right over him. Got that angle. 2-point game.
Final minutes of the first quarter. Brown hasn't missed a shot until that one. Ewing hauls it down. New York a chance to tie. Sprewell. Childs the offensive rebound. He is fouled.
He's a freelance player, and in the game, into the ball game, 5 points in 7 minutes.
Teamed up with some winning movements of the electric guitar of Jimi Hendrix, trying to gain himself some much-needed credibility. But I don't know if that's what Jimi Hendrix and Woodstock was all about, Latrell Sprewell.
It's the American dream, that's what Latrell said. First tie since 2-2. We have 30 seconds left in the first.
Hardaway isolated against Childs, knowing what the clock is.
Tim Hardaway. Ewing misses. Johnson. Ewing fouled just before the horn.
And screaming at Patrick. They're calling him a bum and challenging him. Come on over here and get some of this. Mike Saunders, the great Knick trainer. Mike Saunders came onto the scene here, and while these guys were taunting Patrick, he went over there and chased them and just drove them out of the parking lot, pushing their car. These young fans were terrified of Mike Saunders.
There's a free plug. There's something free in there somewhere. I just can't figure out what it was. That's the end of the first quarter. It's been teacher versus pupil.
Has maybe the time come to part ways with Patrick Ewing?
No. Patrick's been a great Knick for many, many years, and he'll continue to be. I'd like him to retire a Knick.
Would you like him to retire right away if he can't physically continue to play?
No, he's just not healthy. He wasn't healthy to begin the season. His Achilles have bothered him all year. I'd like to see what a good off-season of conditioning can do for him, because, as you know, he spent all off-season as the president of the Players Association, and I think that really hurt his game.
Dave, we appreciate you letting us take the time during the game.
Nice to see you, Joe.
59% Miami shooting.
What they're able to do right now is get right to the rim. This is something that Riley did not want to see. LJ started the quarter with the spinning drive and missed, came back with that one right there. They have a 2-point lead.
First lead for the New York Knicks, 25-23.
And it's turned around for New York since Chris Childs has come into the game. They've outscored the Heat 17-5.
Hardaway with
the worst nightmare, huh?
Just want to make sure you're budgeting your time. Charlie Ward takes it to the rim. Again, Steve, they are able to get right inside and score the easy one.
In the games that they have won, he's had 20-plus.
Weatherspoon blocked by Canby. Canby rejected the Weatherspoon shot. Here comes Childs. The lob for Canby. Oh! Allen Houston against Leonard. Trying to find his stroke. Gives it up to Sprewell. Sprewell with a floater.
All of their points are quick-hitting points now with this team out on the floor. And the Heat are like a hand-to-hand combat defensive unit. They can't get hands-on, and if they can't get hands-on, they can't hold, they can't grab, they can't be successful.
A long drought for the Heat, who've been outscored 23-3. Weatherspoon fouled by Childs.
Allen Houston, one-on-one. Draws the double team there by Jamal Mashburn and Latrell Sprewell. Why would you leave Latrell Sprewell? The guy's too important to the other team's offense. You just stay at home with him and let other guys try to beat you.
I don't know the superb free throw shooter.
He had 6 points the first 8 minutes of the game, and those 2 free throws were his first 2 points in the last 9 minutes. He and Ewing are all even at 8 points apiece. Ewing and one.
Going, and who the score is going to be. Sprewell working on his own against Porter.
Sprewell steps inside and hits.
Which yearbook or which rule book they're going to use when they allow some of these illegal moves. But when you talk about the all-time crossover moves, you're talking about Bob Cousy, Jerry West, Walt Frazier, Earl Monroe, and Pete Maravich.
They were on the list. We're talking Allen Iverson.
Those guys are trying to
Kobe
get to
Bryant.
Well, having been dazzled by Allen Iverson yesterday, he's coming on, I'll tell you that.
10 on the shot clock for Mashburn.
Ewing grabs it for New York. Tie game. Sprewell's been hot.
Well, you know, the difference in this ball game, again, has been the ability of New York to strike quickly. Whenever they've been forced to set up, they struggle. Johnson inside. They've got a big advantage in points in the paint. With that hoop, they're 22-8, advantage New York inside.
Miami's guards are not denying penetration to Charlie Ward or Chris Childs, who's on the bench with 3 fouls. That's a big problem.
Ward penetrated that time to make it happen. Offensive rebound, Mashburn back up. Couldn't get the roll, but a loose by Marley. Here's Hardaway. 2 seconds left. Hardaway got it up. And in.
Tim Hardaway, who has a long history with Latrell Sprewell. They were teammates years ago at Golden State. Looked at Latrell in the backcourt and said, "Come catch this."
Tom. All right, Jim, that was Jeff Van Gundy speaking a few moments ago. And on their first possession of the half, Patrick Ewing gets the roll for his 10th point. Back rim, Thomas offensive board.
That's 2 rebounds for Kurt.
And Patrick Ewing with a nice move puts it home.
This time, but Steve Jones and I all actually go way back with Jesse the Body Ventura. Back in the mid-'70s when Steve and I were on the Trailblazers, we used to lift weights with the Body. Of course, Jesse and I lifted most of them.
Doesn't appear to have had much effect. Falls through, he has a dozen.
Tom, the best action in this game has come off guard penetration. Whichever team denies that down the stretch, they'll win this battle.
Patrick Ewing comes out firing in the third quarter. He has 3 field goals in the quarter, 14 in the game.
Well, Ewing right now is keeping them close. They can say all the negatives about him, but the big fella right now is making some buckets, and that's what New York needs to stay in this.
Mashburn for 3. His shot, and Johnson with another board. Marley slapped it right back to him. Thomas. Apparently all it takes is a few words from Bill Walton to get a player untracked. Thomas and Mashburn. Brown inside, Mourning surrounded. Hardaway.
5 on the clock.
Brown. Shot. Marley couldn't handle it. Charlie Ward picks it off.
Tim Hardaway ran away from it thinking that Marley could get to it.
Ewing against Brown.
Every time, look at the grimacing. He's pointing over at Van Gundy. He's saying this is getting worse and worse. And he seems to be holding his side a little bit, Steve.
He's a gamer, though. He has 4 in the quarter, 4 field goals. He's been hitting the right ribs. He's continuing. And Jamal Mashburn with another 3-pointer. Mashburn has 14, tying P.J. Brown for Miami point honors.
And Ewing just had to call a timeout. He cannot continue. This is a disastrous scenario for Mike Saunders, the trainer in the white shirt. Van Gundy, the entire Knicks franchise.
They'll tend to an injured Patrick Ewing as Miami has built a 7-point lead.
On this play right here, this layup that he just made, that he twists a muscle in his rib cage. He came over to Dr. Norman Scott And Mike Sanders said he just needed to sit down, catch his breath. He will continue. They looked at it. It's on his right side, and he will continue here and play. And the first thing that Alonzo Mourning does is he comes onto the court as he pushes him right there. Tom?
Of course. It's the playoffs. Absolutely. Charlie Ward with the penetration and a foul inside. He should just come out and take it from him. And they wind up turning it over as the Porter pass sails by Hardaway. Ewing has to go to the bench here. That Riley saying, come on, let's get it down to our inside guys. And Ewing does sit.
Mike Saunders in the white shirt over there taking care of him. It's been an injury-ruined season for the Knicks team, and you hate to see it go this way in the decisive game of the first round of the playoffs.
Miami now has turned it over 10 times. They only had 6 turnovers in their Game 4 win Friday night. Tough shot by Larry Johnson. He muscled. Patrick Ewing can only watch as the Knicks fall behind again by 7. Camby, the nice ball fake, and hit the shot. Tough move by Marcus Camby. Ball fake of Mourning, basket good.
There's a real tendency for Alonzo Mourning and any great center that when the opposing star like Ewing goes to the bench, you just subconsciously relax, allowing Camby to get an easy bucket.
Porter for 3. Back tip by Brown and saved by Hardaway. Mourning tapped by Brown. And Sprewell comes away with it. Let's go to Jim Gray.
Thanks, Tom. Patrick Ewing is on the bench. He is available to return. He's just getting some rest right now. Foul on the play, no basket. He's got some ice on his right side, but
he's all wrapped up in ice, but the Knicks have been able to stay close. They're only down 5 with Sprewell, Houston, Ward out on the floor. This is their best quick striker unit. They've got to get back to that game. Larry Johnson.
He got it.
Steve, you pointed out that this unit has been playing the best for Van Gundy. Quickness, and Larry Johnson has been able to effectively keep Alonzo Mourning from dominating the pivot.
They got the Heat shooting over the top of the defense. They just need to do a better job of rebounding as they tackle P.J. Brown. It's going to be a foul, Larry Johnson.
I think it was a clip. 260-55 Miami.
Well, another guy they got to find a way to get in the game, and he's been virtually silent, has been Allen Houston. He's going to have to work as Sprewell goes down low against Porter.
Latrell Sprewell has tossed in 13 today.
Just an indication of how good a player Latrell Sprewell is when he's on. Terry Porter is at the top of the list of defensive guards, and he can stick anybody. And that was just a jumper square in his face.
Miami's P.J. Brown has a double-double, 16 points and 10 rebounds. 3 to shoot. 2 to shoot. Got it away. No good by Marley from three-point range. Larry Johnson has it for New York.
Marcus Camby, who's a much better offensive rebounder than defensive one, has to step up defensively in the absence of Ewing.
Allen Houston for 3. Well, they rotated away from Houston with a double team. He's had a poor shooting game, but he returns to form on that one.
And just that quickly, the ball game is tied, and this is perhaps the way it's going to go, but Van Gundy has a big decision to make. How to keep that small lineup out on the floor to make the Heat have a tougher time in scoring.
First close game of the series.
Allen Houston now 2 of 8 for 6 points.
3 on the shot clock.
Mourning with a wild shot, rebounded by Camby, and New York with a minute left in the quarter has a chance to take the lead.
And Van Gundy is urging him, run, push the ball, go, throw it up quick.
Ward for 3. Camby kept it alive for a moment, then Porter grabs it for Miami. 45 seconds left in the period.
You know, the nature of a big game is to be more conservative, and I think if you're going to win the game, you have to be more aggressive. Porter knocks Ward down, doesn't get a call against him. 9 on the clock. Ward.
Larry Johnson's defense on Alonzo Mourning, that time stepping out, forcing it all, has been a huge factor today. Larry's been matched up a lot in the second half with Alonzo Mourning. Alonzo started the game great. 2 for 3 the first 8 minutes.
Bo beat George Karl's Seattle Sonics. And remember, the New York Knicks have never lost Game 5 of a 5-game series. Alonzo Mourning. Sprewell drives by Porter and finds Ewing.
Unless you're going to keep Latrell Sprewell under control, those kind of shots will be wide open for Patrick Ewing, Allen Houston, Larry Johnson, whoever.
Ewing now with 18 points. Mourning facing up on his Georgetown rival, and nearly a pickoff by Childs. Marley for 3 with 1 on.
The thing is, they think it's the separation right now. If they can make a couple of hoops, they can win the ball game. Leonard for 3.
Marley finds Bashan Leonard. And Leonard buries the 3. Timeout, New York. 7-point Miami lead. Allen Houston. Allen in their Game 4 collapse on Friday night. They trail here by 4. Away from the ball, Larry Johnson with a hold of Alonzo Mourning, and on LJ, that's number 5.
What they're doing is giving Sprewell the ball and trying to make him find the right play. Ewing.
Up and under, Patrick Ewing, and 1.
The Knicks are getting back to the free throw line after that long drought.
Ewing got a chance to work one-on-one against P.J. Brown, coming to his left, and I can see it when it's coming from the outside. Houston holding the ball.
Got away from Marley and hit. Pretty move by Allen Houston to tie the game at 69. Timeout with 5:36 left. New York on a 7-0 run the last 4 minutes. It's 69-69 all. The NBA on NBA. Then he dives to save it. Mashburn back in the game, and they'll settle it down. Now to Mourning.
Sprewell and Hardaway didn't want to dive.
Alonzo Mourning.
That is their first hoop since the Bashan Leonard 3-point field goal at about the 9-minute mark. They've had another one of those droughts. Mourning bails them out. 2-point game.
5.5 minutes they went without a score. With 4 to shoot, Childs hits a 3. Chris Childs has given New York a 1-point lead. Their first lead since it was 37-35 late in the second quarter.
How will the Heat handle this adversity? Childs wasn't even supposed to play today with that serious thigh contusion.
Yeah, they're going to look for Alonzo Mourning to try to make things happen, but they've been working a lot against the clock of the defense. Mashburn on the drive. They come back with a quick effort themselves. They slow down, let the Heat defense set up. When they've been able to set up, they've been able to shut down the New York Knicks.
Larry Johnson, guarded by Mashburn.
8 on the clock.
Spinning baseline, up and in. And Miami takes a timeout. Larry Johnson's bucket has given New York a 1-point lead. Second team in NBA history to knock off a 1, and they have never lost in a decisive Game 5.
2 minutes to go, plenty of time. Riley's trying to get something going to the hoop. They know the penalty situation is going to be coming up. Mourning against Ewing, 7 on the shot clock.
Alonzo Mourning, the jump hook rattles down. Alonzo Mourning has 21 points. Miami goes up 1.
And that was just their second field goal in the last 7.5 minutes. Huge drought in each half for Miami have allowed New York a chance to win this game.
Ward misses the 3. There have been 4 lead changes in under 2 minutes. And right now, Miami has the ball up 1.
They're coming right back to Mourning.
Yeah, they're going to milk the clock. It's at 10, and then they're going to come again. Mourning against Ewing. Mourning trying to use his quickness. 5 on the clock.
Mourning forced almost out of bounds and a shot clock violation. Mourning waited too long, and when he made his move, Patrick Ewing was right with him.
Patrick Ewing used the baseline as an extra defender as he pinned Alonzo Mourning. This is what this series is coming down to. The two great franchise centers head-to-head all the way to the finish.
It'll be New York's basketball when we rebounded by Terry Porter, who is immediately hammered by Charlie Ward.
Tom, down the stretch, the little plays for Miami have come from Terry Porter and Dan Bream here at the foul line.
Terry Porter with 2 clutch free throws. What an off-season acquisition by Pat Riley. Some criticized Riley for maybe standing pat. He picked up 1 major addition, and Terry Porter pays off with 2 crucial free throws. Back after this from your local station. Dropping in 2 pressure-packed free throws to give Miami a 3-point lead, and sometimes it's too much to watch. Miami by 3.
And for the New York Knicks, they have a lot of time. What they've got to do is get a score. This play has worked the best for them. Sprewell on his own.
Latrell Sprewell, offensive board, Ewing, and he's fouled. Patrick Ewing will shoot 2 free throws with 39.7 seconds left.
Of all of the New York Knicks, the one guy that has the easiest time getting the shot is Sprewell. Fighting across the middle, elevates just a little bit too long, but that leaves Ewing free for the rebound.
First free throw is good. That was the 5th foul on Alonzo Mourning. Patrick Ewing hitting only 60% of free throws here in the playoffs, but he dropped in the first, and he made the second as well.
Miami unable to take care of their defensive backboard. They give up a jumper in the lane, and then Ewing just outworked everybody else, giving his team 1 more chance.
Well, Miami's offense is designed to use 24 seconds, so the Knicks are going to have to play some defense, and then they're going to have to be ready to rebound the ball.
Hardaway lost it. Larry Johnson has it for New York. Here's Sprewell. 20 seconds left. Timeout, New York.
Tim cannot believe it.
19.9 second mark. Miami leads New York 77-76. It'll be the Knicks basketball. Here's the offensive production for New York today. Who do you have take the shot if it's the final shot?
I'd have it be Sprewell. He's the one who they banked the turnaround of this season on. He's the one who poked away the ball defensively. That's time to give him that chance. Latrell Sprewell can go either way here. He's the kind of guy that can just explode, get his own shot. Don't look for him to pass, though, if he gets into the lane.
The winner of this game will face the Atlanta-Detroit winner in the second round of the playoffs. Well, the loser will have a disappointing end to the season.
Alonzo Mourning went over and told Tim Hardaway, you turn everybody to me. Don't worry about it. We got 1 more stop. We'll win this game. They all are trying to pick up the spirit of Tim Hardaway, who's had a tough series and a tough second half when it looked like they might have had the game won with the final possession. That is Sweat from the Iceman.
But Miami has the lead. And they have a terrific defense. And they have the defensive player of the year in Alonzo Mourning.
Charlie Ward will inbound the ball. Mourning is guarding Ewing. Sprewell being defended by Porter. Here's Sprewell. 15 seconds. Ewing.
There's some confusion right here. They got to get the ball in the air, and they're struggling.
Sprewell, 6 seconds. Out of bounds. New York will get it, but only 4 seconds to shoot. And 4.5 left in the game.
That was not a good set. The Knicks have to get themselves 2 chances to tie or win the ball game. Force. There's still a legitimate shot left for the Miami Heat. Pat Riley, he's drawn like crazy right now. Van Gundy, he might live for another day.
But sweet redemption for Allen Houston. 1 of 7 in a disastrous first half. He's come back in the second half, hit 4 of his 6, and maybe the series winner with 0.8 of a second left. Let's go to Jim Gray.
Well, the officials are convening right now. They're talking it over. There was 0.5 of a difference when they inbounded the ball from the shot clock and the game clock. They originally put up another 1/10 of a second, and then Jim Clark came over and said, I saw it, 0.8 of a second, so the clock will remain with that. Tom?
All right, Jim.
Well, you get a look at the clock as the ball is going up. There's 2, the ball dancing around, comes down. That's almost a full second when that ball went through the hoop. So, you know, the Heat, they need to go back and beg for another 3/10. But right now, there's a lot of rejoicing, but still, this game can be taken away from the happy New York Knicks right now with 1 play to the hoop. This is a catch-shoot situation or a catch-and-drop situation for Mourning and the Miami Heat.
That season that began with a poster of the championship rings could all come to a close right here in the final 0.8 of a second. Will the dream stay alive, or will there be no championship ring for Miami this season?
Alonzo Mourning, the only big man, tough to backdoor him. They'll be focusing on that. Marcus Camby denying Marley on the inbounds pass. Miami still with timeouts.
Delay of game warning on the Knicks.
Well, Deshaun Leonard is telling Jimmy Clark he's holding me, trying to get some sort of help from the officials on any kind of play. They got to get the ball in, and it's got to get up in the air. Porter
got it away. No good. Just missed. And the New York Knicks have become the second team in NBA history to knock off a number 1. An 8 over a number 1, only the second time in NBA history. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. I'm here with Patrick Ewing. He congratulates Chris Childs. How did you manage to play this game? You could barely walk, and you were having trouble breathing.
Well, I just had to suck it up. This is, what the playoff is all about. We worked hard to get here. It was a struggle for me all year. I mean, there's been a lot of criticism, but I didn't care about that. I just had to suck it up and just come out and do whatever I could to help the team to win.
Patrick, congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. I want to say hello to my father. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Tom.
All right, Jim, as one would guess, between these 2 rivals which play so intensely and who have played almost on even terms over the years, this one came down to the final shot. 78-77, New York wins. So long for Steve Jones, Bill Walton, and Jim Gray. Tom Hammond sending you to Bob Costas and the
best bounces the Knicks have ever gotten, and an 8th seed victory no one in the East has ever achieved. Every emotion the Knicks enjoyed, they deserved. But it's only one step in what is a reinvigorated mission. Ewing stands tall, and it's the Knicks and the Hawks. Game 1, next.
Starting lineups for the Knicks being announced here at the Georgia Dome. Kurt Thomas, Larry Johnson at the forwards, Wards at the guards for game 1 of theirs. Ewing in the low post, quick turnaround shot is good. Ewing likely on Sunday as well. You win a series, you're elated. How about getting up for game 1 of the next series? How difficult is that? Laylock throws it away.
Well, it's difficult, but as the game progresses, you see the intensity pick up as well. There's not as much pressure in this round as it was in the first round.
Ward, nice penetration, and Houston hits his first jumper.
Good creativity by Ward. So Allen off to a good
one. Popped out, Ewing the rebound. Charlie Ward brings it up the other way. 4-2 Knick lead. Houston another jumper, drills it.
Deja vu.
Open, good ball movement. Hawks recover nicely. Johnson makes his move, kicks it out Ewing. Ewing with an open jumper, puts it in.
Yeah, good dishing and switch. So now they'll try to feature Smith against Free.
Giles with a deep thigh bruise on his right thigh. Thomas doesn't bite on the fake. Kurt Thomas does that very well. Rarely goes for the head fake. Ball lost out of bounds. Working on.
Smith drives past Sprewell. Smith left-handed, nice shot. Ball tipped in by Mutombo. Sprewell has been very strong against the Atlanta Hawks this season.
He's the Knicks' leading scorer against them. 19 a game.
Ewing operating, falls down. Boy, his leg went at a weird angle when he fell. Johnson a three, puts it in. Ewing okay though. That was one of those where it looked like that was going to hurt.
Yeah, good flexibility that time by Patrick. The Knicks do stretching exercises. At that time, it paid off for Patrick.
Greg Brittingham, the strength and conditioning coach, does that with all the players beforehand. Obviously worked as long. Misfires, Thomas the rebound.
And that happens because of perspiration on the court. When you step on it, you get that slip.
Child steps back, that's a 2. And the Knicks shooting the ball extremely well. 6 of 8 from the field, and they lead by 6.
And also very altruistic, looking for the open man. So that time, Childs along the baseline.
And the Hawks call timeout. Jeff Van Gundy wanted high energy. He has received that in the early moments. With just under 6.5 remaining in the first, the Knicks shooting 75% from SG.
Now I just play whenever I can, but I have a lot of fun with it though.
Quite the garden, but a lot of support. Meanwhile, if you're looking for the Yankees in their game with the Boston Red Sox tonight, you can find them on the Metro Guide, courtesy of the New York Yankees. So it's the Knicks and Hawks on MSG, the Yankees and Red Sox on the Metro Guide. Back to Mike Breen.
Thank you, Al. Charlie Ward banged knees with one of the Hawks, and that's why he's got the ice on it. We expect it as of now to return. Smith with a tweet. Childs again in for Ward. Jeff Van Gundy going to the bench very early. A lot of physical play down low. That is not a surprise. Sprewell drives past Smith, kicks it out. Ewing another open jumper, puts it in again. Patrick Ewing normally don't receive from the Hawks. Mutombo tied up, 6 on the shot clock. Corbin the jumper, good contesting of the shot by Larry Johnson. Here comes Sprewell out of the pack. Smith stakes it away, but he's called for a foul. He's not in front of the offensive player and fouls him from behind, and no one else is in front of him.
One you think is going to hurt you.
And Smith certainly has hurt them down low in the post. Mutombo makes his move, and a whistle. Ewing quickly picks up his second.
About the call. Someone should pull him away.
That's exactly right. Ewing's going to come out of the game. He's very close. Teddy Bernhard has listened to an earful already. Not as prevalent, but Dudley does not have that type of game. He's going to have to keep Mutombo honest by looking for his offense a little bit.
And also, Mutombo will come more offensive-minded with Dudley in the game. He's had success against Dudley.
Count it, and a foul. Latrell Sprewell, quick move inside. And he's against the Heat. His 26 free throws led the Knicks as well. He gets to the line. That's so important. And he's a good free throw shooter. Knicks up by 9, their largest lead here in the early going. A lot of points, surprisingly, with 4.5 to go in this first. And Larry Johnson battling Steve Smith. So we've seen 3 different Knicks try and guard Smith in the post, and 3 different Knicks pick up fouls.
And the Knicks in the penalty, so Smith will capitalize. He doesn't know it. Now he goes to
a veteran crew, 22 years in the league. Salvatore 17 and Teddy Bernhard 11 years.
And officials vacillate just like the tempo of the game. Sometimes they let them play, sometimes they don't.
Knicks with an 8-point lead, 4:16 remaining here in the first. Child shooting the technical free throw. And Clyde, the Knicks have yet to turn the ball over. That was key in the Miami series. In fact, so far, the Knicks are second among all the playoff teams in fewest turnovers per game.
Yep, only 12 a game for the Knicks. And during the regular season, that was a perpetual problem for them, averaging about 16 a game.
Sprewell now being guarded by Crawford. Tougher matchup. Crawford really a forward.
Good swarming now by the Hawks. First time we've seen them double teaming the ball.
Child's pass deflected by Blaylock. The quick hands of one of the best steal men in the NBA. Blaylock fires and puts up the 3.
With second team all NBA this year.
And he loves to shoot the 3s in transition and on the break. Child's setting up. They want to get it to Kurt Thomas. Grant Long guarding him.
Knicks very stagnant now.
Shot clock down to 4. Knicks struggling. Johnson with a 3. It's the side of the rim, barely.
And that's vintage Hawk defense now, baffling the Knicks.
Blaylock quickly the other way, pushing it up the floor. Long passes up a shot. Crowd wanted him to take it.
See, Blaylock is efficient off the pick and roll. That time Crawford did not set the pick.
Crawford now, and another illegal defense.
So vexing the Knicks.
Over 3 minutes remaining. First quarter of game one.
Knicks in the penalty.
Blaylock right back to Smith. Larry Johnson guarding him. Tough turnaround shot. Excellent defense from Johnson as Dudley gets the rebound. Quick outlet. Here comes Sprewell in transition. On the pull-up. Sprewell rattles it in. And you credit Chris Dudley down low at the other end, boxing out Mutombo. Sprewell went for the steal. Crawford blocked.
Without Ellis, so Crawford started 30 games when Ellis went down.
Sprewell, hard drive to the basket, puts it in. Latrell
1-4 now. They'll look for Spree along the baseline. High screen now by LJ.
Final second, shot clock turned off. Giles on a pick and roll with Johnson. Continues down the lane, flips it up, puts it in. Wild spin move from bench. Sprewell looks up at the shot clock, sees 5. Now makes his move on Anthony Johnson. There's the double team, spins away, puts it in. Latrell Sprewell, beautiful
for the Knicks.
Blaylock makes his move. Canby double teams, long feet inside. Mutombo can't handle a pass. Good rotation on defense.
Parks my car, I get scratches on it.
It was a little scratch. The Knicks use around 400 or 500 tiles a game. This is the laundry room right here. Listen to the system.
Every time I get in my car, the music is up really loud.
Patrick uniform, he's special. Watch his by himself.
More www.yankees.com. Yankee fans in attendance tonight. A lot of Knicks fans, as we mentioned, as well. Good effort plays by the Knicks big men. Sprewell not hesitating at all. Canby trying to follow, but a loose ball foul.
Yeah, imprudent play by him, charged with the piggybacking foul. So there's the Oak man.
Oakley just down by the Knicks bench saying hello to some of his former teammates.
Yeah, he was on TNT last night talking about the Knicks. Sound pretty good.
Anthony Johnson in the game along with Steve Smith, Ty Corbin, Chris Crawford, and Mutombo. Smith again will post up. Canby's on him. Smith will bring him out on the perimeter, try and beat him off the dribble. Offensive foul, super play by Marcus Camby.
Now in this one, so both teams looking to run.
Houston against Anthony Johnson has some height there. Houston gets it, drives underneath, puts it in, and a foul. Allen guard, he's only 6'3", and with Smith on the bench, Houston taking advantage. Allen Houston with 8 points, and the Knicks up by 9, equaling their largest lead. Check that 9 for Houston.
Look for Mutombo now to be the focal point with Smith on the bench.
Mutombo against the Pistons shot 70% from the field. Obviously a lot of high percentage shots. Johnson, nice leaner. Can't go. Dudley the rebound. Quick outlet. Here comes Childs ahead to Sprewell. Down low to Houston. Houston jams it in. Beautiful fast break. And the Knicks up by double digits.
Yeah, riveting transition now by the Knicks. Houston with the good stuff.
Timeout Atlanta. And listen to the Knicks fans here at the Georgia Dome. There's certainly plenty of them. And the Knicks firing them up. An 11-point lead. 5 minutes gone by in the second. Crawford draws the foul. Chris Crawford, their double-A team. Now doing very well and improving here in the NBA. Sprewell, tough running shot. It's good. Latrell Sprewell feeling it. And the Knicks back up by 9.
Sprewell, a master of improvisation, showing so tonight.
He's got 15 points already. Blaylock out to Corbin for 3. Ty Corbin misfires. Ewing the rebound. Knicks again look to push. They try to do so at every opportunity. Canby gets inside, pulls up, soft shot is good.
So good fortitude by Canby, undaunted.
Only 8 for sure. Blaylock fires away. Blaylock now with 8 points. Ward looking, finding Houston. Houston gets by Corbin, puts it up and in. Allen Houston, 13 points, 6 of 7 from the field.
And they are moving and grooving now in their rhythm.
10-point Knick lead, 5 minutes remaining in the second. Crawford again across the lane, stripped by Canby, but a foul. And Marcus Canby will pick up his second foul right there.
Well, both teams with all defensive players, Horning and P.J. Brown.
Sprewell right at Mutombo.
Mutombo, not a juggernaut in the paint tonight, so Spree's had success against him penetrating in the paint.
17 points for Latrell Sprewell, and there's still over 4.5 to play in the half. Corbin, nice move along the pitch.
So the Knicks must shore up the baseline D.
Jeff Van Gundy called foul on Ewing, and Ewing has picked up his 3rd. That's a silly foul because Mutombo clearly had him boxed out. Ewing yelling at Salvatore, but
Blaylock thought about the 3. Saw the penetration opportunity, and it was blocked and captured by Thomas. Jumper.
Mutombo kept it alive. Thomas grabbed the period with the rebound.
Larry Johnson had a bear hug on Steve Smith down low.
Allen.
It's a soft shot.
Steve Smith goes down and misses. Rebound, Allen Houston. Charlie Ward from Allen. That's a triple from Ward. The Knicks are up here by 6 with 2:54 to go in the third period. Mutombo fouled as he goes to the... Allen Houston defended by Steve Smith, who's carrying 4 fouls. Houston has 22. Give him an inch and he'll take 2 points. He has 24 and 13 in the quarter. 24 for Houston. On the bench, Houston over Crawford.
Big mistake. You can't go behind. You got to chase the shooter.
Anthony Johnson found that out off the bench. Of course, Johnson's a youngster. Chris Crawford, even though it's his second year, he says he feels like a rookie. He played, I think, 240 total minutes last year. Crawford hit hard, no whistle. Ball's out of bounds for the Knicks.
Didn't move a muscle.
I'm guessing Patrick is surly.
He's an old vet. He's seen it all.
Sprewell with the jumper.
The issue is can he get that old body going in the next 10 minutes?
Yeah, he's stiff. You can see that his sore knees are stiff right now. Sprewell has 23. Knicks are up 8. Mutombo back to Blaylock with 7 on the shot clock. And Ewing steps out. Blaylock finds Mutombo in the middle, but he can't handle it. Chris Childs in at the point. Allen Houston, look out.
And that's what Patrick Ewing brings for you. You see how they played that pick and roll? That's good defense. A block on Mookie Blaylock the first time, and then playing the pick and roll very smartly. And of course, you do that
by Mutombo. Dudley comes away. Shot clock to 2. Sprewell beat the buzzer.
And Bob, it's been the Knick guards. Allen Houston late in this game, and the first 2 quarters it was Sprewell now getting back on the charts.
Sprewell 25, Houston 32.
And you don't need a center at all when you got your guard shooting like that.
Mutombo, let's see if he can get anything done against Dudley, who's got 5 fouls. Crawford blows by Sprewell, tried to go off the glass. Back tip. Look out, Sprewell! With 27 points off the bench. You hear a lot of fans in this Georgia Dome cheering. The Knicks, to some degree, have a home court advantage. A lot of New York fans here.
Bad part is they had me go up there and put that up there before the game, so it's part of my contract.
Well, they certainly wouldn't ask me to do it, right? Anthony Johnson gets it inside to Grant Long. His shot was altered. Johnson runs it down. Hawks down 15. Anthony Johnson, air ball. Recovered by Kurt Thomas. Ewing back on the bench, remember. He came in and quickly got his 5th foul. Sprewell missing. Dudley rebounding. Sprewell gets it from Dudley. Dudley brings so much to the Knicks. Not obviously scoring, not free throw shooting, but rebounding. Intelligent play.
Offensive rebounding tonight has been excellent. His defense has been excellent. Dudley 9 rebounds tonight, and then right there an offensive one, and then giving up to Sprewell for the layup.
Nice. Grant Long on the penetration hands it off to Steve Smith, who is fouled with 5:54 to go in the game. Scott Hastings.
Reggie, I played here, and Bob, I played here, and the fans can get on the Knicks, or not on the Knicks, but on the Hawks, turn on them quickly. Watch down the stretch when Latrell Sprewell or the Knicks score. This is actually a Knicks fan here at the Georgia Dome. They are upset. I talked to some of the management. They can't believe it, but the Knicks dominate here in the stands with the fans. Unbelievable, Reg.
Yeah, Scott simply have a tired arm. He's put some shots in. Mutombo.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mutombo away by Anthony Johnson. Mutombo wanted to hit him with a long pass, but Chris Dudley with good defense, and now the steal by Dudley.
That is his job down in the low post.
All right, let's keep our eyes on this game and the score. Knicks 92, Hawks 82. 3 minutes remaining in the game. Allen Houston spinning inside. He has been incredible, and that is his career playoff high.
Coming off that big shot, you know he's feeling it. His confidence level is as high as it's ever been. And the Knicks spreading the court for him, giving him some room to operate.
Mutombo with a beautiful pass inside to Anthony by 7. Ewing into the paint over Mutombo. Big bucket from Patrick Ewing. Until he came back in, until that basket, Patrick had only 8 points and 5 boards in 14 minutes. He's now got 10.
And what's important at the end of this game,
Mutombo
want to go with the shot clock. As the shot clock's running down, Patrick is a great guy to be able to give it to and let him work the last few seconds.
Well, the Hawks need a stop here, or you can start partying if you're a Knicks fan here at the Georgia Dome tonight. Sprewell blocked by Mutombo. There's the stop. A minute to go. Hawks will have to get a 3 early. Instead, the drive by Anthony Johnson and the miss, and that's going to write the story. The New York Knicks lead it by 7 with 44 seconds to go. The winner of Game 1 in second round series wins 85% of the games in round 2. Ewing beat the buzzer. 9-point Knicks lead. Hawks fans heading for their exit. A lot staying here, though. We've made a big point about so many. Big shot from Steve Smith. Too little, too late. The Knicks' athleticism when Patrick Ewing is on the bench really gives the depleted Hawks. They're still a very thin team in terms of depth. A lot of problems. And Lenny Wilkins is going to have a major job on his hands trying to figure a way to stop Houston and Sprewell.
Well, when you look at it,
with 17.2 seconds to go in this ballgame.
And we were all ready for a really ugly beat 'em up in the trenches, low post, double team, kick it out to the shooter game, but it has been a whale of a basketball game. A lot of fun to watch, Bob.
Stop the presses. The Knicks have scored 100. Knicks only scored 100 plus in 6 games all year. 100-92. Hawks had been holding Detroit to under 80 points a game in that first round series. It's been Sprewell in Houston. It's that simple offensively for the New York Knicks. Steve Smith with his quick turnaround 3 as a last shot there. The Hawks are going to go down 0-1. They'll play here again on Thursday night. So as the clock runs out, as Allen Houston appropriately holds the ball, the Knicks 100, the Hawks 92. Once again, the final score at 100-92 is New York.
Sprewell off and running ahead of the pack. Monster two-hand finish. He had 31 as the Knicks cruise.
Game 2 back at the Georgia Dome here in Atlanta. And our closed captioning is brought to you by New York Marriott Marquis, Broadway's biggest hit. Let's pick up our starting lineups.
At guard 6'6" from Tennessee, number 20, Allen Houston. And at guard 6'2" from Florida State, number 21, Charlie Ward.
Has made an early entrance. Ewing on the turnaround.
Well, they got to find somebody to get into the offense. I think they got to go into Patrick a few times and see what he can do with Mutombo one-on-one.
Patrick has their only 2 baskets. Crawford thought about the 3. Shot clock to 4. Crawford's going to take this one over Latrell Sprewell, who caused him to alter his shot as Ewing goes down. He's up now, late getting down court, though. No matter, Childs hits the jumper.
And that's not a bad thing for Ewing to sometimes when he's not in the play.
Foul was on Long. 3:56 to go in the first period. 14-8 Atlanta. Ewing in deep. He has 6.
They're so concerned with the guards that they're leaving Ewing one-on-one down there, and if Patrick can get into some kind of rhythm, he can help this Knicks team in this first quarter.
Come on, Dan. Hawks led 13-2. It's now 14-10 Atlanta with 3:34 to go in the first period. Long turned his back. Didn't get the pass. Sprewell, and one, fouled by Chris Crawford.
Oh, that was very nice, Bob. Draws the contact and switches hands and lays it in with the left hand. Check this out. This is a nice two-guard move. There's the contact, there's the switch, and there's the layup. Chance for a three-point play.
That's the second personal on
See how he hid the ball? That body motion when he swung the ball is what really got him through.
Now in this series, Latrell Sprewell is a perfect 12 of 12 from the now for Atlanta. Anthony Johnson played 18 minutes, had 7 points, and finished the game at the point for Atlanta in game 1 as Blaylock set out the final 9 minutes. And
hard combination of ball and really go to the bucket hard.
Can be. Childs calling the play. 10 to shoot.
See the one-on-one, Bob? That's what I'm talking about.
Dudley took it back. Camby tips it in.
You got to be active.
Atlanta 18-15. Playing for the last shot. See on the bottom right, 12 and counting seconds to go in the first period. Anthony Johnson with the lob to Dikembe Mutombo.
Nice look. He camouflaged that. Looked like a jumper for sure.
Childs is fouled with 0.6 of a second, and now Mutombo and Ewing both with 2 personal fouls in the first period.
I don't know where he fouled him at because his hand was in the air. What else can the man do? Take a look at it. Hands in the air, a little bit of a bump, but incidental contact. He bailed him out because he was turning around doing a 360.
Chris Childs with a chance to cut the Atlanta lead to 3 if he hits this free throw. And as I pointed out, Patrick Ewing already on the bench with 2 fouls, and Mutombo just picked up his second. Hawks had led 13-2. That was an 11-point lead. But the Knicks have cut it to 3 after 1. 20-17 Atlanta. Bench 5 from Sprewell. Anthony Johnson remains at the point for Atlanta. Mark West in at center for Mutombo.
This is a very potent offensive team that's out there for New York. Defensively, they got big guy in the back that can block some shots too and rebound.
Year took his first 2 of the playoffs, missed them both. Hawks continue to lead 20-17. Sprewell uncontested to the basket as he got past Tyrone Corbin.
Just eluded the entire back line of the Hawks. That's what happens when Mutombo's not back there roaming the key.
Sprewell with 7 points. Long pick. Long foul. He set the pick for Steve Smith, then got the offensive board.
Well, he made up for not playing defense on Sprewell's dunk. He had his head completely turned.
10-11 to go in the first half. Sprewell. Once again, Corbin did not get to him, and Sprewell now has 9. It's a 1-point Hawks lead. Charlie Ward back into the game. Anthony Johnson blows right past him. Dudley with a rebound. Ward and Sprewell against Smith. Bad pass, Charlie Ward.
Nobody covering the middle. Everybody occupy, uses everyone on the floor for that nice dunk.
Ed Gray finds himself with a double team. Blaylock. 13-3 with about 4 minutes gone in the first period. On the shot clock. Sprewell's lightning quickness.
Bob, that was a great play by Sprewell. I love to see guards go in there with the right hand and switch to the left.
Ward turns it over. Camby keeps it alive. What an athlete. Ward for 3. And the Knicks take their first lead of the game, 26-24. Once again, big cheers from this Georgia Dome crowd for the Knicks. Had a lot of Knicks fans here for game one. Chris Crawford gets it to Ed Gray. Hawks go back up by one, 27-26. Averaging 26 points a game. Here the Hawks lead it by one, 6:53 to go in the half. Now Ed Gray will try his turn on Sprewell.
And see, he's the one guy on this team that can create shots for himself. And that's so important when you have a guard that can go in there and create double teams just because of his quickness.
Dikembe Mutombo just picked up his third personal foul. Patrick Ewing remaining on the bench with 2 fouls. Dudley has played this second period. Gray with Latrell Sprewell in his face. Rebound Camby. Knicks with numbers. Sprewell misses. Camby follows. Tied at 29.
Some people might say that was a little selfish of Sprewell, but when you've got guys following the trail and they're on your team, you got excellent chance for offensive rebounding. And that's exactly what happened on that play.
With the exception of Dudley, this is a very fast Knicks team on the floor. Blaylock short arms it, went down, it's out of bounds. It'll belong to the Hawks with 4.
He's got 2 Knicks players trailing it, and of course Camby can nicely finish a play for you.
Camby has 4 points and 7 rebounds. In 10 minutes off the bench, Patrick Ewing gets back in. 5:08 to go in the half. Patrick has only played 11 minutes in this game. Corbin off the screen. Small. Shot clock to 3. Ward knew it, got the floater. Charlie Ward penetrates and gets it to Camby. Shot clock to 4. Marcus feeling it off the bench. He has 6 points and 7 rebounds.
And the ball movement in that offensive play was much better, the best I've seen in this game so far.
Biggest Knicks lead, a lead of 3. Mutombo missed the lay-in. Camby has him running. Gray picked it up to Blaylock. Camby with a block. He's everywhere. Knicks by a point. Minute to go in the first half. Sprewell misses. Wave off the basket. He says offensive basket interference for Marcus Camby.
Oh, that was so close. It's very difficult to call that from the side of the court that Tommy Nunes called it on, but nice look by Sprewell. And the ball bouncing high. You see in the second bounce, it was on its way off the rim. I thought a bad call.
Knicks still lead it by 1. Camby with a block. That's his second block. Charlie Ward, Sprewell.
Marcus Camby turning this game for the New York Knicks in the second quarter. Just huge. Marcus Camby on the follow-up, on the jumper, and then right here, look at it, hit the rim the second time, and the ball is off the rim on the...
Larry Johnson open for 3.
Larry Johnson, 29% from three-point range in this series, in the playoffs period. 32% for the season.
Shot clock to 5.
See how far Thomas pushed Long out on the box. Long couldn't set up on the
Off high in game 1, Sprewell. He is not missing in action. Latrell has 19.
The difference between Latrell and Houston is Latrell has the going to the whole game, whereas Houston really relies on mostly all jumpers.
Intended pass for Steve Smith. A point. Childs stepped in. Blaylock went around him. Houston into the ball game for the New York Knicks, along with Sprewell, Johnson, Childs, and Ewing. Look at that graphic. Childs dishes inside to Johnson. Finds Ewing. Larry Johnson got inside. Mutombo with 3 personals laid off, and Larry Johnson has tied it at 52.
Both centers very tentative in their approach to blocking shots right now with 3 fouls.
Larry Johnson has 7 in the quarter. He was scoreless in the first half. Another Hawks turnover. Sprewell. Knicks take the lead. Listen to this New York crowd. About half of the fans here, by my guess, are Knicks fans, and they exploded on that. We're at the Georgia Dome. Imagine how loud it'll be at the Garden. Hawks can tie. Mismatch with Crawford and Childs.
That's got to be
offensive foul on Chris Crawford.
It's got to be. You got to have more offensive moves to get to the post. Chris Childs is
chance to tie. Ed Gray. Got a loose ball foul to the New York Knicks. 10 minutes to go in the game. Ewing has 10 points. He had 7 at the break. 1 free throw in the 3rd quarter, and that basket here in the 4th. On the shot clock. 2.
Solid.
They're a little wacky down at the moment, though. The Hawks fans are. They're trailing by 4. Big sellout here at the Georgia Dome, though. 22,500 when the Hawks had to play Game 5 against Camby. Tips it. Sprewell runs it.
Marcus Camby getting into the act. Excellent peripheral game.
Fake. And the floater. Let's go to Scott Hastings.
Even though Gray made that shot right there, Van Gundy is really excited the way the Knicks are playing in their half-court defense. He actually said if they're going to continue to walk it up, if you'll keep the pressure on in a half-court offense, they're not going to have any time to shoot the basketball. Guys.
Shot clock to 8. Larry Johnson hits the 3. Larry, an excellent 3-point shooter for the 3-man. 62-56 Knicks. LJ has 10. And Gray gets into the traffic, hits the bucket, and will go to 62-58. Camby alone. How high can you fly?
Bob, he got a running start. He started running way before he received that ball. Full head of steam for that dunk.
Knicks match their biggest lead of 6. Gray's been looking for offense. Larry Johnson off to Chris Childs. 7:04 to go.
What Mutombo's thinking about, but look at that, how high he is, almost the rim level with his head, and getting all the dunk you can get out of one play.
Making a good case for raising the rim. Earlier in the year, Camby didn't even play in crunch time. 2 points in first game, 11 here to go with 11 boards and 2 blocked shots. Tyrone Brooks. Long with the offensive board, but Dick Bavetta with a whistle. 8 on the clock for Long. Stripped away by Camby. Sprewell. Camby. A foul on Ed Gray. Long all alone in the corner. Sprewell tipped that out to Chris Childs. Look at Camby. Beat everybody down.
Well, so far, both game 1 and 2, it's been finding some place that has energy, and Sprewell has it again tonight, and they found Marcus Camby. Again, Sprewell baseline on the elbow, the shooter's touch, 3-point play possibility.
And that's the 5th foul on Ed Gray. There's the New York fast break point.
Doesn't look like he's got a lot of lift in his legs tonight.
Which begs the question is, how is his knee?
Yeah.
Steve Smith tried that one from way beyond the arc with Larry Johnson, who leaked out but didn't get the pass. 71-63, Knicks by 8.
And he hasn't shot it long all night. Everything the front of the rim.
He's not exactly having a great time chasing Sprewell being bumped off of the pitch.
I tell you what, sometimes the best defense is a real good offense.
Oh, tough shot. Ewing builds the Knicks lead to 73-63, and that's the biggest. Patrick has 12 points. Shot clock to 6. Blocking foul on Patrick Ewing, but Ewing not in foul trouble tonight. Gotta find offense. Smith hands it off to Long.
Minutes remaining. Knicks holding on to a 6-point lead. They've led by as many as 11 here in this fourth quarter.
But fouling has kept the Hawks in the game and the Knicks turnovers.
Hawks desperate to tie the series. Crawford fakes the three. Johnson on him. Puts up the three. Way short, an air ball. And the Knicks get it back with 1:33 remaining. Crawford's magic not here in game 2. He's just 1 of 7.
So Lenny Wilkins could not believe it. So ill-advised shot attempt by Crawford. Sometimes you have too much adrenaline going on.
Back out to Smith. Smith makes his move. Kicks it out to Long. Long fakes. 2 on the shot clock. Jumper's up. No good. Rebound tipped by Mutombo. Johnson cuts away with it. A huge rebound and up to 3 from Blaylock. Ball knocked away, picked up by Johnson. And the Knicks will now lead this series 2-0 with their 3rd straight playoff road win. As Latrell Sprewell, his 2nd straight 31-point game. And still getting coached from Jeff Van Gundy. 2 spectacular offensive performances from Latrell Sprewell. And the Knicks are certainly in command of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Lenny Wilkins did not think he was going to be down 0-2.
Right, he has some major adjustments. We mentioned the Knick depth, Sprewell, what to do with Sprewell, and also the Hawks' offensive utility. He had no one on tonight. Smith, their top gun, he was atrocious.
And the Knicks are now, hard to believe, 4-1 on the road in the 99 postseason. This from a team that only won 8 games on the road in the entire regular season. Final score in game 2, the Knicks 77 and the Hawks 70. Knicks now lead the best-of-7 series.
The New York Knicks with Larry Johnson, Kurt Thomas, Patrick Ewing, Charlie Ward at the point, and Allen Houston. Lenny Wilkins, the coach of the Atlanta Hawks, the NBA's all-time wins leader. The native of Brooklyn, New York, returning home. He said it's always a thrill to come back home. And the embattled Jeff Van Gundy, his job in peril all season, only now taking the number 8 team in the East, New York, into the conference semifinals and on the verge of taking a commanding 3-0 lead if they can win today. Atlanta 0-13 when trailing 2-0, while the New York Knicks have usually closed out the deal 18-2 when up 2-0. The officials, Ron Garretson, Steve Javie, and Joe DeRosa.
You know, Tom, there's history all over the place with those numbers, and I'm sure Lenny Wilkins did not show 0-13 to his team. He wants them to know that they got to get in the deal this afternoon, and it's got to start at the point with Blaylock and Steve.
34 in game 1. Long, nice move, spins around Thomas to lay it in.
Rare transition opportunities for both teams, as these teams normally like to slug it out as they stagger into their half-court games.
Lenny Wilkins saying they had to rebound to run. That time they got the board and got the transition bucket. Thomas,
and they're not giving him any help.
And 1. Kurt usually needs a couple to get in rhythm. Blaylock off the runner with 3 on the shot clock. His first basket.
And Blaylock does a couple of things very well when he's playing well. He scores inside out, and he really ignites their defense. So watch Blaylock on the ball and coming down to make steals. Back to Thomas.
Open man, Johnson for 3. Nice rotation by LJ, who gives the LJ sign as he goes down court. You like that, Bill?
Oh, I've been really waiting for that one as Lenny Wilkins calls a timeout. I just wish a guy like Knicks, Larry Johnson, who has worked relentlessly to develop a 3-point shot.
See how long they remain is Knicks. As long as they're in front, I suspect. LJ back out to Ward.
But they slough off, so he hits the three.
What they're doing is going at Chris Crawford. And whoever he's guarding, they're going to take him in the low box and making the defense of Atlanta react.
Charlie Ward making that three despite no think. Allen Houston challenging Mutombo.
That's what Lenny Wilkens does not want. The deep shots are going to miss like Larry Johnson did, but to let them penetrate, get to the rim, first two for Allen Houston.
Where was Mutombo?
Mutombo's been a non-factor in this series on the defensive end. His move
checked by Thomas.
Now, this is the same shot Smith could have taken it 5 seconds ago, decides to drive, and he gets two. Good dance by Kurt Thomas, who cannot stick with him out on the perimeter.
Steve, all the Knicks have scored.
He is concerned about.
Coaches don't care. They have something in their mind, and nothing can dissuade them. As Patrick Ewing hits his first shot of the game.
A lot of the explanation for Patrick's success in the second day of back-to-back situation. Overconfidence.
Steve Smith, nice dribble to get free, and he hits his third field.
That time with no idea what he was doing, just come down and give the shot to Mutombo as Sprewell comes in the ballgame.
To a giant welcome from the Garden crowd, replacing Larry Johnson. Latrell Sprewell, nothing sort of sensational in the first. Crawford with the long offensive rebound. To the basket, collision. And a blocking
box now, spins away.
The 6'9 Crawford had it rim out. Offensive rebound for a moment by...
If you're around him and he's not in a position to make a solid play, he'll give you a shot, and he's coming out of the ball game, and the high-flying Marcus Camby is coming in.
One of the stars of Game 2. The problem is you get Thomas out of the game, and Camby comes in. He's been dynamic, 13 rebounds in Game 2.
Well, the special second unit that Van Gundy has now at his disposal certainly has been a major difference in this series. In Atlanta, no depth whatsoever.
Camby knocked it away from Blaylock. Ward missed the shot. Camby tapped it in.
Of a delivery.
Allen Houston gives it to Sprewell. Pops back for space and hits. Made a big hop to create some space between himself and Crawford and knocked it down.
Nice interchange between us.
To await the winner of this series, and we'll have at least a week of rest.
7 on the shot clock for Grant Law.
Bill refusing to give it up. They were supposed to share that replay, folks. Allen Houston, he has 4 points. And away from the ball, whistle stops play.
Dudley. Now Smith wants it, and he wants to make something happen. It is into the floor, but they double team him. It's going to be a tough shot for the Hawks against the clock.
Floater by Tyrone Corbin. Tumble came up short, but then he tapped it in.
The great Sidney Wicks. Are you kidding? College Player of the Year, NBA Rookie of the Year.
Steve Smith with the three-pointer. And just to close the thought on Lenny Wilkens, he's coached and played in more NBA games than any other person in history. One of the 50 greatest players and 10 greatest coaches, has won more games. Marcus Camby slams home his 4th point.
Steve, I don't care how many times Mutombo watches that video. If he's going to stand underneath the hoop and try to block shots, he'll never get any more.
Corbin for 3.
Nice shot.
Mutombo with an offensive board. Steve and I were wondering, Bill, if that video of Camby dunking over Mutombo looked familiar to you at all.
Very familiar. That's what Dr. J used to do to me on a regular basis. When we went into the Hall of Fame together, Dr. J and I, every single one of his highlight videos was of him dunking on me.
Grant Long with a putback as the Hawks continue to pound the offensive board. It's keeping in the game. They have 9 offensive rebounds. They've tied it at 27.
Well, it's been the hot shooting of Steve Smith. He missed that 3, but he's right on the money. And Sprewell back on the money himself. The machine is Steve Smith's attack. And they may not need anybody else but Steve Smith this afternoon.
Right. He's capable, and Steve Smith has put in a...
You team them up with a shot blocking Mutombo. Oh, Camby. Too sweet. He had time to turn around and wait for Mutombo to get underneath that one.
Camby converts the steal into a slam. And New York has a 2-point lead.
Well, you remember all of the controversy about the trade, and now they're also in love with Marcus Camby, but it's the activity that creates it. Ed Gray.
Long missed the putback. Here come the Knicks on the break. Sprewell from Childs.
There's that revolutionary discovery of the fast break that we mentioned in the Showtime. What a novel concept. Outrun your opponents to get easy baskets.
We were talking to Marcus Camby yesterday, and we asked him how he was able to handle all the criticism and the unpleasantness resulting from the trade of Charles Oakley, an extremely popular player. He had a simple answer. He said, I don't read the New York newspapers. And again, the break. This time, LJ on the finishing end.
An 8-2 spread in fast break points for the Knicks. Lenny Wilkins forced to call a timeout. Every single one of the Knicks getting involved here. Camby pokes it away the first time, playing the passing lanes, a la James Worthy of the ex-Laker dynasty in the 80s. And the underneath pass, terrific hands by Latrell Sprewell.
6-0 run by the Knicks. All 6 points coming on the fast break. They lead it 35-29.
Meeting, in fact, did take place, and the Knicks are now denying it because they don't want Van Gundy looking over his shoulder. Finally, I spoke to Van Gundy, and he told me that he understands it intellectually. He understands the process. He says he has feelings, but what can he do? He can't spend all of his time worrying about it. Tom?
All right, Jim, right now things going pretty good for Van Gundy and the Knicks, though. The number 8 team in the East bidding to go up 3-0 in this conference semifinal series.
I bet Dave Checkers not being here has something to do with the fact he didn't want to see Jim Gray today.
After last Sunday, I guarantee it. Corbin misses a 3 underneath. Foul called on Chris Dudley of New York. Patrick Ewing returns to the fray.
Need, and he gives him his scoring. Sprewell has been able to post smaller guards, trying to work his way in against Ed Gray.
Latrell Sprewell playing with such confidence these days.
He has such a dominant right hand. Everybody has to honor that, and he has that spin back move. He has the step back that we saw earlier right in front of the Knick bench.
Mutombo cut off by Ewing. You know the story about Mutombo and Ewing in their summer games with Alonzo Mourning, the Georgetown alums. Tapped in beautifully. There you go. Walt Frazier, Clyde they call him, and a lot of people comparing a Houston and Sprewell to that past Knick guard combination. Camby puts it home.
That was a great pass from Larry Johnson, and he drops it right into Camby. Camby's had a real impact since coming into the ball game.
Just boards already. Blaylock's pull-up won't go.
Now that's a rebound. That's what rebounders live for, coming down the lane.
I think probably because he climbed the back of the guy in front of him.
Wait a second. He just followed this ball in magnificently, saw it the whole way. They could not have called that foul on Marcus Camby.
So great, these recent possessions for Atlanta. Allen Houston was the man that replaced Larry Johnson. Here's Sprewell, hacked by...
Well, gets to the foul line. He's got very few guys who draw the respect of the officials.
Ed Gray out, Sprewell.
Latrell Sprewell. Sprewell and Allen Houston played against each other in their Southeastern Conference days. Sprewell at Alabama, Houston at Tennessee. But now, for the first time this season, they're starting to play very well together. They used to early in the season just stand and watch the other operate. Now playing well together.
Camby blocks it out.
Marcus Camby, another big play. New York leads. Coaches in the Motor City.
Don Chaney, who has been hugely responsible for the Knicks.
Came back in the game long.
It was long. Right into the hands of Sprewell. With Houston for 3.
Good, quick giving up the ball by Sprewell. Sprewell is playing a game right now where if he gets it in 1 or 2 dribbles, he's right up with it. Otherwise, he's looking to get the other guys going, and that's really paid big dividends for Van Gundy.
New York equals its biggest lead.
They're trying to get Steve Smith some room to work. Camby.
A pivot foot, but here's Allen Houston moving beautifully off of the Sprewell penetration.
An example again of how well they're working together these days. Childs backing in on Blaylock, gets it to Houston. Tough fall away shot, Allen Houston, and he's in double figures with 11.
Houston got it going early by getting to the hoop. Couple of foul shot attempts, found his rhythm, and now the fadeaways, the long distance bombs are finding their range.
Well, the thing for Blaylock and the Hawks is to stay close, and so they've got to move the ball, move people a little bit quicker, and get off the perimeter. Smith is going to have to go against the clock.
Got the shot away, got his own rebound, and pumped it home. Well, that breaks a run where Long and Gray had scored the last 12 Atlanta points.
Injuries have hurt so many players' careers. I would have loved to have seen an injury-free Steve Smith have a 15-year career.
Well, despite his little dry spell the last few minutes, he has 17 in this first half. Houston missed that one. Dudley!
Well, Steve Smith is saying he was in the cylinder. It looked like that ball was above it, but Dudley's going to get 2.
You can't stop Chris Dudley. You can only hope to contain him.
He has 4 points, 5 rebounds.
Hey, Bill, I just want to tell you, Smith's career is not over. I mean, he may not get 15, but he's still around.
Wow, tough 3-point shot by Mookie Blaylock. Chris Childs was right in his face, and Mookie popped it in. 10 seconds left in the half. Houston bounces in. Allen Houston.
That will forever be known as the Miami bounce.
Now stay tuned for the Prudential halftime report coming up after these messages. You're watching the NBA on NBC. The second unit continues to pay dividends.
The Knicks as a team shooting 51%, but it was Latrell Sprewell who's playing at a faster pace than everybody else is, setting him up, and Marcus Camby contributions in every aspect. The Knicks getting up and down the court. Latrell Sprewell virtually unstoppable, and when Marcus Camby can play passing lanes and finish, there is nothing that the Atlanta Hawks can do about it.
The New York bench outscoring Atlanta 24-6 and out-rebounding them 13-1. New York with a lead despite only 2 first-half points from Patrick Ewing. Oh! Three-pointer by Charlie Ward as New York.
Atlanta would have a chance.
Larry Johnson. Bounty got his own. And an offensive foul on Steve Smith of Atlanta. Things unwrapped.
Doesn't have the second half quickness to get open.
Allen Houston. Timeout Atlanta. Well, in retrospect, that 39% shooting by the Hawks in the first half looks pretty good.
Sizzling.
The Garden with the Stars are out for game 3. Richard Lewis is here playing a little air guitar. There's Matt Dillon. Puff Daddy. Spike Lee, of course, in his courtside seat. Tim Hutton. And Chris Rock.
3 on the shot clock.
Ewing got it away. And hit. Only his spins and one. In the first 2 games, they've still been in every game. Mutombo. Those easy shots. Houston.
Lenny Wilkins needs another timeout. I think they have to go have a shoot around real quick in the auxiliary gym.
Well, if you can't finish at the other end, you can't give up the opportunity.
Walt Frazier, of course, courtside for today's game.
Dave Checketts would not be doing his job. Lineup for the Knicks that once they get running here, once the refs stop blowing the whistles, Dudley, just throw it up there and Dudley will take care of the rest.
Slammed it down. He has a half dozen points. You didn't call Dave Checketts, did you? They mentioned everybody else calling it, expressing interest.
No, but I think that Chris Dudley has to play with. He's got 7 rebounds in his life, but here's a guy who's got diabetes, who gives himself 4 injections of insulin every day. He has to take blood tests virtually on 4 times a day himself. Before every meal, before he goes to bed, has to give himself a shot. That's a tough way to go. And he just picked up his 4th foul. Corbin. Out of bounds to New York.
That is the one flaw in the Hawk offense. You just can't stay out on the perimeter when you're struggling, and they've been tossing balls up there since we started the second half with very little success. They've got to get in a position where they can bring the ball to the hoop, get to the free throw line.
Look at this movement without the ball for the Knicks. Unheard of.
Gamby
from Sprewell. Who are these guys? Double figures from Marcus Camby. Long. Rebounded by Houston. Beautiful. Sprewell, touch pass. And a foul on Atlanta. Leads the Atlanta attack. But it's been Larry Johnson, Patrick Ewing, Marcus. Candy, Dudley. Over Mutombo. Chris Dudley's been a contributor today. Throw it down. Sprewell against Blaylock. Laid it in.
The back of the rim, and it was a perfect outlet to a breaking Sprewell, and they have the Hawks on the ropes.
Timeout Atlanta. New York has scored 9 in a row.
Staff and very loyal players, and he learned a hell of a lot from Pat.
Pat Riley is who you refer to.
Yes, I do. He's the best coach in the history of the NBA.
I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. Mr. Van Gundy, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There might be other...
Didn't make Coach Van Gundy cry. I think Bill's pretty tough himself. You know, I think the old man is pretty tough himself. Meanwhile, the man who coached for 40 years, his prayers have been answered. The Hawks started the third quarter 0 for 10, and the fourth quarter 0 for 5.
Well, the Dudley free throw routine.
All right.
We're seeing it now. And here's a guy, we said earlier he has diabetes.
Now, what about his free throw form? Now, I want you to critique that.
This is beautiful. This is sheer grace. But Chris Dudley, who does have the diabetic problem, he runs a camp for diabetic kids, free for them to come there. Has to limit it to 64 kids because of the doctor-nurse ratio he has to have per kid. And so it's a very special thing out in Vernonia, Oregon, a suburb of Portland.
Way they're going to check out. Have a way to score the ball as the crowd brings their energy up for the defense of the New York Knicks. They've been working against the shot clock the entire second half. 5 for Grant Long.
Misses the 3. Dudley and Mutombo locked up. Dikembe assessed the foul and scratched just barely to make the playoff. And there's the block shot by Camby. Sprewell, that could be a goaltend.
Out of the ball game, Rick Brunson in as LJ gives him that celebration with the signal that this one is in the hopper.
Even Herb Williams is doing the... Absolutely right. Dudley. 14 points.
Hanging around the rim, got 10 in the quarter, and the crowd is going nuts here in New York.
Steve, I'm still waiting for that Atlanta run.
Well, Bill, it's not coming today. I think the Hawks have flown, and, you know, it just continues in the series. They cannot score, and if you can't score, as McLeod scores, they just have not been able to see them go down.
Herb Williams, in his 18th season, who has appeared in over 1,100 NBA games, is about ready to come in. That's akin to the victory cigar. Camby.
Tom, we did the first game of the season here at Miami at the Knicks, and Marcus Camby was an absolute non-factor and showed no signs whatsoever. Now he is arguably their second best player behind Latrell Sprewell with the contributions that Marcus Camby's been making. Herb Williams. Marcus Camby has 13 points and 6 boards, countless intimidations, a number of blocks. Sprewell to the bench, but it's been Marcus Camby just doing so many things.
Well, New York led only 6 points at the half, but they turned up the defense on Atlanta to start both the third and fourth quarters. Atlanta was 0 for 10 to start the third, 0 for 6 to start the fourth. In each quarter, they went over 5 minutes without a field goal, and that sealed the deal for the New York Knicks. The Atlanta Hawks have never advanced past the second round, and New York about to go 7-1 against Atlanta all time in the playoffs.
And the worst thing about it is they put themselves in a position as Childs bust in, can't finish. And when you're down 3-0, nobody's come back from that. The Philadelphia 76ers gave it a valiant try this afternoon to get started. The Hawks, if they continue to play like this, will be eliminated tomorrow night.
Would start a week from today. Jeff Shepard, the rookie from Kentucky, enters the game for the Atlanta Hawks. And meanwhile, Chris Dudley, to a giant ovation, goes to the New York bench.
Terrific.
Fouled out with 14 points.
Fouled out. When you get an offensive game like Chris Dudley, forget the defense and just wait for him to bring you the ball. The cheers of Dudley resounding. It brings a little smirk to Chris's face.
A little sheepish smile at that. I don't think he's heard that too often. Final minutes. The Knicks will be looking for the sweep tomorrow night. That game will be on Turner. Camby with a jam.
The ball movement, we talked about it from the very beginning. Everything warm and fuzzy for the Knicks again.
The real story will be how do the Hawks respond to this beating this afternoon and whether they can come back and even make a series of it to avoid the broom.
And the New York Knicks will take a commanding 3-0 lead on the Atlanta Hawks, looking for the sweep here at the Garden tomorrow night. New York had 5 players in double figures. Houston and Sprewell 17 each. Camby had 15, Dudley 14, and Larry Johnson 12. 17 each for Atlanta were Long and for Smith, but Steve Smith had 17. Allen
Houston on the baseline, hits the runner, and the Knicks are up 3-2.
They are.
Patrick Ewing over Mutombo. Patrick's first basket of the evening. Patrick had only 2 for 12 from the field with 4 points in yesterday's game, although he did play 24 minutes. Ewing comes away with it. 3 Atlanta turnovers. Steve Smith got a piece of that. Houston for 3. A 7-0 New York run.
Ewing in the deep corner looking for a shot, nails it big time. Multitude of injuries, playing hurt right there after the jump shot. Nobody around him obviously came down wrong on his leg. Tough situation. He's been heroic playing with a lot of pain in these playoffs.
Bad knees, Achilles, pulled rib muscle. 8 on the clock for Atlanta. Steve Smith, the open look, it's 10-6.
Nice rhythm on that one bouncing pull-up.
Atlanta now 3 of 12. That was the first bucket for Smith. Mookie Blaylock started out and is still 0 for 3 from the floor.
Look at the ball movement. Strong side, weak side, then going to Patrick. They got the defense moving. That gives him the ability to play one-on-one against Mutombo, and that's his favorite jump shot in that corner.
Patrick missed his first 2 shots, hit his last 2. It's 12-6 New York. You hear the crowd, Sprewell about to enter this game. But first, Steve Smith, that's a 2 just inside the line. Latrell Sprewell brings this crowd to their feet somewhere around the 5 or 6 minute mark of the first period, followed usually closely by Marcus Camby. Allen Houston's turnaround.
14-8 New York.
Talked to Allen before the game, Bob, and he says, hey, we're feeling it. I'm feeling great. And he did admit that shot against Miami has boosted his confidence. And he didn't want to tell me at first, but he did admit it eventually.
He's 3 for 3 from the floor, has 8 points. That includes 2 free throws. Steve Smith with a flat jumper doesn't go. Loose ball foul. Latrell Sprewell enters the game. He led all New York scorers in the first 2 games, 31 and 31, 26.3 average for this series, shooting 49%.
Bob, when they love you in New York, they really love you. Spree came out here 45 minutes before the game and started just shooting around, and the crowd was cheering for him when he was shooting in the warm-up.
Blaylock's runner with 5 on the shot clock. Knicks by 4.
Oh, nice. Look at the ball movement. Look how they're moving the bodies. I've never seen a New York Knicks team, Bob, banging it from that far out on the perimeter with ball movement on both sides of the floor.
And an open look for Charlie Ward, draining the 3. 17-10 New York. Knicks are 6-2 in this playoff run. They won 4 in a row. Kurt Thomas with a rebound. Mark West, the aging veteran, trying to stop Patrick Ewing. Couldn't keep him out of the paint. Patrick has 6 points. Chris Crawford answers quickly his first basket.
And that's a rare, easy basket for the Hawks. It's something they have to try to get more of.
Jeff Van Gundy with a timeout. Remember, he was very disappointed in the early defense of the Knicks yesterday. Who always follows closely on the heels of the entrance of Latrell Sprewell. They're both close friends off the court, and they're certainly turning into an exciting tandem. The future of the New York Knicks.
Another live body on the floor for the New York Knicks.
Shot clock to 8 for Mookie Blaylock. Smith. Rebound Mark West and the putback.
Good body position by Mark West. Got those wide shoulders, can clear out a little room for himself. Early.
Bob, it was a practice day with the New York Knicks. It was kind of funny. Marcus Camby complaining that he had hurt his back in Game 3 when he tried to take a charge. He said, Coach, I don't know if I can play that kind of defense anymore. Coach looked at him and said, you didn't hurt your back taking a charge. You hurt your back looking at Grant Long as he went by you shooting layups. Bob?
Ow. Camby with the rebound. Back looks okay there. By the way, Camby's played for 3 coaches in his first 3 years in the NBA. 2 at Toronto and Jeff Van Gundy. Penetration, Charlie Ward, and Camby with the easy basket.
Bob, it's his ability to be live. Defensively, he's live. Offensively, moving into the slots, going after that loose ball. Very good offensive rebounding.
Gray into the game, passing to Grant Long. This is Ed Gray. 7 on the clock. The runner goes down for Gray. Gray is the Hawks scoring threat off the bench with, of course, Alan Henderson and LaFonso Ellis not able to play due to their injury.
One of the only guys on the Hawks that's able to really consistently take it to the bucket with some authority. About right now, the New York Knicks are getting any shot they want, any place on the floor that they want. This is not the type of Hawk defense that we're used to seeing. No body contact, playing very soft.
22 seconds in the period. Inside to West. Fouled by Marcus Camby, and Chris Dudley enters the game for Patrick Ewing.
And one of the things you're talking about, Camby, Ward finding the way. Look how the movement of Camby coming from the strong side, just filling into the gaps. Just a little
small to Atlanta.
Well, look at the difference when Chris Dudley comes in the game with Sprewell. That's their athletic team, Chris Dudley.
31 points in game 1, 31 points in game 2 for Latrell Sprewell. Knicks up by 9, their biggest lead. Anthony Johnson having problems. 10 on the clock. Ed Gray spent blocked by Latrell Sprewell. Saved by Latrell Sprewell. Behind the back. That's going to be on the side.
And Latrell Sprewell and company, a little bit of showtime in their own right. Look at this quick defensive opportunity. Right there, gets beat, but then has the ability to come back and get it. And then a little bit of behind the back action with Canby going to the hole. Tough, hard foul, flagrant foul.
The left hand, yes.
Much more active than Mutombo down there on the low side. Uses quickness that time to get into the middle. Dudley had been just laying wood on Mutombo, not getting anything offensively.
Chris Childs easy to the basket. Past Anthony Johnson. Lenny Wilkins trying to get Mookie Blaylock some rest, but the Hawks are having to pay for it. Anthony Johnson leaning in. Chris Dudley tipping it away. Saved by Grant Long. 5 on the shot clock. Long knows it. Grant Long with his second bucket of the ball game. He has 4. Anthony Johnson, tough defensive job on the quicker Chris Childs. Now posting Sprewell on Johnson. Johnson tried to front him. Required another hard foul from Mark West. Sprewell making him pay. From Anthony Johnson to Grant Long.
It's a very good look.
Minutes in this first half. Picked up 2 quick fouls.
I wonder if anybody's going to make him answer the fact that he guaranteed a win.
Stolen by Sprewell. The double clutch jam. That brought them to their feet. 35-24.
The one thing the Hawks don't want is this crowd to really get into this game.
Look at the Knicks' energy on defense. Shot clock to 10. Smith's going to take the 3. And a big one it is. Had the penetration, but Mutombo was there, so Chris answers.
Yeah. But you see how live he came when he almost had a chance to get a shot off.
Allen Houston. Hawks ball. What a frenzy of plays. Steve Smith got Houston. Knicks by 8. Sprewell. Pull up. He has 9. Knicks go up by 10.
Sprewell, Houston pulling for each other. Finding out a way to trust each other and believe that the other guy is doing the right thing is the reason this team has changed, and now a different team going into the semis.
Charlie Ward with the first bucket of the third quarter. A steal by Allen Houston. Patrick getting into that paint for his patented turnaround jumper. 12 for Ewing.
And you see the 2 dribbles to get his rhythm, and then right to his spot on the floor. Nice ball away. 6 for 9 shooting. Patrick Ewing.
Double team on Smith. The Hawks very careless with the basketball. Got a loose ball foul, and it's going to be on Chris Crawford. That's his second, and we're going to be joined again by Spike Lee, Knicks super fan, we might call him, among other accomplishments. Spike, you look like with your towel, your cap, your colors there, you're really ready for Reggie Miller.
I think, you know, this is going to be our year. I was in London for Game 5 in a bar, watching on the satellite, and when that ball dropped through the hoop, I said, this is our year. So we're going all the way this year.
Hey, Spike, what do you think's been the difference? Early in the season, New York Knicks struggled, but now they've got it going on all cylinders.
Well, they just needed time to gel, and truthfully, Van Gundy was not playing Spree Canby. I don't think that those really the type of ball players. Again, that's the whole thing, the static with Brunfeld, but we're rolling now, though.
But they took a little while to gel. Now they're playing a lot more up-tempo basketball.
Up-tempo basketball. At the same time, I still think people need to appreciate Patrick Ewing. If you look right now, he can hardly go up and down the court, but he's out there. He's giving his all. And I think Patrick's finally get his ring this year. Finally.
We've said that Patrick very heroic in the Miami series, out here playing hurt, and that's what the old guy has to do. You know what old vets do out here. But I know you were saying bring on Reggie Miller, right?
Well, it's gonna, we got a history with the Pacers, and they got a great bunch of guys. Reggie, Mullen, and Mark Jackson from New York City too, Brooklyn. So we're looking forward to the series who starts Sunday.
See, I think Reggie Miller makes you put on your game face as he gets up in your mug and talks stuff.
Well, we're going to have something for Reggie this year.
Okay.
We got something for him.
You want to give us a hint on what it is?
Nah, I can't do that, but...
Charlie Ward.
We'll find out soon enough.
All I can say about Reggie Miller's spike is 8 points in 8.9 seconds.
That's true, but we came back to win that game in Game 6 in Indiana, and nobody thought we were going to win that game.
Okay, touche.
And I'm glad we won because they would have killed me in New York behind that Game 5 that we lost.
Allen Houston has 16. Sprewell and Canby have not been on the floor in this period. But here they come.
Spike, will you be traveling back and forth to Indiana?
Oh!
Spike, you have the ball?
I got out of the way. Charlie played football.
Yeah, he did, in fact.
Will you be traveling back and forth to Indiana during the series?
I'm not going to talk about Indiana yet because they give me a hard time in Indiana, Marcus Square Arena, but I'm probably going to try to make it deep in the series.
Wait a minute now, you're not scared to go to Marcus Square, are you?
I was scared Game 6 that year.
Kurt Thomas with a foul on Dikembe Mutombo. Knicks continue to lead it by 16. Hey, Spike, thank you very much for
joining. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Seeing you.
Okay.
What a fan, Spike Lee. Got a nice little jumper of his own. Short range, though.
Mutombo at the free throw line as the Hawks trail it by 16. Scott Hastings.
Bob, Spike Lee was just talking about Patrick Ewing playing injured, and you've been talking about in the first half. I talked with Mike Saunders, a longtime trainer, sitting there right by the coaches on the Knicks bench. He told me Patrick Ewing is the toughest player he has ever treated. He said he doesn't know when to quit. He said, Scott, Patrick should not be playing in this series, and yet he's out there going up and down. Bob?
Yeah, you can see the labor Patrick Ewing when he runs end to end. Ball movement near steal. Blaylock. Sprewell keeps it alive.
You know, I have to
travel. It'll be a turnover.
I have to think that with the way the game is going, Patrick out there fighting. We've always documented how well we think he's doing. But I think maybe he should be taken out of the game so that he can start to get some rest. He needs a couple of days to really start to get his body back together.
He has 12 and 6, does Patrick, in this ball game. As you know, Patrick has a lot to say about when he leaves the game himself. Gray gets the pick from Mutombo. Punched away by Kurt Thomas. Saved by Gray. 3 on the shot clock. Here comes Sprewell.
He was made head coach of the New York Knicks. Of course, Dave Checketts earlier today, as we reported, announced that he had conversations with Phil Jackson. I also talked to another member of the New York staff, if you will, and he said Van Gundy has been unbelievable. So there is at least some support for Van Gundy to stay on as coach here.
Well, he's really been focused on this series. He said, Reggie, before the game, he said, Reggie, listen, over the 10 years, they've had a number of great coaches and only have got to the finals twice. So for us to do this under those circumstances would be a tremendous thing for this organization. So focus is the key for Van Gundy.
Knicks by 13. Shot clock down to 8. Tough shot by the captain, Patrick Ewing. He has 14.
Bob, when you are a scorer, when you know how to play this game, you can find ways to get it done. Patrick Ewing on one leg, 7-for-11 shooting.
And steps out on Blaylock. Blaylock backs up. Kurt Thomas left alone for the short jumper. This is easily the Knicks' biggest lead of 17. Hawks see it slipping away. Good pass into the tumble, but Kurt Thomas was there to rake it away. It'll be New York ball. Timeout Knicks. 64-47. They've held the Hawks to 10 points in this period. He was runner-up to Reggie Theus. There's Adam Sandler, who finished out of the running. Adam, good to see you. Chris Rock. The celebrities are all out here tonight. Magic Johnson and Richard Lewis just to his right. And Reggie Richard in his all black. You're in your all black. He said he spent almost all day yesterday shopping with you to get you in the right look for this Knicks crowd.
Well, he told me to do it. I said as long as we told each other what we were wearing, it's okay.
There's Ben Stiller. (64-47) Knicks. 2:15 remaining in the third period.
Nothing like the Garden, Bob.
Bad pass intended for Gray, who has to commit the foul on Allen Houston. Lowest before that were 6 seed, Chicago and Houston twice.
But you know, when you look at the New York Knicks team, the team that started.
That's going to be a loose ball foul on Dikembe. 9 Knicks, 20 seconds in the period. Ty Corbin with the rebound. Ed Gray is fouled by Allen Houston with 10 seconds in the period. Second on Allen Houston. Crowd quiet here. Yesterday, in the 3 o'clock game here at the Garden, the crowd was explosive because I think they sensed that going up 3-0 would be the closer.
Yeah.
And tonight it's really been kind of a quiet, let's just make sure nothing happens bad attitude by this crowd.
Well, see, they've been on the edge of their seats starting to
do it together. You can get me out there. Adam, thanks a lot. Let's go back to the table. Thanks, Adam.
Childs and Camby in for the Knicks. 12 minutes left in the Hawks season unless they can make some kind of miraculous comeback. Where the Hawks have scored under 20 points. How about that one? Knicks' only 4-game sweep came in 1969. 30 years ago against the Baltimore Bullets.
The crowd starting to sense of victory, already starting to chant, "We want Reggie." And of course, that's Reggie Miller.
No, I don't know. Chris Childs to Latrell Sprewell. Ewing going a lot more minutes tonight than we anticipated. Jeff Van Gundy said he hoped to rest him a lot.
And he didn't know because he said he would ask Pat in the beginning of the game how much he wanted to play. And right there, you can see that the old fella, number 33, he's never lost the range with his jumper.
8 of 12 is Patrick Ewing, 17 points. He's played 30 minutes tonight. Hawks are going to win the rebounding battle. Unfortunately for them, they can't get any second chance points out of it.
Reggie Miller usually matches up with Houston, and of course you got Rose and McKee.
Offensive board to Mark West. Well, it's turning out to be relatively obvious as we have a loose ball foul.
Playing their best at the end of the season.
Camby gives the Knicks a 20-point lead, which reminds us when we go over and have Scott Hastings interview Jeff Van Gundy.
I feel like waving to him because he said that he would do that.
Yeah, he He said 20 points maybe late in the fourth quarter. I might talk to you about Indiana. That all came because we asked him, talk to us about Indiana in case you win. He says, oh, no way. He's maybe late in the game if we're up by 20.
And I tried to talk him down to 15. He said, no. Late in the game by 20.
Rashawn McLeod in for Atlanta right now. Smith defending Sprewell. Well, let me rephrase that. Smith not successfully defending Sprewell. He has 11. This will be the lowest point total for Latrell Sprewell in the series. New York on a 7-0 run, up now by 22 points, on the verge of a blowout over the Atlanta Hawks. Sprewell finds Dudley. 24-point Knicks lead.
And that's the move that Chris Dudley was working on before the game. The little small jump hook across the lane. What a finisher.
Rashawn McLeod has it stripped.
Chris Dudley before the game, working on his game. I told him the defense is keeping him in, but right here he said, Reggie, I can't miss everything. The little soft runner across the lane right now. New York Knicks shooting 46%.
Rashawn at 6'8", 220. A lot of people like his game. He's just a young player, but how about all the players from Duke who are coming out, following him out into the NBA? Elton Brand, Corey Maggette, William Avery.
It's going to be interesting as you look.
He is icing down the sore knees, the sore Achilles. Knicks 77, Hawks 53.
Only 6 minutes and 52 seconds remain in this basketball game, and the fans in the crowd are getting ready. You can see the sign behind me. Bring on the Pacers. Just moments ago, they're yelling for Reggie, and as you said a while ago, it's not Reggie Theus because he can't hurt him with a headphone on. It's Reggie Miller. These guys are ready for the Pacers.
20.
Bob, with all the driving that the Knicks have done, that's one of the few times we've seen Mutombo plug the middle up.
Reggie Miller.
Thank you, Chris.
All right.
Okay, Chris Rock.
Let's not leave Mark Jackson seconds here at the Garden. And it was a 7-game series win for Indiana, and that's when Pat Riley resigned, you may recall, after Game 7 in 1995.
But when you start talking about the matchup with New York and Indiana, Patrick Ewing, who has not needed to be too forceful in this series because of the inability of the Hawks to guard Sprewell and Allen Houston. But in the next series, they have Reggie Miller, who can guard Houston, Jalen Rose and Derek McKee can guard Sprewell, and of course, right now, this city really wants Van Gundy.
You hear the chants, Van Gundy, Van Gundy. Patrick with a big smile. I haven't heard anybody, blocked by Dudley, I haven't heard anybody saying Phil Jackson since he played here in the early 70s. Not sure they did then. But the crowd, certainly Van Gundy has become the underdog fan. New York loves an underdog as McLeod scores for Atlanta. And Van Gundy has handled all this pressure and all the tabloid stories and all the, frankly, lies that he's had to deal with the front office. And Dave Checkett said today regarding the Phil Jackson conversation, I did lie to Jeff and to the media. I did it to try to protect people from the publicity. But Jeff Van Gundy has handled it with incredible class. And his dad, Bill Van Gundy, who coached him at Brockport State, helped him learn how to deal with the adversity of coaching at a high school, college, or pro level.
And Bob, as a player, dealing with a coach like Van Gundy, he's a regular guy. He's somebody that you can talk to, not only about basketball, but something else if you're having any problems. He treats his players like he wants to be treated, and they really respect him.
2:11 to go on the ball game. And you ask about Reggie Miller, who's been the subject of this conversation today. We ask you this. How prophetic was Reggie Miller last week when he had this comment?
It would only be fitting because of the history between the two teams. Personally, it'd be great It would be great, but it's something we're looking forward to. I think because of the history between the two teams, it would only be fitting that one of us would move on to represent the East.
Words of Reggie Miller. By the way, the Knicks are going to be on a 5-game winning streak in the playoffs following this victory tonight. But remember, Indiana's the only undefeated teams in the playoffs, eliminating Milwaukee 3 games to none, Philadelphia 4 games to none. They're 7-0 in the playoffs. Game 5, Allen Houston under a second. The leaner.
The biggest shot in his career. What a bounce.
Miami eliminated. Knicks move on. Now they sweep the Hawks. And it's a celebration at the Garden. Minute 5 remaining. Rick Brunson and Herb Williams into the ballgame. By the way, Ewing and Herb Williams are the only players remaining from the last time the Knicks played in the finals against Houston. They're about to set more history here at the storied Madison Square Garden. They'll be the first 8th seed ever to Cloud losing it, and the Knicks now celebrating. A lot of soul searching will have to go on for Atlanta. They'll have to remind themselves that they have been without 2 of their strongest front court players in LaFonso Ellis and Allen Henderson. But Herb Williams hits the bucket. Of course, he's the fan favorite here. At 41 years old in his 18th year. 4 seconds. Garden ready to explode. That's the last shot. And the New York Knicks advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. 79-66. 966 Knicks advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. We're not fit.
This is the one that everybody's been waiting for.
Got 16,000 strong. Let's go hard after this bitch. We owe them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ewing with the spin. Miller retreats to the three-point line. Headed to the NBA final.
Reggie for 3. Unbelievable.
Now it's all over.
Yeah, so far.
Ewing and Rose ready to go at it.
Rivals the New York Knicks. After a disappointing regular season, Patrick Ewing's Knicks squeezed into the playoffs. Trell Sprewell had never won a playoff game. Now he's the leading playoff scorer on a team that has won 5 straight in the postseason.
To get to the championship, you have to come through either New York or Indiana.
They think we're a bunch of hicks here, and they never really give us that respect.
This year, we won't be happy, losing in the Eastern Conference Finals. These two teams have faced each other, at these high stakes, numerous times. You're going to see some close games, some good battles. And, I will say that whoever comes out of this series, definitely can say, they were the better team.
Here we are once again, faced with this team with reckless abandon. And we got to go out there and put our gloves on and put our helmets on and go to war. Faces have changed on our team. Their faces on their team is still the same. It's going to be a hard-fought battle. Hopefully we'll win.
Tonight's Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals features the Indiana Pacers and your New York Knicks.
Ewing with the pick. Here's Starks. John Starks with the drive. Ewing puts it down. The New York Knicks headed to the NBA Finals.
Well, I can remember 2 years in a row we took them to Game 7. And 1 year we beat them in the Garden, and the next year they beat us in the Garden in Game 7. So it always a rivalry against Indiana because, you know, you have Reggie and Spike, the whole ordeal.
Miller fires up a long three. That's good. Oh. Reggie Miller from way downtown.
I think anytime you play a team a number of times in the playoffs, you're going to develop a rivalry. One, if you've made the playoffs, both teams are good. Two, familiarity obviously breeds a little bit of contempt.
Just the Knicks and Pacers in a nutshell. And, you know, what better than to have them here again, and especially upon the circumstances of playing them in the playoffs.
Larry Bird said you would rather play New York.
Well, it would only be fitting because of the history between the two.
They want Reggie, they want Reggie. I don't think it's a smart thing to do. But if they're going to continue to do it, then so be it. And I think I've heard him say you got to be careful what you ask for. He's just been that guy to hit that shot. And I think we're going to have to count on him one more time to lead us to the promised land.
Miller for three, and he got it. Reggie Miller with a clutch tray, and it's 105-102. And a steal. Miller retreats to the three-point line and hits again.
Reggie Miller hasn't done anything. Until I get a ring, that's when you're more known. But, you know, you can be known for all the greatest playoff games that you want. If you don't have a ring on your finger, that doesn't mean anything to anybody.
Congratulations to the Indiana Pacers.
It's up to us to show that we belong in this series. And to do that, we're going to have to be more intense, more knowledgeable than they are, and play with a tenacity and passion that makes people say the Knicks came to win.
We're playing great and they're playing great, and it's going to be some great basketball. So we don't worry about what has happened in the past. We worry about what's going to happen now.
Oh, yeah, it's a rivalry. We've been battling each other for about 4 or 5 years now. We mirror each other. We do a lot of things the same.
Don't try for plays that you have no chance of.
Houston made the ball fake and then thought he was bumped as he shot.
He grabbed his
jersey. He did Jalen Rose.
It's a very patient refereeing crew here this afternoon.
Oh, you watch Jalen Rose come down, grab the jersey. He's thinking and one, and he gets nothing.
Johnson for three. Larry Johnson nails the three-pointer. He has 5 in the early going, and New York is up by the margin of that shot.
You can see that the Knicks believe that they can play with this Indiana Pacer team just by their defensive energy and the fact that all of the shots are coming over the top of the defense.
The rebound comes right to Dale Davis, and he hits. Smits to Jackson, and one.
On the low post, you got to make a decision. I think they're better off by trying to make Jackson a scorer and a big scorer and keeping everybody else out of the game. Steals, Sprewell.
Latrell Sprewell just into the game, into the passing lane to pick it off and put it home. Immediate dividend by Latrell Sprewell, who has been New York's spark in this renaissance and is their leading scorer in the playoffs.
But the thing about Sprewell, he's a freelance player, and even though Van Gundy doesn't like him to go for steals, he's the kind of player, if he thinks he can make a play, he'll take a chance.
Jalen has to answer right back and attack Sprewell.
2 young men who grew up in the Detroit area matched up, although they didn't play during their high school or college careers. Houston for 3.
This is a great start for Sprewell. When he comes out and he makes a point of making those big plays. The first time he's on the floor, he's done it with a steal and now the penetration and dish.
He told us sometimes he gambles a little too much for Jeff Van Gundy, but he's just trying to make things happen. Lob to Smits, help from Ewing. 6 to shoot. Jackson takes Childs inside and is fouled.
What Sprewell can do is cover ground very quickly, and you see that ball just lay out there, and once he steps into the passing lane, he's thinking one thing, get to the rim, and you notice the long strides and the ability to change hands, his first score of the afternoon.
Steve, one thing we're seeing, though, with the Knicks early on is what we saw
for the Pacers. Antonio Davis is there as well, and Marcus Camby into the New York lineup.
Well, you know, before the game, Larry Bird told us that he thought the second unit would be the difference between winning and losing, best against the clock missing.
The Pacers are the best offensive team in the playoffs. Sprewell, though, has been the best individual Eastern Conference player. The Pacers have 13 points with 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Inexcusable.
Well, they took the hot shooting Reggie Miller out, and they've been struggling since then. Sprewell comes in. They're starting to get layups as the Indiana Pacers continue to shoot over the top of the defense of the Knicks. Camby
on the pass from Childs. That'll be a goaltend.
It's the types of shots that the Knicks defense is giving up. They're giving up jump shots, and under pressure, they get a call against Patrick Ewing.
Then beat Lenny Wilkins, the all-time NBA coaching wins leader. And what's he gotten for his trouble? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'll pause to give thanks to those who sacrificed so much for all of us. Jalen Rose with a runner. Here in Indianapolis, they opened up a new monument this Memorial Day weekend to Medal of Honor winners in the United States.
And it's really beautiful, Tom. It's right next to our hotel. I've stopped by there on a daily basis. A very emotional, special place.
Patrick Ewing, tough shot. Sam Perkins had a hand in his face.
What were you saying about Patrick Ewing?
I say he's doing just fine, as the rest of the Knicks are. Embarrassing the Pacers on their home court in Game 1. A very flat and uninspired performance.
Well, this is the first time so far in the playoffs that they've had to play from...
Best gives it to McKee right underneath the Davis, who is fouled by Childs. Antonio Davis looks to be injured.
Had those back
so far, piling up fouls one after the other. Camby, well, the offensive rebound.
Going to put Camby out on the wing against McKee.
During the offseason was not a factor in the Chicago loss last season. Beautiful lob.
And a 23. And the fast break has been working for the Knicks so far.
Well, one of the things about the new look New York Knicks is that everyone thinks that this is a new philosophy, and really what it is a throwback to an old basketball philosophy. Score before the defense can get set up, and that's what New York is able to do with that small, quick lineup. And if they can attack and stay in that mode, they have a big advantage. Ewing against Davis.
Misses that one. Ewing has it. Again, Larry Bird said, which second unit outplays the other is the key. Sprewell with a tough shot. Tapped in. Lumbers on the baseline and scores.
Well, the best thing about that is there was no play. When a guy falls down, there's no sense in running a play, and Sam Perkins made him pay, but their benches come in and change the difference of the game. Johnson for three.
LJ knocks down the three. He has 7 New York points.
Larry Johnson has become a much better and improved three-point shooter. Not really part of his game, really, until this playoff run.
32% three-point shooter during the playoffs.
Move and sit down and then come back into the ball game. So we'll watch that as the game goes on.
I'm sure that's why it bothers him here.
I'm surprised the Knicks haven't started doing that. Nice three-pointer. Good sign for Chris Giles, whose three-pointers have really fallen off.
Reggie Miller, first shot since he returned, and he takes up right where he left off. He's only missed 1 shot today. He has 8 points.
Regardless of what happens, though, this has to be a great sign for New York in the first half to stay this close and really to control the flow and the tempo of the game.
When it comes down to it, it's Allen Houston and Reggie Miller making jump shots. Houston.
Nice shot, fall away. Allen Houston over Reggie Miller, who doesn't want to commit that 3rd foul. Smart to go to Houston on Miller.
Absolutely.
Here's Smits, doesn't have a field goal yet. Rose wide open. Johnson, good position, blocking Dale Davis off the boards. Here's Allen Houston. Back to Johnson, he laid it in. Pretty pass from Houston to LJ. Larry Johnson, 11 points, and New York's up by 5.
It's been the defensive energy making some mistakes and then quickly going the other end that's given them an advantage. Miller.
Davis and Reggie Miller. Tap in by Kirk. He has 6 boards in the game. Larry Johnson, 11 points in the first half.
But the Knicks,
when they were up 32-31. Ewing
called appropriately either.
Well, the physical play Mark Jackson to Davis. Dale Davis with 2 consecutive buckets and
the New York Knicks have already had one very physical series against the Miami Heat. They may be better prepared for it than the Indiana Pacers, but the Pacers are showing that they are not backing down. They have been aggressive and attacking, particularly in the half-court set. Will be an interesting final 18 minutes of this ball game.
The Knicks have come out and tried to establish early in this series how it's going to be played. Usually this waits until a team falls behind by a game or two before the trailing
the other way.
Patrick really starting to labor up and down with that bad Achilles.
Well, you know, they have seen some change as Allen Houston gets a 3, but they've gotten back to Mullen guarding Kurt Thomas, and the Knicks have to pick up on that. And as long, because Mullen is going to score when he's out there on the floor, you've got to make him pay at the other end of the floor.
Houston with a 3 has a dozen points. He's tied it at 53. Jackson jump stop. Smith open shot.
Dale Davis.
Got it back from Jackson. Couldn't finish. Thomas has it for New York.
But again, that's Ewing who's stuck in that flat-footed rebounding position, and people are going over the top of him to keep the ball alive for Indiana.
Jackson to Dale Davis for another slam. And Latrell Sprewell answers Van Gundy's call. Dale Davis with 10 points, 6 in the quarter.
No transition hoop without Latrell Sprewell. Good ball movement, New York, though.
Double team of Ewing and a reach-in foul. Mullen got away from Miller. Piece of it by Davis, and then it's knocked in by Thomas. That Mark Jackson has 5 assists in the quarter. Mullen.
You've got Davison as a very physical presence for the Indiana Pacers. Houston.
Allen Houston shoots over the top of Reggie Miller, and Houston has 14.
And Tom, that matchup has
hurt Thomas with his 7th rebound.
Timeout. Van Gundy wants a time, and they don't get it, and they continue to run. He's going to wait and see what happens. Sprewell scores.
Sprewell's floater gets it down for New York. Kurt Thomas has 6 rebounds in this third quarter.
Forward, he was in college at TCU.
He has 6.7 rebounds in this quarter, the former nation's leading scorer. McKee's shot comes up short. Sprewell in a hurry. His pull-up goes.
That's when Sprewell is dangerous, when he gets in that open court and makes that quick stop and pops, and then he'll come right back and go all the way to the rim. Crowd nervous.
Why don't they play Sprewell the whole game?
Then they get nothing off the bench.
They don't get that lift.
You wouldn't need it.
Antonio Davis. Final half-minute plus of the third quarter.
Van Gundy told his team, don't squander the lead. Let's not make a mistake in the final 2 minutes. They've been able to score, keep things going. Ward for 3.
Charlie Ward with a clutch 3. The defender was right there, and he knocked it down. And New York with a 7-point lead, 20 seconds left in the quarter. Antonio Davis against Ewing.
Tough guy.
Wow.
Just like they drew it out.
New York now can get the final shot of the quarter. Ball in Sprewell's hands. Sprewell's runner, and a foul. It's the spark. 17-8 run by the Knicks since Latrell Sprewell came into the game. New York Knicks 70 and the Indiana Pacers 63.
In that second quarter.
Camby is so lively out there in all aspects of the game.
5 on the clock for Antonio Davis.
Against Kurt Thomas. Beat the shot clock, didn't hit it, but Sam, point lead.
Now Reggie Miller's out of the game. Derek McKee noted for his defensive ability against Houston.
But Houston right in his face.
The way the Knicks are crunching down low, making the Pacers come off the box.
Get him the pass, backing his way in.
Blocked by Houston. Rose too hard. McKee. And one.
Takes it, but he's reluctant to shoot the ball. 6 on the shot clock for Perkins.
Great closeout by Camby.
Blocked by Camby. Camby did not travel, and then forces the shot after he got bumped by Antonio Davis.
That looked like he was 5 feet off the ground on that non-call.
That was a foul for sure for Camby. He didn't get it.
Double team. Rose. Jalen Rose works his as did Reggie Miller. Ewing's shot partially blocked by Perkins.
Sam Perkins has a great history of defending big giants. The way he used to kill Ralph Sampson in college. Takes Shaq out of games. He is a huge performer for Larry Bird.
They're trying to get the ball to Miller. They give up on it. 8 on the shot clock. Perkins. Nice save.
It's amazing that Patrick Ewing can even play out there. His ribs have gotten a lot better, but that Achilles on fire with 3 on the shot clock.
And it's not going to get any better. Antonio Davis just threw it up there. Childs takes it the other way for the Knicks. Here's Camby running the floor through the hoop, and a blocking foul on Sam.
0 for 3 in the early days of Golden State.
New York by 5.
Nice defense by Spree.
He's guarding Reggie Miller. Best to Antonio Davis. And one.
His own individual offense is not there.
Johnson over Perkins. Pretty shot.
Less perimeter players this afternoon.
Houston has 16 points, and now that total matched by Latrell Sprewell as he lays it in.
Well, when Sprewell can make a mad dash to the rim, he's very effective. That's where he's done all of his damage against the defense of Indiana with quick strikes.
Mark Jackson on the floor in the fourth quarter. Much of the regular season it was Travis Best, but Jackson playing much better. That's a change Larry Bird has made in his rotation. Smits with a miss, a loose ball foul in New York on Marcus Camby.
Larry Bird telling us the reason he made that change, Tom, of Jackson in for Best at the end was to give the team better offensive rhythm down the stretch. Mark Jackson, of course, so much better. That foul called on Camby, who absolutely cannot believe it.
Well, but Rich Smith should not be the guy shooting the free throw.
Smith's lined up ready to take it as we have a conference between 8. They're able to save it, Indiana.
8 on the clock for Reggie Miller. Looking to Smith.
Jump hook. Rick Smith lost it as Ewing knocked it away on the Childs.
Johnson in front of the pack.
Johnson runs the floor, partially blocked by Antonio Davis. Jackson the other way. Pacers with the ball down 1. Just over 4 minutes left. Miller open 3. Reggie puts Indiana up 2.
One of the few times the Knicks haven't been able to stay with them coming off the myriad of screens that Reggie gets.
Sprewell blocked by McKee.
And he got fouled on that one, and the Knicks are going to have to fight through the non-calls right now and stay in the ball game. Jackson against Childs.
Here's Jackson with a post-up of Childs. Smith.
And they sprint the other way, but you can see the contact, and Sprewell livid about the non-call, and then the Indiana Pacers come back with a big hoop from Rick Game.
Childs for 3. Chris Childs launches a critical 3-point shot and pulls New York within 1.
What the Knicks did that time was move ball, move people, and get an open opportunity for Childs.
Still a very small lineup with the exception of Ewing for the Knicks.
Rick Smith against Smits. Patrick Ewing. Tough shot. Allen Houston got a screen from Ewing. Johnson. Ewing guarded by Antonio Davis. Working his way in. Pounding. Goes up. He'll shoot 2. Fouled by Davis.
Mark Jackson, he crashes into Ewing to tell him, Mr. Free. So you just want to make sure that you keep him in front of you
And the old Warrior is 5 for 5 at the free throw line today. He hits them both, and New York leads by 1, 50 seconds left.
Mark Jackson's got to think score now because they're not coming to double team him at all this time.
All right, they're going to look for Reggie Miller. This is Reggie all the way. They just got to find some place to get him the ball. The Knicks react, and Davis was open under the hoop. 8 on the clock.
Ewing popped out to prevent the Miller shot. And now here's a foul on Childs with 4 on the shot clock.
A lot of time left in this game.
Van Gundy, I mean, right here, they're out in front, hands in the back, and this is where they're going to call the hand check, and it's a tough call because there's been a lot more contact. Jackson at the line.
That's a bad call.
Free throws all even, 20 of 25 each end of the floor. And now Jackson, who hits 82% in the regular season, sinks that one. Kurt Thomas replaces Latrell Sprewell for New York.
Sprewell is not happy about this. This is money time.
They're going to call a timeout here. They're just giving him extra chance to rest, and they're putting some rebounders in there. And they only have 1 timeout left. Remember, Portland got burned at the end of yesterday's game with no timeouts.
Missed it.
Over the top, Antonio Davis with a loose ball foul. Ewing had position again. And Patrick Ewing perfect at the free throw line today with 14 points and 9 rebounds. We're tied, and now the Knicks go up 1 on the Ewing free throw as Thomas goes out. And
the Pacers are probably going to take a timeout. 5 seconds between shot clock and game before this one is over.
Ewing, clutch free throws. He's 8 for 8. 6 points in the last minute 40 for New York. And the Knicks lead by 2.
No timeout. Surprising for Bird. The Pacers have had a lot of trouble with close games this year, losing 5 one-point games.
Reggie Miller misses the 3. Rebounded by Childs, and he's fouled. 12.4 seconds left. He scored 25 of his 39 points in the fourth quarter to lead Indiana to a dramatic come-from-behind victory. The following year, he scored 8 points in the final 16 seconds as the Pacers stunned the Knicks with a Game 1 victory en route to their series win. Then, last season, Game 4, his three-pointer in the closing seconds kept the Knicks from tying the series as Indiana won the game in overtime, then wrapped up the series in the next game. Can Reggie do it here? 6.4 seconds left. New York leads by 3.
The Knicks should never give him the chance. You look at the three-point field goal shooters today. Reggie's just 1 for 4. Perkins has got 1. Mullen as well. Foul him. If you're the Knicks, foul him and put him on the line. Only give him a 2-point shot.
Well, possession is everything, and that's what you're talking about right there. You'd rather give them 2 and play the free throw game with them because all you want is the ball back as they try to inbound. Looking for Jackson.
Jackson has it. Forces up a 3 over Childs. Short. Rebounded by Ewing, and the Knicks have done it. The New York Knicks have stolen the home court advantage by winning Game 1 at Market Square Arena, breaking Indiana's 12-game home playoff winning streak. And the underdog New York Knicks, the first 8th-seeded team to make the conference finals, pull off the shocker in Game 1. Jeff Van Gundy, the embattled New York coach, has a sweet victory in Game 1. Let's go to Jim Gray.
Here at Market Square, Patrick Ewing and the New York Knicks came roaring out of their locker room, all full of pep. And with 11:20 and now counting down to the tip, Patrick Ewing and the Knicks trying to take a 2-0 lead as they play Game 2 against the Indiana Pacers. As you hear the roar and the Pacers take the floor here at Market Square.
The Indiana Pacers. Great pass by Jackson into Miller.
Yeah, the Knicks fell apart that time. There was a back screen, ran Reggie down the floor. This is an excellent call in the open floor. They catch Thomas with a cheap shot on Mark Jackson.
Kurt Thomas picks up his first foul for Coach Jeff Van Gundy.
You know, in talking to Jeff,
before the game. They expect this. They expect the Pacers to come out with a ton of energy. The Knicks just have to handle it and stay close.
Jackson Ward, another fine time that he's double-teamed early. Jackson posting up inside and finds it for two. Split, and you could see Mark Jackson easily split that trap. A technical foul has just been thrown on Kurt Thomas of the New York Knicks. See, Kurt Thomas is a volatile player. He is blessed with great tools. He's strong in the upper body. He can score with his back to the basket. He can hit the medium jumper and rebound for you. Plus, he's going to play Rick Smith. Now, already, he's hit twice early. That is a bad tone. It might be Ewing trying to reel it in and does.
Nice.
Inside to Thomas with a great pass by Ewing and a foul.
Beautiful pass by Patrick, looking for the cutter coming down. And if Patrick will do that time and time again.
Another pass, Smith to Davis.
In the middle, that is there.
Johnson against Mullen. Tough matchup for Chris Mullen and a fake by Larry Johnson.
See, Sprewell was hurt for 20 games, and so they didn't get a lot of time to play together.
Reggie Miller got it inside after Dale Davis got the rebound. 5 points for Miller.
Yeah, the offensive rebounding at the Indiana end of the floor is surprising, and it's definitely a big factor.
Larry Johnson plows his way inside for two.
I don't know another play that I would call right now.
Oh, good. Excellent.
I mean, I'm milking that for two reasons. One, Larry Johnson can score, and two, you get Chris Mullen off the...
Houston, Johnson, and Ewing.
Interesting, the complaining you heard more. Oh, my.
Wow! A three by Reggie Miller.
That's one of the things that in game one, the Knicks limited.
Smith with the 10. Thomas got a hand on it. Still fighting on the baseline. A foul called on the New York Knicks.
Someone is going to have to find Dale Davis. Not only on the offensive boards, he's cutting. Whoever is guarding him, Kurt Thomas, is taking his eyes off his man, and Dale Davis is cutting to the basket, and they're finding him. Now, you don't think that Dale Davis is an offensive player, but if you cut by yourself under the bucket, they're going to find you, and he's going to make things happen.
Shooters, they make them in the morning practices. They make them in the night sessions. They go and shoot on their own on game day, and as soon as you put on the lights, all right, unfortunately...
Ewing is called down low. Another foul on Patrick Ewing, his second of the game.
Yeah, I like the way this game is being refereed. And when you think about it, they are cleaning everything up off the dribble and posting up. And yet, the ferociousness on the offensive glass here tonight has been outstanding at both ends.
Yeah, that's a good point, because they're cleaning it up on one end, but they're allowing both teams to still play hard. You can play hard and not foul.
That's right. That's
right now, one team is fouling.
You talked in the open about the first center with 2 fouls is in trouble. Ewing now has 2.
Yeah, and that's big, because you can see both coaches were trying to get the other guy off the floor.
Another foul call.
Have to be
on one post play with Reggie Miller and Jackson. When they went to their movement, they came back in the game, got ahead, and got a lead. And once they did, they went right back to the one-on-one play again. Movement is the key. That's why they look so good here early.
Jeff Van Gundy actually wants.
Looked like they were trying to double Jackson as he tried to post up, and a whistle away from the ball. Now they're going to call it on Childs inside, working on Jackson.
Here we the motion right now from the Pacers is terrific.
Oh, and from press row. And from press row.
Wow. Come on.
Indiana has never trailed. Only tie has been at 2. Houston to Johnson to Dudley with a nice hook inside.
See, you were criticizing he on his foul shooting. He has a great jump hook. So he's going to show us that now for the rest of this game.
He really does, but why let him get it off if he can't shoot foul shots?
Jackson on Sprewell. Snaps it outside to Antonio Davis. Childs the rebound. Mullen knocked it away. It's off of Childs. Childs loves the aggressive, pretty defense inside. But he draws a foul. 4-on-3. Houston to Sprewell for 2 with a great slicing move.
Now first, a great block by Camby in traffic. Then the excellent quickness of the second unit. And then the man who can finish. He not only breaks, and he has the quickness, but he finishes.
And a couple fast break points, Hubie, what you were talking about earlier. One Davis to another. And a 3-second violation.
By the way.
They don't get headlines, but they go to the bank.
Their wives and family are happy.
Very happy. Here comes Larry Johnson. Working on Mullen with a nice spin move inside.
Right now you have Jalen Rose coming off the bench, and this is needed. But right now you have to give Bird a lot of credit. He hung with Mullen because he wanted him to get off to a good start.
And Sprewell on Jackson. Great feed to Antonio Davis, but he moved 1-2. Goes in for the first time. Johnson is there. And illegal defense.
And it's illegal defense.
Joe Forty had the... I guess he's in full throat tonight. Larry Johnson grabbed a new religion. It's changed his life, he said, and he's a better player for it.
Well, you can see, they put Mullen on him. He scored. They tried Rhodes. He scored. Now they're trying McKee, and he's on the free throw line. That's 3 different guys already who have guarded 4 if you count Dale Davis, who has guarded Larry Johnson. So right now, the go-to player for the Knicks is Larry Johnson.
And Matt Dudley kicks it out to Dale Davis.
Now the Knicks played that as well as you can play a post-up guy that has an advantage. The Knicks front the post-up man. The double teamer, Dudley, came from the other side, but then you've got to give credit for the pass. Unselfish play.
Nice screen by Johnson.
If I'm Portland, I'm concerned. They have not scored 20 points in 6 of the 8 quarters played. That is a major issue.
Houston over Travis Best, and he devours him inside.
Yeah, that's the one part of the game that no one talks about with Allen Houston. He is a terrific post player.
Travis Best is in. Sam Perkins in for the first time. Rose remains. Antonio Davis and McKee. Rose.
For LJ's 8 points, but it is now his job as he's guarding him. We'll see what happens there. Kevin?
Thank you, Dee. As Travis Best hits a long-range 2, something we have not seen a lot of in this series or in the playoffs from Best.
Well, you haven't seen a lot of him, and that's because he's been in foul trouble. He can't stay on the floor, so he really has no offensive rhythm.
Oh, the power and the speed of Sprewell just took Best right inside.
Well, it doesn't matter what Best does. He can defend them, slide perfectly like all the defensive drills, and then Sprewell jumps over the top of him.
Exactly.
I mean, come on, he negates all of that defense.
I guarantee you he looked at Bird and said, I'd rather guard Houston.
Yeah.
Let's see if we see the switch next time down. Rose spinning for position. Dudley with the rebound. Here comes Houston. Rose will be on him. Hamby guarded by Best against Johnson. Into Dudley. Oh, I can't believe in the process he drew a foul out of the New York big men down low, and Dudley Best pass and set up everybody else when he's manning the point. Ward to Camby. Nice slithering move.
Oh, back to Camby after going to him once, and he turned the ball over.
Finals. Screen by Davis. Best finds room and looks for Davis. Dudley knocked it away.
Should have shot it early. Had a shot right off the pick. Took one more dribble and put himself in trouble.
See, he's got the mismatch, and he wants to go one-on-one for the advantage. Good pass.
Nice feed by Dudley. Larry Johnson buries the 3. He's only a 23 career three-point shooter.
Big thing right now, you can say, hey, the Knicks bench is starting to get it done right now without the fast break. Well, it's difficult to fast break. You only can do that off the first turnover. They got it because Indiana's been shooting a nice percentage. It's so difficult to get any type of a rhythm.
And when people were saying, well, why hasn't he been on the floor? And we've talked about the poor shooting and the fouls. I'll tell you why. His name is Allen Iverson. That's why. He'll put you in foul trouble.
Yeah, right. I love it when everyone says, well, just stay in front of him. Sure. Yeah, okay.
Jalen Rose. Rebound by McKee and a fresh 24 with 7:18 to play in the second quarter. Hamby picks up another. Number 2.
Now this is just a great move. Dudley knew that he was out of his range, and he swung it right to Larry Johnson. You know, a lot of people say Larry Johnson has just started to make three-point shots. Well, in 96, Larry Johnson made 67 threes for Charlotte. He could always hit that shot.
Here's my question. You leave Larry Johnson open behind the three to go to Chris Dudley at the three-point line?
Excitement, pressure of the moment.
Yes.
And I was forced to rotate. You want another excuse or what?
Jalen Rose spinning inside. Knocked away by Houston. Picked up by Antonio Davis in the lane. 2-on-1.
It's the Pacers who are getting fast break points and easy buckets, something they didn't get in game one.
Sprewell just dragged two defenders in and left Ewing free on the wing.
Well, anytime you run pick and roll against Indiana, you can get that shot, that 17-foot jumper at any time.
Best with the miss out of Bushing.
That shot's there.
Sprewell inside, off balance, and down. A majestic shot again by Sprewell.
Now, that is a high percentage. Degree of difficulty shot.
He should get more points for the degree of difficulty. Perkins. Miller thought about three, rotating to best. Out to Rose for three.
They had both options there. Ewing was open and Sprewell was open. That's no good.
Miller picked up the foul. Great pass by Ewing. Rose knocks counted for two.
During the year, you could cut all you wanted if you had a Knicks shirt on. All right, you would get the fake, and you would then clear out, and Larry Johnson and Ewing would pound the air out of the ball. It's nice tonight. They're actually hitting the cutters.
Miller sneaks it outside to Perkins. Knocked away by Sprewell. 8 seconds to shoot. 4:40 in the second quarter clock.
Track Miller! Track Miller!
Got to talk about guard play for Indiana before the game.
Yeah, and more point guard play, which I thought was vital for Indiana. And both point guards are having a big game.
Jackson! The Pacers have their biggest lead tonight.
And they're doing it with effort. It's all effort plays.
Houston is doubled. Ward. Into Miller. And up. Rebound inside. Collected by Miller. Now Indiana has numbers. 4-on-1. Over the
Now, Reggie Miller just went with a little flop. Everybody's a little nervous here right now. Mark Jackson's over 6.
Ewing inside.
Movement is beautiful. They sliced Miller first, came with the screen and roll, took the roll right into the basket, and then they attacked hard. They're catching the Knicks out of sync in the rotations.
Exactly, and I also think effort. In game one, there was none from the Pacers. In game two,
53% from the field. And a foul here called on Allen Houston. As Patrick Ewing here's the booze cascading from the upper decks here at Market Square.
Now here's your slice by Reggie Miller. As soon as he goes by, they're looking down inside. And you can see that.
Because Reggie Miller is going to make sure you know.
Well, that was his 8th foul shot attempt in this game.
Dale Davis is on Larry Johnson. Great seductive fake by Larry Johnson. Oh, what a play.
Now, he stayed with it. You got to give him credit. He stayed with it, and he gave more than one move on Dale Davis. And as soon as he saw him rising up, he made the quick step.
He made a move with every part of his body as the Knicks get the Indiana turnover. Houston orchestrating inside Johnson. Another fake that draws them out of their shoes, and Johnson's got 15. Nice little run by the Knicks in the first half.
Well, you say, well, you can't fast break unless you force turnovers and then hold them to one shot. The Knicks have been poor defensively when the team is shooting over 55%. Hey, how can you get out on the break? Right here.
Another New York steal. Johnson.
No. That shooting percentage will drop. The Knicks will be out on the floor forcing fast breaks, and you can see it's 3-on-1, 3-on-2 when the Knicks chances are there.
And this is a small lineup, again, from New York. Same thing in game one.
Nice drive by Antonio Davis. stopping a 6-0 New York run.
The Knicks play in spurts. They have through the season and throughout the playoffs.
Johnson again. Dale Davis is there at the isolation. Johnson. This time fires and hits.
Oh, you knew it because he set him up with the first time. First time, pump fake. Davis buys it. He gets the layup. You knew there was no way that Dale Davis was going to jump at that fake right there. And LJ knew it also, and that's why he took the shot.
Sprewell and Jackson. What a pass! Knocked away inside by Canby. Here comes Sprewell out of the pack. Good at the toes. By Dale Davis, a fresh 24.
You can see there a rebound where Patrick Ewing just did quick move.
There's a Ewing rebound and quickly triggers it off to Ward, who finds Thomas, who fires him.
There should be help there because there's no time to pass it out.
Another nice move by Johnson. Counted for 2, and they'll go to the free throw line.
I mean, you look here and you look at this post by Mark Jackson. There's 2 seconds, 3 seconds on a shot clock. If there's a trap, there's no time for another shot. I'm surprised that there was no help on play.
Well, they've been late a lot tonight, Doc. This is not that team that we were talking about leading the playoffs, only giving up 79% and only giving up 37% in shooting. But tonight, Indiana over 50%, dominating the boards and really taking them to score.
Mullen picked up his 4th foul. Larry Johnson is torching the Pacers, 8 of 10 from the field. He's got 20. Reggie Miller. The rebound by Antonio Davis. He kicks it out to Jackson. Over to Mullen. Ward sneaks one into Thomas. Whacked by Dale Davis. His second.
They continue to hit Thomas hard. And it's interesting because now we're having words out here right now, Antonio Davis and Larry Johnson. Now they are
flooring by Mullen. He got hit. Rebound by Thomas. Loose ball foul.
And I tell you, Allen Houston got hit on the shot, and then Thomas gets the offensive push, loose ball foul. In spite of everything, the Knicks are down 10.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Knicks are not playing well, just couldn't jump.
Lost it to Dale Davis. Thomas knocked it away and out of bounds. 20 seconds to shoot. You forget sometimes about Thomas that he was the 10th player.
Going to be his ball.
Yeah, it is. And I think right now he's not hurting them much. His presence is still a presence.
Kurt Thomas cans one from outside.
Well, what I like about it is Patrick posted up. The man playing Thomas is laying off, and they're fronting and sandwiching Ewing, and he can hardly walk.
Nice hook pass inside, knocked away. Picked up by Johnson. Rebound Ewing, flips it out towards, swings it over to Johnson, fires by Jackson, and gets it again.
Play, and he said, yes. Then he says, well, let me know when you want to come out. He said, I'm afraid if I come out, Coach, I won't be able to go back in. So they're going to go with him as long as they can. Kevin?
Wow. Look at it and say, we have Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday off. You have 3 days off before you play game 3.
Houston on Miller. Came and crushed him.
Keep an eye on Thomas right now. Here comes Reggie. He's going to come up over the top of the stagger. Now watch the defender step up and catch him. Now you can say if you're a Knick guy, if you're Van Gundy, you're yelling and saying, hey, that wasn't much.
Nice rebound by Dale Davis. And a foul is assessed inside on the Knicks. Ewing was there. And the foul. Slow coming over is on Patrick Ewing.
Now that was excellent pressure by Camby. That's what forced the miss. And then you're going to get the foul right there. Now I did not think that Patrick got a good shot at him. I kind of felt that Dale Davis went right back into his chest.
Game 1, it went to the defensive player. In game 2, it's going to the offensive player.
Rebound by Antonio Davis. Guard 3. Jackson again, quickly double, which he was not in game 1. Inside, it's Davis.
See, the problem again, Camby came quick, but Patrick Ewing man's cut. Ewing can't move. Open shots.
Into Antonio Davis.
78% at playoff time.
Now they went into the playoffs shooting 80% basically from the foul line. Wow.
Marcus Camby flying high and sending it down. And Camby, who has been quiet scoring, picks up his first basket tonight.
Well, they know that Indiana's going to trap any type of screen and roll, and they're just sending the man right down the middle of the floor. You'd like to see the Knicks get a little more movement. No matter how bad they're playing, foul trouble, you know, it looks like they're struggling. They're right there.
Camby the rebound. Shot clock at 3. Rejected by Camby. Loose inside. Picked up Camby. Buckle up for Sprewell.
3-point shooter.
Best blocked by Dudley. The rebound by Dudley with seconds remaining in the third.
And they'll get a good shot out of this because Sprewell can go up over the top of Best.
Best picks a point and slashes inside. Dudley took it like a man, and here comes Childs the other way. Flings it out to Sprewell, tries on the slower Perkins, and kicks it out for Childs for 3. And we are tied at 71.
How
about this?
Yes, indeed. Now, you look at Childs. Hey, he shot at 36% during a year on three-point attempts, and I'm happy that he's getting some time because he's starting to feel it.
Rose inside for the lead. Rebound by Camby. New York can take their first lead of the game right here.
How about the second unit? Once they all came out and Patrick went and sat down, Doctor brought it up, they have been playing excellent all-around basketball.
Childs for the first lead for the Knicks. Dudley puts it in. 73-71, New York.
They're forced the second unit. Now, in the first half, they didn't get going, but they're rolling right now.
Well, the bench got them this far. Why not take them through game 2? The bench was so instrumental late in the season. And in the first round with Miami, Rose slashing inside. Camby gobbled it up, and a foul called on Camby.
When you look at the activity of the bigs, they're playing great defense. They're moving. They're finding open spots. No one puts a body on Chris Stelling. He just waits, and he gets a tip. Marcus Camby is not scoring a lot of points, but right now, Marcus Camby is a big impact on this game.
Let's drop in on Craig Sager.
Well, between quarters, an emotional huddle for the New York Knicks. Jeff Van Gundy told the players they're going out to start the quarter. Go out there, up the tempo. Let's see what we can do. At that point, a couple of fans wearing Knicks jerseys behind the bench were kicked out, escorted out of the arena for obviously causing some problems. That, too, gave the team a lift. They actually gave them high fives on their way out. D-line them.
The Indiana huddle tried to stay calm, not emotional. Larry Bird saying to his guys, we must play solid defense. We cannot continue to send them to the line. Problem is now the Knicks are scoring in other ways. Kevin?
Knicks lead by 1. Indiana has missed a lot of free throws tonight.
Hey, how about 15, Kevin? Now we're talking the team, the #1 foul shooting team in the league, and you're at home.
Sprewell detonates on her hood. Sprewell corkscrew jump shot. Rebound Camby into Dudley, rejected by Perkins in a foul.
Doc, the point you brought out about Camby, he is really sacrificing his body, not only at the offensive end where it's easy to crash and come when you're not being played. At the defensive end, he is all over this arena.
Oh, it's amazing. He's flying around, and I don't think people are questioning his toughness right now.
You're at home. You got to buckle it up. Right now, you're missing 15 foul shots. Smith is back in the game. There's no excuse. We should be able to put it together here from now down the wire. But you've got to do something with Dudley and Camby right now with the shooting.
Dudley just hit a rare free throw.
You know what else with this Knicks team here? They believe that they're better. And that's a big factor. The Sixers hope that they were better. The Knicks believe.
To a plus situation.
Jackson drives behind the back of Smith. Tap by Childs. 3-on-2. Sprewell to Childs. Indiana got back well on defense.
Yeah, they've done a nice job transition defense-wise.
I was surprised that Sprewell did not take him right to the hole.
Johnson with the charge.
in that bad shot.
A travel on Smith.
Well, he did not make it.
To Childs, confronted inside. Oh, he catches inside.
Yeah. Landed hard on that right shoulder. Landed hard. See, I just love the energy by Childs here. See, he faked the outside shot. He just hit 2 threes, came strong, and that was a very hard foul.
And really wasn't a play on the ball. So he went down hard, and that usually makes officials call flagrant. But when you don't make a play on the ball, it's an easy call. Chris Childs this year, this is his best year at the point guard position with the Knicks.
He had a pretty good year with New Jersey when he was signed as a free agent.
Well, there's a big difference when you're playing with a non-playoff team and then you're coming in and you have to direct a playoff club. Because now every turnover, every poor decision is emphasized. And he had to make that adjustment. And Doc, that's a terrific point because he has really matured in the role and he does not mind coming off the bench and he can heat up in a hurry. And as you know, that's so hard to do.
Yeah, it is at that position. And, you know, you want to get a good example of that. Damon Stoudemire with Portland right now. Came from Toronto where he was the man. Now he's not, and it's a struggle for him. He will mature also.
New York is on a 17-2 run. Head is down.
Now that was a tough shot. He banged that ball like he was trying to shatter the glass and then got the basketball player's lovely bounce.
Yes. To begin with.
Indiana has had no field goals in 7 minutes. Another foul. Dudley picks this one up for New York. Inside, he tripped over Childs, who was defending on a cross. Chris Childs is arguing with fans in back of us.
Are you saying that he's A, feisty, 2, loose, all right, or 3, a loose cannon?
All right.
What do we mark the box here?
I'm going with D. All of the above. Yes.
Indiana has missed their last 9 shots. Miller has been invisible. Rose over Johnson. By 4. Houston. Camby fights for it inside and a whistle and a foul.
It's amazing watching him. He's more active and he's going at it harder right now than anyone else on the floor.
Doc, he's jumping and he's like a foot above everyone else, and we know that everyone else is trying. The effort has been. Now just watch, he pops right up out of here now. And he's just throwing his body recklessly into opponents.
And Rick Smith has fouled out of the game. He has gone with measly points and rebounds.
You know what's impressive? Rick Smith has fouled out without Patrick Ewing on the floor. It's Marcus Camby and Dudley making him foul them.
Sprewell, Jackson defending. Johnson with the rebound, fought for. Dudley and Rose collide, and a whistle and a foul. And
big foul.
Dudley is gone. He fouls out.
Now, here comes the decision from Jeff Van Gundy.
Right.
What would you do, Doc?
Well, it's not what he's doing.
Yeah, I was going to answer, but now I don't have to.
No, Patrick just jumped up and took off his gun. And then standing, and there's a potential shot block.
Jackson in the post, no surprise.
Oh, nice play.
To Rose for 3. Is fouled out. Larry Johnson.
Well, it's interesting.
22 points, but 20 came in the first half.
You can see it.
Yeah, you just keep an eye. And there it is right there. See, Dale Davis, he's 6'11", but he has long arms. The guy plays like he's 7'6". You know, and that was just a sweet move by Dale Davis.
20-second timeout with 4:58 to play in the fourth. Double Jackson. Intercepted by Childs. Taken by Miller. Rose for 3. Childs the rebound. By Camby. New York has missed their last 5 shots. Sprewell, right between the eyes.
That was excellent defense by Indiana. They played that screen and roll perfectly, and then that was just a terrific athletic move by Sprewell.
Hamby
is
everywhere.
Is he everywhere?
Oh, my goodness.
I thought he got in a tunnel over here. They didn't
with 3 minutes.
Childs missing, going baseline to baseline. Davis the rebound. It's a 4-on-2. Davis scores.
Free throws, the Pacers have missed. The fact that they're leading is a miracle.
Patrick Ewing, 3 on the shot clock, puts in a dagger. It's a 2-point game.
By design, coming out of a timeout.
Oh, my.
Jackson over Ewing to Antonio Davis. Rebound by Chris Childs.
The Knicks will take that all night long. They'll trap, let them rotate it back. That's not Rick Smith taking that jumper.
With a chance to tie it or take a lead. Sprewell wants a Canby screen. Childs for the tie. Rejected by Davis. Canby ties the game at 84.
I'm falling in love. This guy is great tonight.
Jackson against Sprewell. Rose and Antonio Davis screen for him. Jackson to Rose. Breaking Bell. And a foul called on Rose.
Yeah, I like that call. You holler.
Playoff high with 13 rebounds.
That means this year, Hubie, since this is his first year in the playoffs, I guess. Yeah.
Ewing. Shoved. It will not go. And a foul is called against the bench. Very animated on the New York side. Watches the old warrior, 37-year-old Patrick Ewing, fight for 2.
They're going to the big fella. They're saying that he's going to extend his foul shooting from the other day where he was 4 for 4.
And Hubie, he has had a stretch these playoffs of some of the best clutch shooting in his entire career.
And the problem here for Indiana is no Rick Smiths again. So Patrick Ewing doesn't have to worry about out-quicking anybody. He's bigger than everybody. He can take his time and take his shot.
When you eliminate the potential shot block, Doc, it opens up a lot of avenues.
Jackson, Sprewell hounding him.
Chris Child doing it. Oh, offense. What do you got?
Oh, Antonio Davis will watch it count.
Wow. Watch the Knicks bench. The Knicks bench, whoa, they are up in arms. They wanted an offensive foul.
Hubie, from my naked eyes, I think they deserve. Watch the elbow that Antonio Davis puts into him right there.
Right there.
Wow.
And you know what? He was there. He was outside of the restricted area.
That's a big call.
Now that is a very, very tough call to swallow, okay?
Canby's got 5 fouls, 31 seconds to play. We're tied at 86. Antonio Davis cannot give him the lead. 30 seconds to play. Davis
right into Kim. Now keep an eye on the Knicks bench. Now tell me, they could have called 7
Knicks president Dave Checkitz have watched his Knicks trail by 17, lead by 6, now tied at 86. Hubie Brown, the Knicks have no more fouls left.
Yeah, you can see right there, they have no timeouts. You know that they should put pressure all over the inbounds passer. Patrick Ewing has been the main man in their last 2 possessions.
And if you're Indiana, you're thinking no fouls to give right here. Play solid defense. If you get a defensive rebound, they probably will not call a timeout. Push it up and try to score. Use the clock. If the ball goes in, Indiana will call a timeout.
Houston driving, not going inside by Indiana. The Pacers do have timeouts to play with and 15 on the clock.
Cardinals sin of basketball. Do not leave your feet to pass the ball. And he got caught in the air, Doc.
Nowhere to go with it.
That's right.
Will Reggie Miller do it again? On Childs. And a foul called, and Miller, with Childs fouling out, will be at the line.
Well, you knew he was going to try to draw a foul. I mean, this is what Reggie Miller does well.
had a discussion on the number of fouls when the Knicks are huddling without the benefit of a timeout and 2 seconds left in regulation. Reggie Miller will be at the free throw line.
See, right now, the Knicks have no timeouts left.
Right.
They're exasperating the referees because they are having their huddle. It's up to the referees to say, get on that foul line, or we're going to call a delay of game. Okay? And right there, you saw they melted. Van Gundy was able to talk to them, set up the last play, and nothing happened, and they came out of it ahead.
And, John, here is Reggie Miller, his reputation almost entirely based on what he has done against the Knicks over the span of his career.
You know, this is a great example because Reggie Miller has really not played that great against the Knicks except for the last minute of each game.
Childs. Ewing put it to goes. Oh, and he misses. And the Indiana Pacers have tied the Eastern Conference Finals at 1 win apiece.
Could you hear the hush? I mean, they couldn't believe the people in this building.
He caught it, and he was wide open.
Wide open.
Reggie Miller has done it again.
After Patrick Ewing played 40 minutes in Game 1 of the NBA's Eastern Conference Final and the Knicks beat the Pacers, Indiana head coach Larry Bird said he was sick and tired of hearing about Ewing playing hurt. Bird said if his center, Rick Smits, played 40 minutes, he wouldn't be heard from again for 2 years. Now, while that line was funny at the time, nothing funny now as Ewing was hurt and is now done for the year due to a partial tear in his left Achilles tendon. Now that Ewing has had a night to sleep on a situation, he's not happy about his present, but he does plan on doing what it takes for his future to play again next year.
You know, I want to be on the court. If this was going to happen, I would have rather it happen early in the season where, you know, I could come back, you know, for the playoffs. But that's life.
Obviously, I was disappointed, but not for myself, but for Patrick. Felt very badly for him. I continue to feel for him. But, you know, today is about moving on and getting back on track.
You can't lose Patrick Ewing off your team and be a better team. You know, Patrick's a tremendous player for us. Tremendous goal post, defense, rebounding. It's, you know, I'd rather have him.
I think that, you know, we can survive from this, but we'd much rather have Patrick in the lineup. But, hey, we just have to go out and then try to win, regardless of who's saying what.
Patrick Ewing had an open look at the buzzer, and the Indiana Pacers have evened up the Eastern Conference Championship Series at a victory apiece.
Brent Musburger with the call last night on ESPN Radio.
Ewing's season is over. The Knicks center laboring in pain with tendonitis throughout the year, still giving his team over 31 minutes a game in the playoffs, partially tore his left Achilles tendon last night in Indianapolis. His injury is the tragic punctuation to an emotional stay in Indianapolis for the Knicks, one that ended with Ewing's potential game-tying jumper, the shot you just saw, rimming out at the buzzer. The Knicks return home. The Eastern Finals tied 1-1. The next game is Saturday. Ewing will have his left ankle and foot in a walking cast for 6 weeks and then have another MRI. Ewing felt a tearing sensation in his ankle last night.
I feel badly for Patrick Ewing. I've been with him for 10 years. I know what he stands for. I know how much he's put into it. I'm disappointed for him that all he sacrificed this year playing through pain, how hard he worked to come back from his wrist injury, how much he was willing to do extra just to get himself on the floor to give us a chance to win. I'm very disappointed for him.
Replacing the irreplaceable.
We're going to be in that predicament. I don't really, I don't care that he has not actually won a ring. He is a champion to me. So I'm going to feel sorry for the Knicks.
The league's elite team flirted, unfulfilled promises.
Ewing surrounded. 2 seconds to shoot. He drives. He shoots. He missed. He missed. He missed.
Seasons ending with regret. Every year, wait till next year. But now more than ever, next year seems such a long way away. Could this indeed be the end of the Ewing era?
Locker room, everybody felt bad. I think it was the first time I ever seen 11 guys hug one guy before a practice.
It's devastating. You know, definitely was an integral part of our ball club, our leader, our go-to guy.
I mean, you have to feel for him because he's played so much basketball and he's played hurt. You know, especially the entire season. For it to come to an end like this, it's tough.
I'm still a part of this team. You know, I'm still going to be there on the sideline cheering them on and patting them on the back and cursing them out. Just doing, you know, whatever I have to do to help the team win.
The 14-year veteran who has reached the NBA Finals only once in his career had a single message for his teammates.
I feel very confident in my teammates. Matter of fact, I told them that, you know, right before practice started, that, you know, I believe in them. For them to go out and give me my ring.
That Ewing has been out before is the one positive the Knicks can take from his absence. They beat Miami in the first round of last year's playoffs with Ewing in street clothes. And in Game 2 against the Pacers, New York outscored Indiana by 17 points when Ewing wasn't on the floor.
We played in stretches without him, so we're pretty much used to it, but not to the caliber of playing against an Indiana.
Coach for the Pacers, Larry Bird. Now for the Pacers starting lineup. At guard at 6'3" from St. John's, number 13, Mark Jackson. At guard at 6'7" from UCLA, number 31, Reggie Miller. At forward at 6'7" from St. John's, number 17, Chris Mullin. At forward at 6'11" from Clemson, number 32, Dale Davis. And at center at 7'4" from Marist, number 45, Rick Smith. The head coach for your New York Knicks is Jeff Van Gundy.
Taxi! Yo, 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 yo! Taxi! Yo, I need to ride to the garden. I can't catch a cab. Come on, let's go. You gotta win. Nick!
The tip in game 3.
Dale Davis guarding LJ, who's been so productive.
That's a very solid move, and they tried to get Mullin going offensively. But Dale Davis can stand up big and tall over Larry Johnson to negate the huge contribution he's made.
Houston misses the shot off the screen. Smith had it knocked away, and New York has it back.
Now, both teams are jump shooting basketball teams, and the one that's going to be able to get inside is the one that's going to be the most effective. They come to Larry Johnson against Dale Davis.
Smith comes to double. Johnson is fouled. Too hard. Johnson the rebound.
Pacers love to establish Rick Smith early, but the game is just not there at all for Rick.
Houston
up and get to the hoop, draw some more fouls.
Smith. Charging foul. Wipe out the basket. Smith has done.
Spreweller's up and getting ready to come in the ball game.
He knows how to get shots up, Steve.
Smith guarded by Thomas. Travels. Nope, they're going to call an offensive foul.
Well, you know, they've been trying to keep Smith in ball games as Sprewell comes in.
So Latrell Sprewell into the game for the Knicks, trying to jump-start their offense. He replaces Kurt Thomas.
But with Rick Smith to the bench.
Ball with good defense from Houston. Here's Sprewell. Popped out, Dudley. Missed it, tapped in by Johnson.
Until this dynamic second unit can get on the court.
Nice drive by Allen Houston. Went one-on-one against Reggie Miller and scored his 4th point.
Well, Houston's got to have one of those days where he works his way into an offensive rhythm and he can't stop scoring, and that was a good effort by him.
Reggie Miller, he scored only 2. Fakes Dudley, couldn't get the foul call and threw it away. Childs leads a 3-on-2 break. Sprewell. There's the running game, keyed by that second unit, Childs to Sprewell.
And anchored now by Larry Johnson at the power forward position. Larry Bird forced to take a timeout. The Knicks
Pacers met in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Patrick Ewing came up big, 24 points and a playoff career-high 22 rebounds. His rebound and slam off this John Starks miss with 26 seconds remaining put the Knicks ahead to stay as New York won and advanced to the NBA Finals. Now Patrick still wants that ring, but he'll have to watch from the sidelines. He met with his team before practice the other day and said, I have confidence and faith in you. And he closed by saying, get me that ring.
Now, I don't know.
Sprewell could get a shot in 1.5.
Johnson for 3. We're all making the LJ sign over here at the table. But earlier today, the Yankees won the second game of their Subway Series with the Mets, 6-3. And the game over in time for one of their stars, Derek Jeter, the world champions, to make his way here to the Garden. And he's with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Derek, 1 for 2 today with a double. Big home run last night. Has this been like the World Series for you here in New York this weekend?
I think as a team, you know, we try to keep things in perspective because it's a 162-game series. But it's a World Series for the fans. You know, I live in Manhattan, and if we lose this series, I don't think I can leave my apartment.
Now, you're a big Knicks fan, obviously. Your feelings on Patrick Ewing and him missing out on this?
It's real unfortunate. I mean, he's been playing for the Knicks for a while. He got a great chance to win a championship this year, but hopefully the Knicks will rally around him and come up with a championship anyway.
Yankees struggling a little bit. Do you think we'll see you come postseason?
Most definitely. We've been playing well the last couple weeks, and I think we're starting to roll now.
Well, here is LJ in action. Double team, scrapping, fakes, got it up and in. Wow.
The longer we stay here, the more Bill becomes a fan of Larry Johnson. You notice the word magnificent came out the last time.
As LJ does it again, and I guess, Bill, you have some personal experience with that.
When I played for Larry Bird on the '86 champion Celtic team, I had the rare opportunity to start a game, and I came extra early. I was stretching out. Larry came and stood over the top of me and said, Bill,
what they say about Larry Johnson, he is the most driven and the best teammate that anyone on the Knicks can have, and he's found a lot of ways to energize his team this evening. He has been able to score outside, inside. He's done a terrific job of rebounding the basket. 5 of the second.
Childs, after Best fell down, behind the back, got it.
That's just inexplicably falls to the floor. That's something I was very good at there, Steve.
Falling to the floor?
No.
Oh, no, too late. You walked right into that snare. I tell you what, it jerked you way up in the air.
I'm talking about the behind the back.
Johnson was open, and he's going to use a little clock and try to break down Derek McKee.
Double team comes. He gives it up to Thomas. Can't hit. Put up and in by Canby.
The Pacers rooted to the floor defensively. Sam Perkins, Antonio Davis, Derek McKee. Get a rebound one time, please.
It is only a 4-point ball game, and all the Indiana Pacers need to do is find someone that can score with each possession. They come to the low post and Sam Perkins.
Perkins got the roll. Tough shot. Kurt Thomas had a hand in his face, and Perkins with 4 off the Indiana bench.
Sam, one of 3 Indiana Pacers who are from the New York City area here. Sam being the oldest. The senior member had all the tickets in the locker room before the game.
Sprewell. Finger rolls it in. Suddenly New York catching fire. Sprewell has 4, and the New York lead is 4.
You say suddenly like you're surprised. Now, every time Sprewell, Canby, and Childs come in, the game just completely changes.
But aren't you the one that told us that quickness is something that you can learn? And if it is, you better give the lesson to the Pacers quickly.
It's about what you think. Oh, what a terrible play by Antonio.
Saved it right to Canby, who is fouled. Miller missing the three-pointer right off the bench. Houston had the D on him. And here's Canby from Houston with the slam and one.
The Pacer defense absolutely breaking down. The hard pick early on Reggie Miller. That allows Allen Houston to come down the lane. Allen Houston had 2.
Sprewell all the way. Latrell Sprewell catches the Indiana defense napping.
Well, that tells you that you can run. Everybody's been saying in this year's defense that you can't do it, but Sprewell just makes up his mind, and defense really works better for him when he can face the basket, get some confidence, and then go back in the low post. Sprewell.
Steve, he told us he can't pivot. That broken toe he has. The quickness again of Marcus Canby.
Who else? Marcus Canby. Man, has he been active in this series. He's just throwing his body all over the court.
Now the guy that's got to provide is right here, Jalen Rose, trying to go one-on-one, had it knocked away, but he's got to give them some scoring. You can see the energy and the excitement from Marcus Canby. He is just flying in all over the place. Nobody boxes him out, and when that happens, good things happen for Canby and the Knicks.
8 seconds on the shot clock for Indiana. Steve, we talked at the beginning about how quickness is a mental skill. It's about preparation and anticipation. That's what Marcus Canby is doing, separating himself from the crowd.
Canby with 7 points and 4 boards in 8 minutes off the bench. Smith. Thomas fouled him. Smith with a...
Is that his feet are so sore he can no longer pivot. He has to just stand and face it.
Houston against Miller. Baseline drive. And a bucket. Allen Houston put the move on Reggie Miller.
Nice defense. In favor of the Knicks, something you rarely associate with New York.
Canby with a slam from Childs.
It has been a terrific second quarter as Childs gets knocked down by Mark Jackson. No call.
If the Pacers are not going to deny penetration to Chris Childs, they're not going to win this series.
Final 10 seconds of the first half. Jackson posting up, backing Childs down. Whips it to an open Jalen Rose. Driving shot. And finally spoke to Mark Jackson, and he said, as Marcus Canby comes in on a slam dunk, Mark Jackson said that they will not be looking specifically for Rick Smith here in the second half. They will only go to the guy who's open. Tom? All right, Jim. Charlie Ward with a steal, and Canby, who starts the second half, gets the finish. It's Ward, Johnson, Thomas, Houston, and Canby for New York. Indiana has its familiar starting quintet in there, and here's Rick Smith. He got another.
Mark Jackson thinking we're crazy. The hottest hand out on the floor belongs to Rick Smith.
They changed the plan.
Marcus Canby.
Canby up and under, 4 points to start the third quarter. Indiana has Jack Davis, another turnover.
The quick hands.
Canby knocked it away. Allen Houston by 2 seconds left, no timeouts. Ward looked like the quarterback again as he connected to Patrick Ewing, who got off the jump shot but couldn't hit it. And the Pacers held on for that 2-point win to even the series.
Always tough when that last one doesn't go down, as Reggie Miller so aptly reminded Patrick Ewing in the post-game press conference of Game 2 in a very poignant moment.
That was nice. Charlie Ward looking inside. One of those UCLA moves.
Well, that's because UCLA usually wins.
Now they have Larry Johnson trying to get him started, but he's holding the ball. 8 on the shot clock.
Shot was there the whole time. He finally took it and buried it. 13 for LJ. New York back within 3. Miller threw it too high, but a push.
Terrific call.
Here's Rick Smith. Steps. Smith travels, collides with Charlie Ward, and knocks him 5 feet through the...
Both of them are getting shots, they're just not making them. Camby.
Nice move. Marcus Camby. Jump stop, right to the hoop with a jump hook. 17 for Marcus.
Second player chosen in the draft by Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah knew something for a while there that nobody else seemed to know.
He's hit 8 of 10 as Allen Houston collides with Reggie Miller, and Houston will be assessed his first foul. Marcus Camby.
Well, they're too close together, so Johnson's going over the top for 2 more.
LJ, who started the game 1 of 5, has now made 5 in a row, beginning with that 3-pointer at the buzzer to end the first quarter.
Reggie Miller's having a pretty good evening. It's just that he hasn't taken a lot of shots. He's 4 for 6 from the field, so he's shooting it well, just not getting enough attempts. They go back to Smith.
Jackson for 3. Houston leading the fast break. Camby. Boy, Indiana lacked about getting back on defense.
And that was Larry Bird's main message to the team today was transition D. You can't let these guys with the young, fresh legs like Camby and Sprewell get out and beat you up and down the court.
But anytime you shoot a quick shot and it's deep out of it.
Mullen for 3. Bullseye.
Three-point ball game, trying to go to Allen Houston on the post against Reggie Miller. Houston is not a great post player, but a tough fadeaway.
Allen Houston now has recorded 13 points. His personal battle with Reggie Miller. Houston has scored 1 more point. Sprewell, Thomas nearly lost it out of bounds. Miles calling for it.
Quickness advantage again for New York.
Allen Houston. 2 in a row for Houston. That one from Sprewell, and as we've said before, the ability of Sprewell and Houston now to play together has been a big boost for the New York offense. 9 in the quarter for Houston. John Stark spent 8 seasons in a Knicks uniform, providing plenty of excitement and sometimes exasperation. Along the way, he made the All-Star team once, became the Knicks' all-time leader in 3-point field goals. In the '93 playoffs against Chicago, he clinched the game with this dunk that's still remembered by New York fans. And Stark's in attendance at the Garden today. He's with Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Tom. Of course, he went over in the trade over to Golden State, which brought Latrell Sprewell here. John, let me ask you, you are a very close friend of Patrick Ewing, and you spoke to him. How difficult has this been for him, and how hard has he taken it?
It's very difficult. He's been an integral part in the Knicks' success up to this point. And, for him to go down at this particular time and not be able to participate in this game, in this series till the end, it's very hard on him.
Of course, you've had some great rivalries. You've been part of this thing for a long time with Reggie Miller, of course, the headbutt, which was a couple of years ago, very famous thing. What about the Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks, and how deep is that feeling ingrained, even though you're a former Knick?
Well, it's always a rivalry going against, the Indiana Pacers because you know what they're going to bring to the table, and you know what type of player Reggie is. He's a very talented player, and over the years we didn't have our competitions, but...
Can you laugh at that headbutt now?
Oh, I can laugh at it, sincerely. But it was just a lot of fun, playing against him in these type of games.
John, great for you to come back to the Garden and support your former teammates. Good to see you. Back over to you, Tom.
All right, Jim, Kurt Thomas hits for New York. I suspect it's a little easier for John to laugh about that headbutt than it is for Reggie.
Well, one of the great things about playing in New York is how loyal the fans are. And even though John is no longer playing for the team, he is still beloved here. And wherever he goes, they just idolize that fine warrior.
2:25 left, third quarter. Knicks leading by 1. Mullen. And the game tied at 65 with 2 minutes left in the third quarter. Childs all the way, got it.
Tom, in the first half, we talked about the Pacers would not win if they did not deny penetration to Chris Childs. 2 times in the last 3 possessions, he's come down and just given the easy scoring opportunities to his team.
Well, they beat the defense before he could get set up. Miller on a catch and shoot.
Short on the 3-point attempt. Camby has his 7th board.
To that tear of that 2.
McKee draws the double team, whips it to Rose. Ball movement to Best. And a holding foul called on New York.
The closeout defense.
Travis Best.
Camby rejects it.
Marcus Camby is everywhere. He's on the offensive glass. He's blocking shots. He's running the lane. And Toronto traded him.
You'll see him come down the lane and slap that one away. And the Indiana Pacers have 15 on the shot clock, 20.4 on the game. So there's about a 5.5-second differential.
Camby just like a frisky young colt. As you said, he's everywhere. Ought to be young.
19 points, 8 rebounds, 1 block, Marcus Camby.
Best misses the shot. Got it back and leaves it for McKee, who hit. The TV wand atop the Empire State Building, piercing the setting sun. Manhattan in the gloaming as we're ready to start the 4th quarter in Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The winner takes a 2-1 series lead, and we're tied at 69.
Now, the Indiana Pacers came here to win 1 of 2 games so that they would get the home court advantage back, and they played very well. To start the 4th quarter, they've got to keep up their defense and find someone to score. Larry Johnson.
He's the man to score, as he has been all afternoon. The Knicks with Larry Johnson, Chris Dudley, Latrell Sprewell, Chris Childs, and Allen Houston. Indiana has Travis Best, Derek McKee, Antonio Davis, Sam Perkins, and Jalen Rose.
The Knicks living dangerously. Plays are being made, and guys are coming to a stop. Beautiful post-up. No stoppage at all there by Sprewell against
Derek McKee.
McKee, who also went to Alabama, like Sprewell did. A little rivalry there.
Chris Dudley is hammered. Had an open look for a moment, and now flagrant foul is called.
Well, Jalen Rose is limping. He's holding about 7 different body parts.
They converge on Chris Childs, who leaves it open for Dudley. And Dudley always has to collect himself, and you can see McKee came across. He didn't make a play on the ball. He went right into the arms of Chris Dudley. That's the reason for the flagrant.
Steve, why are they pressing Chris Childs on the perimeter? Because it made a 3-point shot in so long, I can't even remember.
Well, what he has been able to do, though, is come quickly and break down the defense, so they're trying to get up on him and make him change direction. I know that being further out on the floor is a little foreign for you.
Just back off and let him make some jumpers. Dudley
and Larry Bird. Larry Bird shows what he thinks about Chris Dudley making a free throw. As you probably know, Dudley is a career, 46% free throw shooter.
That good, huh?
And 44% here in the series. He's the worst in NBA history. Larry Johnson gets around Perkins, who pushes him, and Sam Perkins picks up the foul.
Well, Perkins did a good thing. He came over to stop the initial penetration, and Larry Johnson always likes that herky-jerky spin back. He came right back at him. Perkins never got set and got the foul with the hand check.
Johnson wide open after he leveled Best with a kick, and he banks in the 3. It's LJ.
More penetration by Chris Childs. The horrible start. Larry Johnson, perfect since opening the game ice cold.
Including 2 threes, both of them very improbable.
Best wide open for 3.
He answers the LJ 3. Travis Best.
Travis Best is normally an outstanding defensive player. He's got to just make it up in his mind that the only thing that I'm going to allow Chris Childs to do is stand in the perimeter and shoot jumpers. Enough of this penetration.
But they're coming back across the middle and nailing him with the Larry Johnson screen. And when he gets screened, that's when Childs is able to turn the corner. This time he keeps him in front Sprewell with 8 on the clock.
Gave it up to Houston for 3. The rim's out, rebounded by Best. Indiana looks to reclaim the lead.
But Chris Childs is not Tiny Archibald. He's not Lenny Wilkins. guys who you could never stop from coming down the lane.
Partially blocked by Sprewell, but Indiana gets it back.
8 on the clock.
McKee. Pretty turnaround. Derrickson has hit 7 baskets in a row after only 1 of his first 5. Marcus Camby very active for the Knicks today. Latrell Sprewell has gotten a couple of fast.
No, Pete Newell, he has that all under control, Steve.
Rose whips it to McKee. Went to the left hand and laid it through. Here's Best for Indiana. McKee wants it in the post, being fronted now by Sprewell.
Over dribbling by Travis Best. Let it go.
Perkins for 3. And Camby just now getting back down court. Johnson and 1.
To get fouled, if he had gone in and extended, he would have made the play. Smith.
Rick Smith.
Indiana's tightened up their defensive transition game.
They're coming back to Sprewell. The matchup against Jackson. Can he get a score? He squeezes one off.
Ducked under, the helping Rick Smith to score his 12th point. Lead cut to 6.
Plenty of time for the New York Knicks. What they're trying to do right now is quicken up the pace of the game by doubling on the ball, making them use some time. 12 on the clock for Smith.
Smith got the roll. Soft cut. Child steps up and delivers the 2.
In foul trouble, but no opportunity for that. Somebody should drive the ball right at Rick, try to get him out of the game with fouls.
Child for 3. Dishes to Camby, blocked, but a foul.
Mishandled that. That was a jam set up. If you
tried the playoffs, Sprewell never won a playoff game in 3 attempts at Golden State.
Camby sinks the
backside on an attempted miss here. I think you try to make this one.
And he does. That's foul. It's a 1-point game when we return to the Garden, the NBA on NBC.
In game 1, gave the Knicks an opportunity.
Smith wants to run out on the long pass. Instead, it's Jackson wide open. Sprewell grabs him with 11.6 seconds. It'll be when Jackson's dad, Harry, died. The Knicks had played in Indianapolis, and Jeff Van Gundy went to Mark Jackson and said, "Come back with us on the team plane." And he said, Mark did, "No, that wouldn't be right." And Jeff Van Gundy said, "Yes, it's absolutely the right thing to do. We care about you." And he rode back with the Knicks charter plane to his dad's funeral. Now at the free throw line, Mark Jackson, who has hit his only 2 attempts, now 3 for 3.
Antonio Davis in, Smith's out, Larry Johnson back in the game, Charlie Ward down. Dale Davis is going to get back in the ball game. Jalen Rose will go down. Jackson has been in this position before when he does that thing where he lines his arm up. A lot of times he comes up short, and that's what the crowd is hoping for here. 2-point lead, Indiana.
Knicks still have a timeout. Biggest thing here is possession if the free throw is missed. Got a lot of time to set a play.
Indiana 5 for 5 at the free throw line, 4th quarter. And now 6 for 6. The lead is 3. New York takes a timeout. 11.9 seconds showing on the clock. Knicks try to pull out a tie when we return to Madison Square Garden to a 3-point game. Playoffs, and they lead New York 91-88 with 11.9 seconds left, and New York will have the ball. Patrick Ewing can only watch from the bench with 11 seconds to go, almost 12 seconds. You got a ton of time left. You got to get a quick score and then try to come back and make a steal. And if you don't get this steal foul, you're hoping that somebody's going to give you that miss. If you miss this 3, you're cooked.
Interesting, but wrong. They're out of timeout. They got to shoot the 3-pointer right now. They don't have any time left. You're just going to take them a bunch of seconds off the clock to get the ball into shooting range. They got to get that 3-pointer to go down now. If they miss any shot, the game is over.
Why am I surprised you guys disagree? And I'm just shocked at that. 91-88, 11.9. Knicks have advanced the ball to midcourt. Charlie Ward will trigger the ball inbounds. It's Ward, Childs, Sprewell, Houston, and Larry Johnson back in.
And I'm sure Larry Bird has told his guys, you know, we got a couple choices here. We can foul for possession or don't foul on a 3.
If it gets late, the Pacers can foul to put them on the line.
Ward had it tipped. Johnson made a good catch. Johnson is fouled and hit! Johnson has hit his career quota of wild shots today.
But now he's got to make one, and when they rushed him, he said, leave me alone. I got to make a free throw here. And the game is a long way from being over.
Got it. New York by one. Timeout, Indiana. Three incredible three-point shots by Larry Johnson in this game. Now remember, to end the first quarter, shot clock, game clock running out, Larry Johnson hit a three from way deep.
And Patrick Ewing, whose life has just taken a terrible turn here with that foot problems, couldn't be happier for his team. And that's what a team is all about. He told his guys, I'll be there cheering for you. I've got faith, I've got confidence in you. You guys can win this. You're good enough. And they've shown that this afternoon.
Well, there's 5.7 seconds. That's a ton of time for the Indiana Pacers. They missed with 6 seconds in Indiana. Mark Jackson taking the three. All they need here is a 2. So they're not in the same desperate straits. And for the New York Knicks, they have no fouls to give. They got to play straight-up defense. So they cannot afford to put the good free throw shooting Indiana Pacers on the line.
Steve, I told you they needed to take a three-point shot.
And get fouled, too. Johnson hit the three at the buzzer to end the first quarter, banked in a three early in the fourth quarter, and now this 4-point play with 5 seconds left has given New York a 1-point lead.
Has there ever been a greater 4-point play?
No.
More significance in the history of the NBA.
So it's McKee, Smits, Jackson, Miller, and Rose for Indiana. 5.7 seconds left. Can Reggie Miller pull out another one at the Garden? Here's Mark Jackson. Jackson triple teamed, tied up, got a shot up, no good. New York wins. Well, Indiana never really got a good look at it. Mark Jackson was immediately surrounded by white shirts. 3 of them eventually converged on him, almost tied him up. He got a wild shot up just at the horn. Charlie Ward rebounds, and New York has the most improbable victory in Game 3.
2 game-winning opportunities for Indiana, and Reggie Miller does not touch the ball either time. That's not the way it's supposed to be for Indiana.
Miller with 12 points, only 2 in the second half. And Larry Johnson with an amazing shot, and he is with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Larry, tell us about that 4-point play. And was that what was called in the huddle?
No, it was not. First of all, I'd like to say all praises due to Allah. It was not called in the huddle. It was supposed to be a drive by Allen, but he couldn't get it. So once I got it, I just tried to square up, and I got a good look at it, and I shot it, and it went in. Allahu Akbar.
That was a prayer. Were you surprised you were fouled?
Yes, I was. You're down 3. There shouldn't have been no foul. But like I said, all praises due to Allah for that shot.
We're watching it right now. You hit 3 very unlikely three-pointers today. You made 8 shots in a row. What goes through one when one finds the zone like that? It seemed like everything you threw up went in.
You know what? I wouldn't even call it a zone. I was trying to stay focused. You know, a lot of guys got to step up since Patrick is out. And that's, you know, that was my main focus, trying to step up since Patrick is out.
What did Patrick say to you? He gave you a big hug.
You know, Pat, before when he found out his injury, we had a meeting with him the day of practice, and he told us, you know, he's still with us, and, you know, for that guy to be around as long as he's been around, and he's been hurt throughout this whole playoff, and he's give us 110%. We got to give it right back to him.
Were you guys teetering your confidence coming into this game without Patrick?
No, I think that, like I said, guys understand they got to step up. Myself, Marcus, Kurt Thomas, Big Chris Dudley, guys got to step up, and I think that's what guys are trying to do, step up.
Larry, congratulations. There's never been a bigger four-point play.
Thank you very much. Allahu Akbar.
All right, back over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Jim Gray. There have been some classic moments between the Knicks and the Pacers here in Madison Square Garden. Reggie Miller's heroics with 8 points in 16 seconds come immediately to mind. But never a wilder finish than tonight. The 4-point play by Larry Johnson gives New York a victory and a 2-1 lead in the series. The final, 92-91. So for Steve Jones, Bill Walton, and Jim Gray, Tom Hammond saying so long from New York. Now let's go to the world's most amazing video.
Square Garden, just close to the Empire State Building, showing its colors tonight, and the Garden sold out. Game 4 from the Garden, with the Knicks leading 2-1. And here are the starting lineups for tonight's game. First, for the Indiana Pacers, it's the same lineup they use all season long. Dale Davis, Mullen, Smith, Jackson, and Miller. The New York for the Knicks, Latrell Sprewell starting at small forward, moves Larry Johnson to power forward. Chris Dudley replacing the injured Patrick Ewing with Ward and Houston. Joe Crawford, Ron Garrettson, Ed F. Rush are the officials.
When I asked Larry Bird, Tom, about what he intended to do with the Knicks changing the starting lineup, he said, who cares? We're going to make them play our game. We're going to just attack the same way we always do.
Well, if that's the case, Bill, then they're going to have to control the tempo of the ball game. That's the way the Indiana Pacers are going to win this game. Slow it down, make it a mud fest to play inside, and beat the New York Knicks up.
Dale Davis misses. Rick Smith's foul, getting the offensive rebound.
Beautiful game. That's a big-time score. Allen Houston misses the first, but a whistle on that end.
Houston is a man the Knicks need to get on track, hitting only 34% of his shots in the series. We asked Jeff Van Gundy if having to defend Reggie Miller had something to do with his poor shooting. And he said, well, they both have to work hard defensively. And he didn't really buy into that. He said, Allen's going to have to make some plays for us to win.
2 fouls on Rick Smith in 30 seconds. Well,
Larry Bird may not feel so bad.
Shot good by Latrell Sprewell. By Antonio Davis. Sprewell took it away. Scramble. Sprewell fakes and hits.
Well, Sprewell is the ultimate freelance player. He gambled, got the steal, made a tough shot over the defense of Indiana, and he's got this crowd energized.
Steve, the Pacers are killing themselves. This crowd is wild tonight.
And Sprewell fell down, so Mullen just laid it in.
But this crowd is so excited and so poised, ready to just pounce on that possible 3-1 lead. The Pacers have got to take them out early by having a great start, and they're flat as can be, Indiana.
The crowd, you take walks all day long. That's all you've heard is you've seen people doing the LJ, and you've heard them saying, we're going to win the thing. The whole city is abuzz with Nick Fever.
Mullen rebounds, a rare Charlie Ward shot. Jackson backing Ward down. Here's Dudley on the double team. Jackson went baseline and scored to tie the game at 6.
Jackson ineffective throughout the series, and normally the strength of his game, backing the shorter guys down. If that becomes a factor again, New York could be in trouble.
Well, he had 17 in game 2. I thought he was fairly effective in that one. It missed the last shots in game 1 and 3, but where was Reggie Miller? Here's Larry Johnson. Fadeaway is good. Larry Johnson hits his first shot of the game.
Larry Johnson has been the low post presence whenever Patrick Ewing has gone out. A huge game in game 3, and I'm sure the crowd wants him to duplicate that effort with 26 points.
That'll be difficult though, Steve. Mullen trying to get off early.
Collision and a foul, loose ball foul called on Indiana.
At least one of those things, probably all three of those things, if they want to win. And again, I think sacrifice sounds good until you're the one asked to do it. And I think our guys have bought into it more as the year's gone on, and certainly more since we started seeing the results of the sacrifice.
Latrell Sprewell just picking up his second foul, which brings Marcus Camby into the game as Sprewell goes out. Did you pay attention to that now, Bill?
No, he still wants all three.
He wants all the airtime, all the ink, and all the money.
But that's what becoming a team is all about. We've seen it down in San Antonio. We saw it fall apart in Portland. We saw it fall apart with the Lakers. The Knicks are showing more of a team concept right now than the Indiana Pacers.
Chris Mullin off a cut underneath by Davis. And here's Ward leading the New York break. Camby fouled by Mullin.
Breathing here in the first 8 minutes.
Chris Mullin hits the shot.
How can they fast break?
Dale Davis.
Gotten a couple of hoops, but it's given Indiana chances for second.
7 rebounds for Antonio already. Here's a save by Camby. Childs pushing the ball to Camby. There's the chance.
There's that energy that Camby brings to the game. Crowd responds as the Knicks crawl back to within 2.
Fine job by Chris Giles getting the ball out of Mark Jackson's hands.
Rose backing down Houston. The double comes from Childs, and Rose makes a tough jump hook. Jalen Rose off the bench. 4 points. Maybe he has bounced out of his depression after the criticism from his coach.
Jeff Van Gundy said that he'd rather have Travis Best in there because with Best's injury, that means Reggie and Jalen are going to play a lot more, and that's bad for the Knicks.
Here's a guy they got to get going at the offensive end. Houston on the drive,
goaltending on.
Lobbing over the top. That's where Thomas is going to be most effective. Great tip in Camby.
Marcus Camby continues to be the most active player on the court, just as he was in Game 3. Taps that one home with 43 seconds left in the first quarter.
Remember, at the end of Game 3, he kept that ball alive against 4 Pacers.
Antonio Davis, pretty turnaround to keep Indiana in front now by 3.
And Tom, I guess we're the only ones that heard about that bounty on Marcus Camby because nobody's knocked him down yet.
No one's put a body on him. He continues to ramble all the way from baseline to baseline. Kurt Thomas with his first bucket.
And that's where Thomas is going to be a factor, particularly in that matchup against Chris Mullin. So they got to go to it and make it pay because Thomas has been picking up fouls by the dozen. Not one at a time, but 2 at a time.
Seconds ticking away to end the first quarter. 5 left. Jalen Rose got the shot up and hit it. And that'll be a goaltend call.
Down.
Then got it to Thomas, who scores. Just fouls, has returned. Jumps into it.
This is the guy.
Childs, Sprewell's floater finds the net.
Sprewell now 3 for 6. Allen Houston 1 for 3. The problem is that for New York is that you got Jalen Rose and Derek McKee guarding Sprewell and Houston, and those are great individual defenders when they want to be.
Chris Mullin scores after Thomas goes down. In on the shot by Rose. 3rd time, he blocks it cleanly, and New York has it.
That's a good sign for Jeff Van Gundy. They've been without a hoop for 3 minutes. Larry Johnson breaks the drought.
Beautiful spinning move by LJ. He has 4 points, and New York back within 8.
This is where Chris Childs is at his best defensively, keeping Jackson from backing him down.
Jalen Rose against Sprewell. 8 to shoot. 5 to shoot. Sprewell got a hand on it and caused the turnover.
There, terrific defense. When Sprewell plays fundamental, concentrated defense.
The matchup here can be against Reggie Miller, and they go right to it. They're trying to hide Reggie Miller so he doesn't get the 3rd personal foul. The Knicks make him pay right away.
Miller returning to the game.
So they're going to hide him on Marcus Camby. The guy's the most athletic guy out there.
Derek McKee left. Dale Davis against Dudley. And he'll shoot 2, Dale Davis.
You'll see that Reggie Miller ends up getting stuck and tries to front. No pressure on the passer. Too easy a play, a catch and a drop for Marcus Camby.
The problem is that Mark Jackson can never, in his entire career, exert any defensive pressure. That's
nice catch by Reggie Miller. A nice pass to Camby with a foul.
All he has to do is relax and fire.
Good ball movement by Indiana results in a jam by Antonio Davis. It went from Miller to Dale Davis to Antonio, who threw it down.
Jeff Van Gundy just must be irate defensively. This cannot be the game plan to double team guys who are coming out to the three-point line and leave dunkers like the Davises wide open underneath.
Just over 2 minutes left. First half.
Remember, Camby told us, hey, we're lucky to win the game because they gave up 47% shooting. Childs for three.
Thanks. Back out to you, Tom.
All right, Jim. Here's Latrell Sprewell. Double clutch, and he got it. Toughest shot he's taken all night, and he makes it as New York comes back with its original starting five. That is Chris Dudley, Latrell Sprewell, Larry Johnson, Allen Houston, and Charlie Ward. And the starting quintet intact for Indiana. They've been outplayed with their bench, but they come back with Smits, Jackson, Mullen, as Smits finally hits, joined by Dale Davis and Reggie Miller.
Rick Smits played 1 minute in the first half. 1 minute.
He should be fresh.
Actually, it was only 30 seconds. They rounded it up, kind of like that phone company deal.
Indiana has started both halves with terrific offensive discipline. They posted up Dale Davis the first time they opened the game. That time it was Rick Smits.
It is an 11-point game for the Knicks, and if they can keep pressure on the ball and make the Indiana Pacers a perimeter team again, they get back in this ball game. 5 on the clock for Jackson.
Steal. Ward to Sprewell against Mark Jackson. Flips it back out to Larry Johnson, and now they'll set it up on the half court. Johnson with his dribble against Mullen. This is the man he wants to attack. Backs him down, shoots over him, and scores.
Larry Johnson with a very quiet first half. 4 points, 1 rebound. Not playing against Chris Mullen in the first half. That time took immediate advantage of the guy he has tortured throughout this series.
Knicks have it back down to a single-digit deficit.
Going to try to get the 2 big hitters involved in the game. Smits and Miller steal Ward.
Charlie Ward slapped it away from Smits.
Pacers have to realize they're going to let it go here, the officials.
Ward's runner, no good. Dudley had it for a moment. Now Jackson to Mullen the other way. Mullen for 3. Got it!
Off balance, tapped it right to Charlie Ward.
Houston behind the back. Got it!
2 guys, actually 3 guys they need to score, have gotten off to a good scoring start here. Johnson, Houston, and Sprewell at the top of the third.
But Larry Bird wondering where the shot blockers are. Offensive foul.
Reggie Miller.
Allen Houston freezing Reggie Miller here. Allen has had the better of best matchup throughout the series on both ends of the court. Reggie with 3 fouls now?
Yes, 3rd foul on Reggie Miller, and Indiana's already turned the ball over 3 times in the 3rd quarter. Sprewell. Well, something ignited the New York Knicks at halftime, and their big guns come out smoking. Already 2 field goals in the quarter for Sprewell, 2 for Houston, and 1 for Johnson.
And again, the Pacers' inability to hold a lead.
Now look at the defense. It's way up, and the Pacers are further out on the floor. Mullen coming to the rim.
Miller for 3.
Should have been and 1. Allen Houston knocked him down on the way. Miller is livid.
No. He was just pumped up himself. Joe Crawford wanted to call a technical, but Reggie looked at him today. I wasn't yelling at you. I was just happy I finally made 1 shot.
Incredibly, his first in 47 minutes. Allen Houston, Dudley couldn't handle it. Saved by Johnson.
That was a tough pass.
Sprewell tried to...
Will do.
What about Charlie Ward challenging Rick Smits and scoring?
Larry Johnson is helping out Charlie Ward, getting the hands out of Mark Jackson. Dale Davis is a surprisingly effective high post deliverer and creator.
Chris Mullen, soft touch. So Ward and Childs, 2-point guards on the floor at the same time, and Ward has now scored 5 in a row for New York.
Well, the Knicks are doing what they've done best in the series, hang around. They get a mistake from Dale Davis. That's a guy you want to handle the ball to get some pressure. Larry Bird not happy, but this ball is kicked out to Charlie Ward, who's got that feeling, backs up, drops one from deep.
Look. And Houston nails that. He has 8 in the quarter and 14 in the game.
That was the toughest shot.
Now, if you're the Knicks, you would like to cut this lead down to 7 or 8 points by the end of the quarter. Mark Jackson on the bench.
Mark Jackson once again takes it inside successfully, and get this, New York is shooting 56% of the quarter. They've only turned it over once, and yet they have not gained a point on the lead.
Because Indiana has listened to Larry Bird, and everybody has brought some sort of contribution tonight.
Johnson hits a three. Larry Johnson now with 9 points.
10-point game, and again, the goal of the Knicks is to try to get to 7 or 8, and if they do that, they've got an excellent chance of pulling it out in the fourth quarter. Miller.
Oh! Missed it.
And that's a great thing to do.
Marcus Camby. Looking shot. Camby had it, and he's fouled. See, that's what Mark Jackson backing down on Ward. 5 to shoot. 3 to shoot. Blocked by Ward. Blocked again. Shot clock by.
Squeezes it off.
And a push in the back. Looks like.
Steve, that's the way you use.
See if they can sustain it.
Well, they've done a better job of moving the ball and attacking the rim. Camby.
From Charlie Ward.
When you come off that high screen and you make the decision to step out, you have to force him back. You can't let him step around you. That time, Charlie Ward easily down the lane.
Knicks within 7.
Crowd in it, Van Gundy in it, telling his guys up, 10 on the shot clock for the Pacers.
Trading, getting easy opportunities.
Davis got it, and Childs with a steal. Camby is fouled by Rose. Steal, and now Jalen Rose commits his 3rd foul, putting Camby on the line.
And Camby with great quickness here, just keeps running and beautifully laid back by Chris Childs.
Bring it up to Sprewell.
Score, got to take his time.
And he did, and he put it home. Kurt Thomas. First 8 possessions of the fourth quarter. Not much doing.
7-point game.
Rose. He got wide open. Larry Johnson didn't get back down court to pick him up, and Rose made him pay. Jalen with a dozen points.
With New York scrambling and double teaming, taking the ball out of Jackson's hands, everybody has to want to shoot the ball for Indiana, particularly Jalen, Derek McKee, and Antonio Davis.
Sprewell, LJ for 3. Thomas is firing blanks from the arc tonight.
Kurt Thomas has 4 fouls and
steals.
Camby. Remember the trouble Indiana has closing out a game. 7:20 left. New York trying to mount a comeback down 7.
Crowd is back in it.
Rose. Jalen Rose, but missed. Camby another board. Here's Childs pushing for New York. All the way to the rim. Score! Lob pass for Antonio Davis, and 1. Camby.
Can't afford to lose Camby. Nice drive, Childs.
Childs right back to lay it in. 5:17 remaining. It's 76-68 Indiana.
Chris Childs has been very impressive throughout this series with his guard penetration. Mark Jackson, just no answer for it.
Again, backcourt pressure from the Knicks guards. Rose blows right by Houston. Miller's floater goes. Baseline floater as he got to step on Sprewell.
Indiana has to think offense right now. They have to just come out and get guys that want to shoot that ball.
Reggie Miller with 7 points on 2 of 8 shooting.
Looking for Houston. Reggie Miller doing a good job of keeping him away from the ball. 9 on the clock.
Thomas. Kurt Thomas, nice shot over Antonio Davis. Much to the delight of the injured Patrick Ewing.
Thomas can score inside. His basic problem is keeping himself in the game and playing under control.
Rose.
Oh! From Larry Johnson and Marcus Camby.
Miller will shoot the free throws, being
all them all out, so we'll find out whether that worked. Johnson.
Larry was not in a happy mood yesterday. That was a tough night's sleep, of which he got 0. We saw that sun come up on Saturday night after Game 3.
Well, Jeff Van Gundy, who of course his travails are well chronicled, still his status for next year has not been clarified. So he makes the big decision to bring Camby. How much of a factor was the emotional fatigue of New York after that draining victory in Game 3? It didn't affect Indiana as much, a veteran team, as it did New York, the exuberance of it.
Indiana stayed mad. It's easier to stay mad than it is easier to stay up. The disappointing performances have come from Houston and Sprewell, who had to be huge and were not.
Miller's fouled and one. Minute 13, it was of course the controversial trade that sent Oakley away. Many said the heart and soul of the Knicks for Marcus Camby. The trade widely panned early. Ernie Grunfeld, the general manager, demoted. And now Camby playing like a man possessed. The best New York player tonight in many. And we're down to 30 seconds.
But if you thought we saw a hungry crowd at the start of this game, wait till that crowd at Market Square on Wednesday night.
And if you're a Pacer fan, the good news is your team has regained the home court.
Dale Davis on the low post, hitting over Larry Johnson.
Same way Indiana opened Game 4. Dump it inside. Take
Jackson for 3.
For Spree.
Smicks over Thomas. Rick Smicks.
Easy bucket over the shorter Thomas. And the Pacers had built a 9-0 lead.
Indiana, the tallest team in the league. New York.
The Knicks need a score just to settle themselves down. Thomas from the corner.
Finally, with 8.5 minutes left in the opening quarter, New York, after missing its first 5 shots, gets a bucket.
Van Gundy did not want to fall behind early. That feeds the crowd, and it makes them play a scramble game, already playing shorthanded New York.
Smits outside, no good. Back tapped by Reggie Miller. Smits rambles toward the hoop, knocks bodies every which way, and ahead.
At both ends. They have not done that.
Sprewell against Mullen. That's a matchup that New York had hoped to exploit in Game 4. In Game 4.
In a way, a real weapon for Sprewell.
He was more upset with his defense than his lack of offense. Houston leads the break all the way to the rim. The finger roll goes. Allen Houston's in the scoring column. Reggie Miller took a wild shot, and New York got the transition bucket to pull within 1. The first Houston. New York looks for the lead. Incredible as it sounds. Camby couldn't hit. Tapped in by Thomas.
Well, you know, again, that's what coaches try to get their players to understand. There's a lot of time in a ball game, and if we can just withstand an emotional charge by the opponent at the beginning, work our way in it, you can get into the ball game and win it. Reggie Miller.
Sprewell.
He's got that streak going now. He's got that happy feeling. If you thought that hour and a half was for nothing, it's going to pay dividends this evening.
Sometimes you leave it out there on the practice court. This is a game I think Sprewell has to get near 30 and Allen Houston over 20 if the Knicks have to have a chance to win.
Sprewell's 3 of 6.
He doesn't want them coming inside. Miller rings the bell again, so Reggie, he's into this one as well.
Get away from him. Jackson, a long 3. Whoa!
Jackson hits the layup.
It's the kind of inspirational play you need from all your players.
Mullen over Childs. Oh!
Himself drove
penalty situation in their favor. If they drive the ball, move people, they're going to get back into the game offensively. And Kurt Thomas right now is playing with the best poise and control he's played in any of the playoff games we've done so far.
You've got to be able to guard guys one-on-one, like Derek McKee is doing right here.
And doesn't matter, Larry Johnson, despite
balance of offense and defense out on the floor. Davis inside, blocked by Camby.
Camby with a rejection, and New York has it right back. Houston. Allen Houston. 8 of 10, now Indiana 2 for 2. Childs spins, can't score. Put up, yes, good, by Marcus Camby. Who else? Mr. Active for the Knicks, his 5th point. Jackson behind the back. Smith's open look. Rebounded by Sprewell.
Pacers have come to a grinding halt here.
Tough shot.
Out of control, Sprewell, but an offensive rebound. And one, Marcus Camby. What's not to like?
That contingent behind the Knick bench is going crazy. They've got their uniforms on. They've got their towels. You can see them right behind Jeff Van Gundy, Spike Lee, and the gang. But when Sprewell's slashing to his right here, you got to make Spree go left. It can be over the top, just too quick for all of the Pacer big men. And that was the knock on Charles Oakley, that Oakley wasn't quick enough to compete against the Davises. That's why that was the impetus for that trade.
3-point play. Spike Lee applauds a New York lead. It's also the 4th foul just committed by Derek McKee.
Yes, Bill Walton said this is about taking something away from the opponent.
Open, Miller a little slow recovering. Feeds it inside to Camby, who throws.
Sprewell trying to get to the rim. Can't do it. They're going to come back to him against Mark Jackson.
Posting Jackson with 7 to shoot. Sprewell's floater is a pretty shot.
What about if some champagne should happen to fall in the locker room?
Champagne falls, you will see Chris ducking the other way. They all know. We got when we win it, we have apple cider and all that stuff when we put away. So I'm not getting close to the champagne.
Quick hit of Sprewell in front court. Pull-up shot. Got it. He's on the bench in favor of Dudley in this one. What would the reason be?
Now he's got 3 fouls, plus he wants to get some energy off the bench. I think he thinks he can gamble. They get back-to-back hoops early from Sprewell in Houston. The crowd nervous here at Market Square.
Chris Mullen.
Isolation game, which the Pacers have fallen back into, which was their game in the first 3. Now Houston is hot. Pacers are in trouble right now.
Houston and Sprewell come out. Allen Houston.
Watch out.
On fire. Allen Houston already with 3 for 3 in the quarter. And New York up 4.
And you've got Sprewell and Houston playing well at the same time, which was the formula for success in Atlanta when they won the first 2 games on their way to their sweep there.
Reggie Miller fell down, and they're going to call somebody with a foul.
Yeah, Charlie Ward's.
Here's Miller to Mullen. Fouled by Sprewell. The finals, an NBA special, Sunday at 5 Eastern here on NBC. Well, the first Pacer fast break points of the night are the 2 free throws by Chris Mullen, and it gives Indiana a 2-point edge. Larry Johnson, and 1.
Well, they came and they smothered Larry Johnson inside, and the rotations left Charlie Ward open, which was a terrific defensive decision by the Pacers.
Mullen for 3. Chris Mullen from Jackson.
9 1/4 for Chris Mullen, and he's got the crowd back in it, and the Pacers with a 6-point lead.
Where is Marcus Camby? They're falling behind. This guy, who was incredible, is sitting on the bench the whole second half.
Allen Houston goes 1-on-1 and records his 12th point as Camby continues to watch.
The hang-around theory is this, Bill. If we can just slide a couple more minutes, then we can explode in the 4th quarter. You got to understand what's going on in this game.
He's not going to get tired.
Tough shot, Reggie Miller.
Disappeared the last 2.
And what the Knicks had in the second quarter, which kept them going, was getting to the free throw line. Now they're trying to bring the ball to the rim. Sprewell gets his first 2 since that opening bucket. 4 1/4 for him.
Was Harold Sprewell, who was all-NBA first team when Michael Jordan was playing baseball. Smits, too hard off the glass. Tough rebound by Charlie Ward, of all people.
Smits is not reading the defense well with his back to the bucket.
Thomas can score. Kurt Thomas, who once led the nation in scoring and in rebounding, 29 points and 14 rebounds a game, only the 3rd player to lead Division I in both categories in his days as a Horned Frog at TCU.
Much better job this game by Kurt Thomas of staying out of foul trouble, playing with a little bit of control. Miller out of control, but he's going to get the call. Boy, you talk about a guy that's gotten all the breaks in the quarter.
And Herb just had an unbelievable career. Remember, he started here with the Pacers. Career-leading shot blocker Herb Williams in franchise history for the Pacers.
He said he played for Indiana when they weren't any good. Charlie Ward worked his way free.
Of course, Herb played for them before the Simon brothers bought the team, and that changed everything. They have done such a marvelous job. Charlie Ward now 1 for 6.
But he's pulled New York back within 2. Miller faked, got away from Ward.
Reggie can't do is really back a guy down and then get close to the basket. That's a tough shot. You got to live with that shot if you're the defensive New York Knicks.
Van Gundy has to have a timeout, and he has to bring Marcus Camby in here. They're having to battle back too many times. It's too easy. You got to go.
Block shots.
Sprewell gets a breather as Chris Kiles comes back in, and what Allen Houston and the New York Knicks want to do is stay close. They don't want to see this lead explode. Camby on the move.
Blocked by a good decision right here. Houston left it for Camby, who is fouled.
One way. Don't let him go to his left hand, and they let him get there. Rose on the finish.
Better than your bad players at their best.
Larry Johnson, 2 ball fakes, put it up and in.
Teams are better than their best team.
Larry Bird was one of those guys that always played 48 in Game 5.
Houston for 3. On target, Allen Houston. Houston now was 6.
It's been just enough of a difference for Mark tonight. He hasn't been torturing the Knicks in the post, but tonight, a quick one here and there is really...
Childs has been able to hurt defense of Mark Jackson. It's when quickly attacking out of the backcourt, he pulls up. Allen Houston was thinking about letting that one go.
Here's Camby over Perkins. Marcus Camby, young against old, and Young has 16 points.
When he can do that on a consistent basis, watch out. There'll be no stopping this guy. You'll see him in the All-Star game.
Rose now checked by Sprewell, shoots over him. And Camby way up for the board. Here comes Childs for New York. They trail by 1.
This is the lineup that Bird could conceivably go with for the rest of the game. Maybe take Perkins out, but he's got his guns in there, and the Knicks are scoring on him.
Larry Johnson hits that open shot, and New York is up by 1. 6-0 run for the Knicks. Timeout, Indiana.
Marcus Camby doing so much. You dribble into the paint like this and just rise up, leaving the defender frozen. Perkins, a great defender against a bigger guy. Marcus Camby pumping his teammates up.
Crowd back in it.
Sprewell, baseline drive on Rose. Blocked by Smits. Camby puts it home.
Sprewell's in the zone, though. He's just taking every ball to the hoop. I'm glad he's attacking as opposed to settling with the perimeter fadeaways.
Sprewell bumped by Smits. Gives it up. Score. Chris Childs.
Another fast break basket for New York. Digging it out defensively. An intimidating presence of Marcus Camby.
We know that Indiana has been a team that can go into droughts, and so they've got to get the ball back in the hands of the scorers, trying to come across the middle, out of control.
Johnson for 3. Larry Johnson with a huge 3-pointer. He has 12 points in the game, and New York leads by 4.
All those hours of practicing that 3, something that Larry has really just added this year to his repertoire, finally pays off.
Sprewell matched up on Reggie Miller now, and Reggie trying to work himself free. Meantime, Jalen Rose is double teamed. Here's Miller with the ball.
7 on the clock.
Smith wide open. And this one goes at the shot clock buzzer for Rick Smith.
Now that's the kind of ball movement and then finish that hurts the defense, because the Knicks did everything right except at the last minute. Smith was able to shake free.
Larry Johnson for 3. Second in a row from the same spot.
The miracle finish.
10 1/4 for Larry Johnson. Smith is open.
Turns. Can't hit. Rebound Camby.
come back to Sprewell again. Sprewell's been the guy that's been making it go. He's drawing the defense.
Van Gundy is going nuts over saying, don't walk the ball up the floor. They're tired, we're tired, but we got to keep moving. One more hoop, and they had the big advantage with just about 2 minutes to go. Houston against Jackson.
Takes it, leaves it for Canby, puts it through. Marcus Canby from Allen Houston.
Penetration and dish. The Pacer defense unable to deny Child, Sprewell, Houston, anybody going to the hoop, and LJ and Canby are finishers.
Reggie Miller for three. Got it! Pacers back within 4, just under 2 minutes remaining. 27 in the game for Reggie Miller.
Everything for New York has to go to the hoop here if they're going to have a chance to get to the free throw line and call a foul on Mark Jackson.
That's a 15 foul, so it's going to be a shooter for Patrick Ewing's New York Knicks. And Bird's face a lot redder than he'd like it to be at this time in the ball.
Crowd will be like in Madison Square Garden Friday night.
13-6 in these situations, New York Knicks. And Sprewell said, bring it all to me. You want to talk choke, you want to yell, you want to do whatever, bring it all down to me now.
Did you say choke?
Yes, I did. Because that's what the crowd is chanting. You see Sprewell say, bring it.
45 minutes tonight. As you look at the leading scores, 26 for Sprewell in 45 minutes of action, 10 for 11 from the line. This is one of the most remarkable victories I've seen in playoff basketball.
Indiana seemed to be in control after their rousing win at the Garden the other night. Here's Miller. Line drive right over Allen Houston.
Long pass, Charlie Ward. He's really good at that.
They do the right thing, but Spree's not done. He wants some more. I mean, they should have. Once a game, UCLA shows up.
Yeah, at least once.
Absolutely.
Well, Indiana had regained the home court advantage. They had the momentum. They come home, and New York withered by the early onslaught of the Pacers, down 9-0 to start the game. And they hang around, as Jeff Van Gundy said they were so good at doing. And the Pacers facing a 101-94 deficit. And that means that Spike and company will be at their normal spots in Madison Square Garden on Friday night with a chance to see New York close out the series. They will take, with this victory, a 3-2 lead. And Indiana will have to go on the road if they try to stay alive and force a 7th game, which would be back here in Indianapolis on Sunday.
Back-to-back devastating losses for the home teams.
Well, let's remember this. The New York Knicks seem to be better at beating opponents on the road when there's a sense of urgency and desperation. When they've been at home, it's been a little bit tougher.
Allen Houston told us yesterday they had to get back to playing with desperation and with urgency. It didn't look like it tonight when the game began. It was all Indiana. But New York found its desperation and made a remarkable comeback in this game. Now just 3 seconds away from taking a 3-2 lead in the series.
That ball was blocked by Marcus Camby once again. And in Latrell Sprewell, they got a guy who can get to the free throw line and bail your team out when everything bogs down. That's what happened for Van Gundy tonight.
And the fans here at Market Square, who may have seen their team play the last official game in this arena ever, are shocked as Game 5 comes to an end. New York now just one victory away from becoming the first 8th seed ever to make the NBA Finals.
Meant much in this series. How are you going to maintain your home court and close this out?
Well, we have the best fans, and we're going to try to get this one for them this time.
Latrell, congratulations on the great game.
Thank you.
Marcus Camby, let me ask you, how have you gone from a man who was basically forgotten to the most dominant player on the court in such a short period of time?
Just stay focused and play hard. I mean, even when I wasn't playing, I never lost confidence. I always thought that I can compete hard on this level. And I just wasn't getting my opportunity in the first half of the year. But once I got in there, started getting the minutes, I started showing people what I can do.
Sprewell and Houston really responded tonight, as well as Larry Johnson. Can you talk about your teammates' efforts down the stretch when things didn't look so good?
I mean, our guards really stepped up, Latrell and Allen. I mean, they've been struggling the whole series. And actually, I told Latrell that one of them two is going to have a good game today. Luckily, he did, and Allen did, and LJ, and we all did. So it's definitely a team effort after being down early.
City will be rocking on Friday night. We'll see you then.
Oh, without a doubt. What's up, Hartford?
Back over to you, Tom Hammond.
All right, Jim, with Camby in the game, the Knicks were a +20. Without him, they were a -13. They win at 101.
New York Knicks.
Madison Square Garden in Midtown Manhattan. And earlier, the madness outside in a city that has gone crazy over the New York Knicks. In contrast, the players alone with their thoughts. What must be in the mind of Latrell Sprewell, a year ago an outcast, now on the verge of leading a new team to glory. And Marcus Camby, unwanted, a lightning rod of criticism, now the player of the series. As the crowd cheers on, can Reggie Miller block it out, then silence the Knicks faithful as he's done so many times, or do doubts creep in? And Mark Jackson, whose emotions must be in conflict, hoping to deny victory to the team he grew up with, for whom he once played. The crowd primed and ready, and inside the Garden, sold out the 295th consecutive time as thoughts and throats come together for Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
And when they get this kind of effort from the big three, it's a dominating effort and it's a win for them. But Jeff
Harden for 48 minutes, baby. Ain't no way they're gonna stop our show. Ain't no way, no.
That's the hot spot in Manhattan tonight, Madison Square Garden. Tom Hammond, Steve Jones, Bill Walton, Jim Gray ready for Game 6. And the Indiana Pacers and the New York Knicks, trying to be the first eighth coach of the New York Knicks, has taken them within one game of the finals, Jeff Van Gundy.
To stop, and it does. Tough effort by Johnson. Foul Rick Smith.
Guarded by Allen Houston, has done a terrific job on him. Rick Smith.
Layup, and that cheap one might get him started. Houston had some pretty good defense going against them prior to that effort. Beautiful back.
Charlie Ward with a pass. Sprewell to finish. New York's first field goal.
If you're Chris Mullin, you can never get backdoor. You got to keep a hand on the hip, make him receive, stepping away. You're giving up too much athletically anyway.
Jackson for three. Mark Jackson nearly made that impossible shot, but then fouls Chris Dudley. Game, what was it, 4
against Miami, right. Opening round series.
Mark Jackson nails a shot. His 5th point. The Knicks have hit one of their first 14 shots. That's 7% shooting.
Well, the best thing is they're only down 9, but they've got them right where they want them now, and they'll start going to work. Allen Houston
takes it to the rim. Maybe that'll get them started. Instead of settling for the jump shot, taking it to the hoop.
You know, they told us 1,000 times through the course of this season and these playoffs, they're a team that needs to play in desperation. And when they're desperate, they play better.
Thomas from Sprewell. Camby hits Sprewell. Thomas going to the rim for the finish. 2 straight buckets by the Knicks. And Larry Bird calls for a timeout.
But see, that timeout allows this crowd to go wild and
Allen Houston.
Guards have got a rebound for Indiana. Reggie picks up a foul.
Reggie Miller looks in distance. Jalen Rose just checks into the game. Sprewell has him. Camby.
Sense of Reggie Miller. Don't hold the ball. Find a way to get in deep. Forces his way in.
Rebounded by Thomas. Childs to Houston. Over Miller. Got it. A flash to the rim, but Johnson got it away and hit it.
Perfect execution, just as Van Gundy drew it up.
You know, Marcus Camby hasn't scored and has just 1 rebound, but does he ever bring energy? New York is now 16-6 since Camby entered the game. I don't think it's just coincidence.
Absolutely not. And Larry Johnson draws a great offensive foul here. But on down something like tipping loose balls, controlling the flow of the game, that's just a remarkable contribution to your team. Very few players can do that without putting offensive numbers on the board.
Larry Johnson cut off by Antonio Davis. Promptly hits the fall away. Now, after a brutal shooting first quarter, the Knicks are starting to get everything done.
And the crowd is surging right now, Tom. This is Larry Bird's worst nightmare. Going with the subs here. Terrible pass, Antonio here. Now they're going to bring the starters back in.
They're going to storm the court now? 9 turnovers, 2 field goals by Indiana the last 10 minutes.
They're trying to use that pick and roll action that's got them so many shots in the fourth quarter, and it gets one for Kurt Thomas right there.
Maybe the Pacers could take a lesson in patience for the Knicks, because the Knicks began the first quarter with abysmal shooting and now have worked their way out of it.
How about Kurt Thomas, though? What a turnaround for him. 4 points and 6 rebounds off the bench.
And no fouls, huh? One foul.
Kurt Thomas knocks.
So he's got his game going.
Well, what the Knicks are going to try to do is ride this pick and roll, do some good offense, and they find Camby right at the rim.
Larry Johnson made the pass. Camby the slam. Rick Smith re-enters the Indiana lineup, and Reggie Miller is back as well.
You know, Tom, on your plus-minus, we ought to probably track Chris Childs out on the floor as well, because since he's come in, the New York Knicks offense has been a lot more fluid.
I hate to agree with you, Steve.
And then don't.
His 2 free throws, comes back and gets scored on in the lane. Marcus Camby.
And Best comes up limping after he took it right to the bigger Camby, the shot blocker, and scored. And Larry Johnson is also down for the Knicks.
Oh, shit!
Mike Saunders in the white shirt, the great legendary trainer for the New York Knicks. You hate to see this happen to anybody, particularly such a vital cog in the Knicks offense.
Just got an explanation of what the Knicks had called. They called a 20-second timeout, but because they cannot get that substitute off, they can't get Larry Johnson off the floor, they can't get the substitute in, so we have a break in the action. The officials are just, they're doing the right thing right now by letting the trainer take care of Larry Johnson, make sure that he's okay before they try to get play started here again.
Larry Johnson, who's had such a sensational series, that miraculous 4-point play, and what 3-point shots he's hit all during this series.
This was game 3 when he hit 3 3-pointers, all of them desperations to beat the shot clock each and every time, and then the miraculous 4-point play to get the victory. Game 5, off penetration, and the perfect finish for the Knicks. Childs down the lane once again. 2 times in the 4th quarter, Larry Johnson hits big 3-point shots. How are they going to make that up? They're playing so shorthanded as it is.
Well, adversity, you know, will find a hero, and many times in situations like this where your team is on the verge of doing something special, good things happen for you.
Director Norman Scott on the left of your screen in the suit. The one who's been responsible for so many athletes getting back onto the court.
And Marcus Camby has said all along that Larry Johnson was the man that helped him through the tough times when Camby was getting virtually no playing time. And Jeff Van Gundy has said all along that this is a quiet team. They really have only one vocal leader, and that's Larry Johnson. So their vocal leader, their clutch 3-point shooter, now injured and being helped from the court. What a
to use their speed and quickness as they attack the rim with Marcus Camby.
Who else? Camby and one. That was a difficult shot.
That was not difficult, Tom. That was unbelievable. That was right there with Larry Johnson's 4-point play here. He just threw it up, tried not to get hurt as the body checked there by Mark Jackson. Jackson, all he can do is foul. But the transition game, ignited by the slow and poor post-entry pass by Dale Davis, and the crowd is back in. Now Sprewell has got his spring back, and Camby has certainly provided that huge lift that we've come to expect from him.
7 points the last 2.5 minutes for Marcus Camby. Smits fouled by Childs. The basket will count.
That's going to be the concern right there for Jeff Van Gundy. They can't allow him to get that deep post position. This ball is too deep, and Childs realizes it, but he doesn't grab it. So he lets him get that arm in the air, and now you got a chance for a 3-point play.
Van Gundy can't believe it, but that last time was a perfect example. Ball passing so much.
Sprewell attacks Mark Jackson and lays it in. Nice spin move by Sprewell, who has a half dozen points. New York by 4.
The Pacers have not adjusted whatsoever to Sprewell finishing every time with his left hand in the paint.
Outside shot by Be Right. You must come with us. And Mark said he will forever be grateful for that touching gesture by Jeff.
By his best buddy there from St. John's.
Camby with a lob pass. And it was saved inbounds
The Knicks get the ball to Allen Houston to work for the final shot as they did, and the crowd comes to their feet.
Houston got it.
That is exactly what New York needed. Get the crowd going wild into halftime with a 6-point lead.
No, it rimmed down. Room. Wheeled in the wheelchair to the ambulance, being taken for it. Scrapping for the rebound on the floor. Picked up by Mark Jackson.
This is just like the start of the game where the Pacers came out perfect. Bird went to the bench, and it was a disaster.
Reggie Miller for three. Got it. Reggie Miller hits the three-pointer, and Indiana once again begins by blitzing of celebs. Turned out for Game 6 of the Garden. Donald Trump. There's Puff Daddy. Woody Allen. Sun Yi. Jerry Stiller. Billy Crystal. Matt Modine is here as usual. Matt Dillon. And Jerry Seinfeld in a front.
Performances have been right here in this building.
They need offense right now, and Allen Houston is going to start finding his way in this ball game. That's his first shot attempt here in the third quarter of play.
He's the game's high scorer with 16.
Steve, the crowd is so hungry. They desperately want to get up on top here. The Knicks have got to give them a chance. Offensive foul. Smith's away from the ball on a step-out screen. Stand still and let the offensive receiver use that screen.
Here's an offensive foul on a screen by Thomas, who steps on Reggie Miller. It is going to be teed up, I believe.
You keep selling it.
Pressure defense pays off. Sprewell, Thomas, and they
points. They're in this ball game, so they're hanging around. They've done what they've done so well, and all they need is an offensive hero, and it is got to be Allen Houston and Sprewell. Houston.
Beautiful drive as Reggie Miller slams the ball out of the net after Allen Houston went right around him and beat Smits as well.
And Childs is now up applying pressure. Larry Johnson is usually the guy that helps double team, but he can't play a bumping foul in the backcourt.
Get it. Sprewell.
Sprewell can't hit baseline. Put it back in by Camby.
Who's guarding that guy?
Nobody, obviously. Nobody's keeping him off the board, that's for sure. 10 points for Marcus Camby. We're tied at 51. Smits
puts the New York Knicks into the penalty, and Houston's looking to drive this ball.
Smits comes to help, doesn't matter. Houston blows by Jackson and Smits. 21 for Allen Houston. Game tied at 53.
Ewing up, leading the cheers. Whistles virtually every trip up and down the court.
And Allen Houston is getting that great first step on Reggie Miller, and nobody's closing the middle.
Offensive rebound, Dale Davis. Childs ties him up.
They won the game. They beat Kentucky in the NCAA championship.
Who?
Kentucky Wildcats.
To UCLA?
To UCLA, wow. Absolutely.
I don't know if I trust your memory.
You went to Kentucky, right, Don?
Chris Childs from 15 did a little Big L in honor of his fallen teammate, Larry Johnson.
They ought to quit thinking about the signs and start thinking about playing ball. This game is... This is the championship right here.
Jalen Rose answers for Indiana. They need Rose to get untracked.
Childs is in this ball game along with Camby, and those are the guys that may have to play the rest of the time. So you're going to see Van Gundy maybe invoke some of that wooden theory as they come back to Allen Houston.
Well, Houston is a guy, Sprewell, Camby, they can all play the whole game. Chris Childs as well. I don't think Kurt Thomas is in good enough shape to do it.
8 on the shot clock. They got to get a shot away, Houston.
Oh, Allen Houston. He feels it. 23 for Houston. Pretty shot.
Offensive foul. Pacers. Beating themselves, the Pacers are. Nobody steps out here to deny Chris Childs, who gets to the foul line, pulls up perfect shot.
The ball. Defensively, Indiana is not getting it. Make somebody else shoot the ball other than Allen Houston.
Hesitation.
Sprewell went for the steal. Couldn't quite get it.
10 on the clock for Jalen Rose.
Inside. Camby rejects Antonio Davis.
The Pacers are beating themselves. 3 on the shot clock. Knicks need to play smart right here. Antonio Davis never execute the shot.
Tied at 57. Sprewell gives the Knicks the lead. 30 seconds left.
First shoot, but the second half for Sprewell, and Houston needs some help. So Sprewell is going to have to step up to this dance and deliver.
The Knicks have players, Houston and Spree, who can deliver off their own dribble. Where is that for Indiana?
5-second difference between game and shot clock. Jalen Rose, local station. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
The collision that Chris Childs caused.
Well, he's really tense now because he has 4 fouls. Derek McKee back in for Indiana to start this fourth quarter. Childs for 3.
During the break, Tom, Bill said now it's time to find out who wants to play, and Chris Childs is one of those guys that wants to finish the deal for the New York Knicks. 5 quick points for him, and three of them came on that last three-pointer. Sprewell gamble.
McKee tied up by Chris Dudley.
Steve, if you're a player, this is what you live for. The penetration, something that has killed the Pacers all series. Then the three-point shooting, outstanding.
Right now for Child and Houston about where to be on the tip as Dudley controls attack.
Dudley outjumps McKee for the basketball. We may have to get Chris Childs over here to settle you down before this game's over, like he did Larry Johnson before that free throw. Turnovers have plagued Indiana all night long.
Jalen Rose
pushing, handles the adversity.
When he's focused, he's a considerable force. Here's McKee against the smaller Houston. Double team comes. Best hits the 3. Travis Best left alone. They didn't rotate back fast enough, and he nails his 7th point.
Travis Best, who was huge last year in the 7-game Eastern Conference Finals against Chicago, delivering in spite of the debilitating injury.
Houston off a good screen from Dudley. Knocks it down. You talked about all the work of Allen Houston. Paying off here. The elimination in Game 6. 9:56 remaining. New York leads by 2. Reggie Miller still on the bench. Jalen Rose beat Camby for the layup.
That may be the only time in memory in this series that Camby didn't change a shot that he went after.
But the guy that you talked about that can't get his own shot or can get his own shot is Jalen Rose, and he's making it happen. And for the Knicks, they're going to have to get some help from Childs and particularly from Sprewell.
Penetration. The Pacers aren't stopping anybody on the perimeter. Spree, though, he should do a better job of getting the ball closer, maybe at the foul line, get his own offensive going to help out Allen Houston.
Smits wants it back from McKee against Dudley. Rick Smits turns, can't hit. And a loose ball foul called on Indiana as they sent Marcus Camby flying.
Right hand. Same thing with Travis Best.
Blocked by Camby. Smith whips it to Antonio Davis, and a shot clock violation by Indiana. Good defensive help by...
And of course, you know, the game is scoring, and Dudley's going to try to get him to turn over Smith.
And Smith is teed up by Hugh Hollins.
Rick Smits better watch out. He's on the verge of getting a second tee from Hugh Hollins. That's the problem with...
Only have one team foul against him. They can be very aggressive. When Camby is effective, it's because he's down in the slot, and they haven't been able to find him. Sprewell.
Pass shot, Latrell Sprewell. Baseline floater puts the Knicks up 3.
But Steve, the Knicks are killing Camby. Plays extremely well when he gets mad. In fact, they wish he'd get mad a lot more often.
Allen Houston against Reggie Miller, now with 4 fouls. Houston got it, rattled around, took a dance, and stayed home for Allen Houston, who now has 27 points.
People who can score off their own dribble when it all bogs down. Sprewell and Houston back-to-back.
Miller now being guarded by Childs. Dudley on a switch.
That's not the strength of Reggie Miller's game.
Jalen Rose to Smits. Jalen Rose.
Great. That off left hand for Smits.
Coming back to the same play. They were late in getting him the ball. They come back to Sprewell.
Latrell Sprewell on target. The Knicks go back up by 3.
That runner that he hit, that Steve was talking about the creativity, that set him off. Now he's in it right now. They got to get him the ball again.
And the defensive assignment is Childs against Miller, Houston against Jackson. Camby comes out on the ball, and they get an offensive foul.
Reggie Miller with a push-off. Dick Bavetta said that's 5. So 5 fouls on Reggie Miller. Let's see if they go after him. The crowd, unbelievable. Miller is guarding Sprewell, but Houston, and 1.
No defensive rotation whatsoever for Larry Bird's Pacers. Everybody just on their feet. They're not going to sit down the rest of the game.
3-point play by Allen Houston. He said this team plays best when it's a cornered animal. They saw Larry Johnson, their leading series scorer, go out with an injury in the second quarter. And since then, Allen Houston has hit 10 of 11 and taken over the game. Rose for 3. Jalen Rose keeping Indiana in it.
Jalen Rose is stepping up in this one, 7 here in the quarter.
But who can play the individual defense to stop the penetration of New York? They're coming right back to Houston, and why not?
Well, he's got to keep driving. The ball comes over the top.
Oh, Allen Houston, unstoppable the last 2 quarters, 32 in the game.
Players live for this moment. You just feel so golden. Everything is coming back. The opposition playing in slow motion.
Rick Smith's fall away, and 1. $19 for Rick Smith, and a chance for a 3-point play as Dudley commits the foul.
If the Pacers are going to lead the Garden tonight, they're not going to go quietly as Rick Smith turns and fires. You know, ever since he got that traveling call, Rick Smith has been a wild man out here on the floor for the Pacers. He has a chance for the 3-point play.
Got the free throw. 78-76 New York, just over 3 minutes left in Game 6. A New York win sends them to the finals, the first 8 seed to ever make it that far. A Pacers win forces a Game 7 on Sunday. Childs, Camby, puts it down.
Dale Davis just standing there, rooted to the floor, watching the ball, watching other players play the game.
Away from the ball, an offensive foul. Rick Smith.
Chris Childs pulls the trigger from the free throw line. Marcus Camby gracefully sliding in. Nothing the Pacers can do about it.
Knicks lead by 4, 2:41 away from the finals. Surprised the Empire State Building isn't in blue and orange the way this town has gone. This city has gone crazy.
Chris Childs, you know, he lives off of inspiration, and it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with in the final 2:21 as he made a mistake in. Miller.
Reggie Miller misses the 3. Childs takes it off the floor. And we're down to the 2-minute mark in Game 6.
Beautifully executed play. Reggie didn't even look down at Smits, who's had a hotter offensive half than Reggie Miller.
Miller only 3 of 16 in the game. Childs for 3. What are they doing there? Mark Jackson.
New York has given Indiana every single chance. Question is, can Indiana capitalize here?
Reggie Miller looks to Smiths. Instead, they work the ball the other way. Shot clock at 8. Rose to Jackson. Path to the basket. Didn't get the shot away. 2 to shoot. Rose gets it up. Missed it. Camby skies for the rebound.
He's just moving.
Before the franchise saw the NBA Finals again. And in it, the Knicks were 1 victory away from another title. But their dreams would end in a nightmare in Houston. And the wait for New York would continue to this day. There's Patrick Ewing, the only member of the Knicks that was on that team. And he, of course, out of action now with an injury. San Antonio awaits the winner in the NBA Finals. And the Knicks a minute 22 away from making that date with the Spurs.
The Knicks, like Game 5, have been perfect down the stretch. Reggie tried to bring it right back early, but Camby is there again. Do they foul right away if you're Indiana?
Well, Indiana has got to get possession of the ball, so they got to gamble right here in the backcourt.
Back to Jackson. Open man from the corner for three, Jalen Rose.
Chris Childs, Dudley.
Dudley on the floor to get it for New York. 42 seconds left. Here's Sprewell. Jackson with a three for Indiana. It's a 5-point game, 30 seconds left, Indiana foul.
That last play that ignited the fast break. Chris Dudley ran from 25 feet away and dove as Larry Bird looks on in just abject disappointment. That led to this fabulous drive. Sprewell just crossing over no one on this team for the Indiana.
Motivated by that 7th game loss to the Bulls last season. Really the only team that stayed together during the lockout, working out constantly. They were the favorites from the outset to step in and replace the Knicks, who have battled all sorts of adversity all season long, on the verge of eliminating the Pacers again.
And Sprewell, who went from a year ago from the villain, from the most vilified player maybe in the history of the NBA, to now on the verge of taking his team to the finals and maybe being the MVP.
Probable New York Knicks. Remember, during the lockout, Patrick Ewing was one of the leaders of the union and wasn't thinking much about basketball, was not in shape. Then improbable story ever in the NBA.
Tom, you covered it all, and you left out Larry Johnson's injury tonight.
And now they overcome the Larry Johnson injury in the second quarter. It is just astounding.
It is still a long way from over. Mullen comes in the ball game along with Jackson, Rose, Perkins, and Miller. They're looking for three. Miller got three, but they don't get him the ball. Got it now.
Miller for three. Childs the rebound.
They have to foul immediately. Jackson sits and watches the crowd series. That this was a series that the franchise had to win. That one truly special player that the Pacers seem to be lacking at this point.
Big free throw disparity in the game. New York has hit 27 of 33. Indiana's attempted only 9 free throws in the game, hitting all 9 of them.
Sprewell blocking shots. The Pacers have given up.
And NBA history has just been made. The New York Knicks are the first 8th seed to ever make the NBA Finals. Jeff Van Gundy's wife in tears. What more could they possibly overcome? They'll get a chance as they meet San Antonio in the finals. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Nobody is happier than Patrick Ewing. Patrick, describe this moment for us, please.
Oh, this feels very good. You know, we're going back to the big show, going back to the big dance. I'm very proud of my teammates. I thought they played fabulous. Larry got hurt, but the guys, they came out and did it for us.
What was the mood in the locker room at halftime when Larry did get hurt?
Well, it was kind of down. We was kind of down. We didn't know what the extent of it was, but, you know, it's going to be day to day, and hopefully be able to play.
How difficult is this for you? You're a part of the celebration. You've been a part of the team, but you're not able to participate now.
Well, it's very frustrating. You know, I wish I was able to play, help my teammates, but they're doing a fabulous job. I just want to go and get involved in the celebration.
Go get in the huddle. Congratulations. Over to Tom. Let's go to Snapper Jones.
All right, Jim Gray. I'm with the offensive hero of the game, Allen Houston. Larry Johnson goes down, and in your mind, you say, I've got to do it. The torch was there. Did you tell everybody, just bring it to me?
I was at peace the whole game. You know, God was with me. And I got to give this the glory to the Lord on this one because, you know, this is one of those games I just felt it. You know, I just felt it the whole game and stayed with it.
Well, if there's peace, there's a lot of joy now. You've been jumping around like you've never jumped before.
I can't help it right now. I can't help it. It's the best feeling I've had so far.
Well, congratulations to you. I know that you're all looking forward to getting to the finals. Let's go back to Jim Gray with Marcus Camby.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much. Marcus Camby getting congratulated by Patrick Ewing. Marcus, when Larry Johnson went down, did you feel as though this one maybe headed 7 and there was despair?
Oh, we was kind of down for LJ, but if LJ was out here, we know that he wanted us to go out there and play hard. And guys circled the wagons. Allen really picked it up with the trail. It was definitely a solid team winning the second half.
How improbable is this scenario from where this team was, the first 8th seed, to go to a championship?
It's been a wild season. I mean, from the start all the way to the finish. You know, our goal is not complete. We want to get in there, get a couple of days of practice, get ready for San Antonio and go out and win this thing.
Without Patrick, and while the word is not complete on Larry, you may be without him. Are you going to be able to compete against San Antonio? You haven't faced them this year, but can you compete shorthanded?
Without a doubt. Guys on this team got a lot of heart. We know they're well rested. They have a good team down there. But we're on an emotional high right now. We're going to have to find a way to get it done.
Describe this scene if you can. There's nothing like winning in New York City, is there?
There's nothing like winning here in New York. I'm so happy I'm here. I'm so happy for my family and all my friends I couldn't make it back home in Hartford. I love y'all. I'm going to try to get it done for y'all.
Marcus, congratulations. We'll see you at the championship. All right, let's send it over to Snapper Jones with Latrell Sprewell.
All right, Latrell, you are living a dream right now. You've been jumping up and down. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. I'm having so much fun. Like you said, I was all over the place once that horn went off. I'm just loving this.
You know, you had a little bit of a struggle tonight, and coming into the fourth quarter, you seemed to wake up and give that team that little bit of extra boost. Did you feel any pressure because you needed to score knowing Johnson was down?
Well, I just couldn't get going early. Offensively, I was struggling, but I was proud of my defense. And in the fourth quarter, I said, hey, this is it. We can't go back to Indiana. You know, the Lord was bless me, let a couple of shots go down for me, and hey, the rest is history.
And he won't have to guess and wait. Bob?
Jim, thank you. Tremendous hand a moment ago for George Gervin, one of the great players in NBA history, one of the 50 greatest, but also one of Salvatore. Duncan, off the glass.
That's the completeness that we talked about, his ability to step out on the floor and make that little jump shot off the glass. That's his shot.
Ward around a Johnson screen. Now Houston against Ellie. Ties it at 2.
What great confidence Allen Houston is playing with, coming off a 32-point game in Game 6 against Indiana. That little medium-range jump shot's the one he's going to have to take.
Duncan had it knocked away, regains, and starts it over again with Avery Johnson. Robinson, nice pass to Ellie. Houston's jumper.
To beat the defense back down the floor, Charlie Ward, a much-needed layup for his confidence. Sprewell, the speed and quickness, the energy to finish. Allen Houston, the little pull-up jump shot. And when I talked to Greg Popovich...
Spinning to the baseline and converting on the reverse.
Wow, Latrell Sprewell.
The Spurs had won 10 straight playoff games, but the Knicks care little for records like that. Allen Houston getting the job done early as the Knicks led by 6 after the first quarter. But Duncan took control in the second quarter. He alone outscored the Knicks 11-10 in this period. 45-37 Spurs.
So when we came back to the bench, I said, great shot, but you know you're a little crazy. He's a little different, and but he's hitting those shots, and the greatest shots in the world.
Team is all about, if somebody's rolling, you know, we go to him, and Dave sacrifices. He does all the little things.
There's 7 combined points and 6 combined rebounds.
Oh, I'm sure coaches will look at it.
Team that still had to contain David Robinson. Robinson and Duncan combined for 46 points, 25 rebounds, 9 assists, and 5 blocked shots.
On a Spurs win, they tied an NBA playoff record of 11 successive victories and a 1-up in the best.
fouled. 42 seconds. David Robinson, 16 points on 5 of 8, as you said, Doug. 11 rebounds, plus 5 block shots. And his former Dream Team teammate, 92 Olympics, Patrick Ewing, looking on helplessly from the bench. He did so much to get this team here, and did a lot of it through clenched teeth. And he's smiling. They show his image on the board, and some fans showing class cheer. Others boo. How do you boo a guy who's had a career like his?
Well, you can't. I mean, Patrick is the ultimate guy who you would love to see out there playing right now. And as he strokes that chin, you can only imagine what's going through his mind right now. Just to be out there and be a part of this to try to help his team. Most frustrating thing, Bob.
The Admiral is with Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Bob. I'm here with David Robinson. It was sort of a strange game.
That's what it's about. I mean, you got to take it at them or they're going to smack it in your face. They're good, there's no doubt about it. That's what drives me. That's why in game 2 I'm coming out with all this energy and this is playing with all this fire to help motivate myself as well as my teammates because, you know, it's a huge task that we have to try to get over to beat these guys.
That's right, and a lot of people are talking sweep. What's in your mind?
No sweep.
Try to win
we
one.
We need to get one. We need to get one. I mean, to me, game 3 is important because if we can get this game, it obviously eliminates all that talk about sweep. And then we can start thinking, hey, let's even this thing up. And that's why we need to get game 3.
The head coach for your New York Knicks is Jeff Van Gundy.
Tactic. Hey, where are you going? I said over here. This is unbelievable. You cannot be serious. All right. Hey, can you open the door, please? Thanks. That's very nice. Wonderful. All right, listen, no hard feelings, okay? I'm going to the Knicks game now. Take me to the Garden. Take me to the Garden, baby.
At 6'6" from Tennessee, number 20, Allen Houston. At guard at 6'2" from Florida State, number 21, Charlie Ward. At forward at 6'7" from UNLV, number 2, pro-captain Larry Johnson. At forward at 6'5" from Alabama, number 8, Latrell. From Massachusetts, number 23, Marcus Camby.
The overwhelm. Can't imagine a bigger hill to climb, but they've got to start right now. Robinson. Ball knocked away. Camby was there on him defensively. Houston fires. The Garden just waiting to erupt as soon as a Knicks shot goes down.
You see, I think something to watch for New York in this first 10 minutes is they're going to expend a lot of energy. Are they going to get results or just get tired? We're going to see what happens here. Can they stay close?
Mario Elie juggles it out of bounds. Larry Johnson. Tough shot. Gets the bounce. Johnson. Ellie is open for the set shot. Rebound out of bounds to New York. 2 turnovers, 0 for 2 from the floor. And Houston is fouled. Houston against Jaren Jackson, who has replaced Ellie. Slides inside of it.
You can already see the aggression of New York getting to the basket, something we did not see in San Antonio.
Duncan gets Sam. Elliott guarding Sprewell. Allen Houston's jumper.
See, Allen has gotten easier shots. He's not playing one-on-one. In San Antonio, they're playing one-on-one. They're posting him here.
Avery Johnson flies to the hoop, taking it. Jaren Jackson tries the reverse. And Houston comes out of the pack with the ball. Sprewell in the open floor where he's most dangerous. Finding Ward. And now they set it up. Here's Camby. Robinson's on him. And after the contact...
I just want to play, and, you know, I'm looking and seeing where I could help the team.
Here's Allen Houston. Off the glass, count the basket, plus the foul.
They can have speed. They did not have that in Indiana.
Sprewell's jumper is good.
83 shots to get 83 points. We talked in our open. Somebody else has got to help him here.
Well, Sprewell faking, putting it on the floor, in the lane, got it. Johnson from Houston. Johnson with 4 points. The Knicks up 8. Timeout San Antonio. Robinson's hook. Knicks working around the perimeter. Ward to Thomas. Thomas into traffic. Hits with the left hand. Ward hits it for Robinson. New York by 7. Allen Houston catch and shoot and hit.
Pretty basketball, but he's letting them know there's about a half-second differential on the shot clock.
Sprewell. Wide open Childs. That's his first 3 of the finals. He was their second best three-point shooter for the year. 3 seconds. Daniels. Answer. Sean Elliott guarded by Houston. Elliott has been quiet offensively in this series. Here's Duncan against 2 within 8. Here's Houston for Dudley. Considered. Here's Duncan spinning and missing. But it pops into Kerr's hands. Daniels. Kerr, the jumper. The shot moves back. Daniels off the dribble. Antonio Daniels on fire here.
They played their dues. These 2 guys have done that.
Here's Johnson scoring. 8 points for Larry Johnson.
See how the ball changed sides of the floor? It started on the right, came back to the left, post up. That makes those big guys stay at home.
Robinson's pass deflected into the backcourt by Charlie Ward, so no violation as Daniels chases it down. But now they've got 6 seconds to shoot. Avery Johnson, 2 seconds to get a shot off. Johnson on the run. Beats the buzzer and can't. Out to Johnson with 7 on the shot clock. Johnson in the paint. Double pump fadeaway. Deflected. And Daniels has it back. Lobbing for Duncan. And Duncan slams it home. And there's a needless foul by Chris Childs.
You got to let that one go, Bob. And also what happened is when a guy falls.
Here's Sean Elliott, left alone. Looked like he traveled takes it to the basket and lays it in.
Yes, it did. That should have been a travel. Missed call there, and Sean Elliott takes advantage of it.
Full turnovers. Here's Sprewell, stopping and popping.
They got to move that basketball. They cannot just come down and play one-on-one against San Antonio. That plays into their strengths.
Sprewell's got 10. Houston's got 15. This time they have help, though. Larry Johnson has 10. Robinson, blocked back in his face by Camby. Duncan takes it. Ellie, the set shot from the corner. The rebound to Duncan. And he puts it back.
Allowing New York to recover.
Here's Sprewell over Jackson.
That's something we did not see in the first two games.
Sprewell with the steal and the save intended for Houston, but he can't come up with it as Johnson beats him to the loose ball. Spurs perhaps looking for a 2-for-1. Johnson with the quick jumper. That's what he had.
The guy, I mean, in game 2, I mean, nothing against Sean Elliott, but I'm all over the guy. I'm all in his face, in his ear, and saying whatever just to get myself going and to let him know that he's going to be in for a long night.
Sprewell is yelling at Sean Elliott. I mean, right in his face.
I'm different. That's the fire and the energy that I play with, and you know, it's also me trying to intimidate a guy to a certain extent, and yeah, that's just me. That's the way that I play. It's the mean streak that's in me.
I would have loved to have heard what you and Jordan were talking about when you went up against each other.
Jordan? No, Jordan's the man. No, how can you talk to Jordan? He's accomplished so much, and hey, he's my idol anyway. So I mean,
I saw so many guys, young guys, coming up over the years that did start talking trash to him. The Miami Heat guys were infamous.
Vashawn Leonard, huh? Mistake, big mistake, right? He learned quickly though. See, that's why I never said anything to Mike. You leave Mike alone.
Do you have any idea, how big you could be in New York? I covered the Knicks when they were winning championships, and do you understand that you could be every bit as big as Walt Frazier?
That hasn't really hit me yet. I mean, and that's something because something you don't really expect to happen. And if it happens, obviously that'll be the greatest thing that I could ever ask for.
The celebration has begun here at Madison Square Garden. Latrell Sprewell is dancing around the four corners of the court with his arms outstretched. I think he's thanking the fans.
That was the ultimate. I've never experienced anything like that in my life. It was a way for me to show the fans or thank them for the support that they've given me. That was for me to do. I mean, it was our bond. I mean, like, when I get introduced or when I come off the bench as a sixth man, I mean, they're there supporting me. It was a way for me to give back to them or just, look into their eyes. What can you say? It's one of those moments you're going to always remember. And, I want more of it. I'm dying for more.
And there's a lot of contact here and a near fight. Camby and Robinson. Sprewell with Elliott on him. Houston posting on Elliott. The fadeaway is good.
Allen Houston very comfortable in that low block. This is the way they started the game. Now, after 4 quick jump shots, it didn't work. They went right back into the post as they started in the first period.
20 points for Allen Houston. Duncan out of the double to Johnson. Avery Johnson is off with it.
We're right back to that post play. Allen's got it working.
2 in a row.
Bob, this is a mistake that some coaches make. They run a play, it works, they go to something else. Keep running the play till it works. Make them stop it. Allen Houston really feels it in that low post right now.
Timeout San Antonio. Knicks by 6.
See, I like what New York has done here. They got off to a slow start in the third quarter with long jump shots. This is the way they started the game effectively. Allen Houston fading away before the double team gets there. The next time down the floor, he gets pushed off the block a little further, but he's so confident right now, you're going to see him turn and square up. Ellie's worried about fouls because he has 3. He has to give him some space, and Allen Houston is taking advantage of that right now. Working tonight, inside, outside. He has 22 points on 14 shots. That's great efficiency.
The Garden's alive once more. Robinson with the lob for Ellie, but it's broken up. On the turnover, the Knicks come back. Houston, a pull-up, and he hits the 3. The Knicks have scored 56 points. They've averaged 72 points through the first 2 games. Thomas gets in front, tries to break it up. And there's a New York foul as we check with Jim Gray.
All right, Bob, at the end of that timeout, Jeff Van Gundy went down to the end of the bench and spoke to Marcus Camby. He put his hand up around his arm and he said, hang in there, pay attention to the game, stick with it, don't lose it here. We're going to need you before this one ends. Bob?
Thanks, Jim. The foul was Kurt Thomas's 3rd. Avery Johnson with the bounce to Duncan. Ellie will try it again. And again, Thomas wins the battle on the offensive glass.
That's about 5 offensive rebounds already in this quarter. That makes it about 6 right there. They're going to get Larry Johnson, though, this time with a push-off.
Alone with it. Now Sprewell comes over to help. Sean Elliott travels.
Boy, New York is very aggressive right now defensively. They're doing it.
Not free. He's got it back. And he scores.
Didn't bring his feeling much better tonight.
Mario Ellie. Out high to Sean Elliott. Now it's the Admiral. Shot clock winding down as he drives and brings San Antonio to within 4.
See, I think David Robinson confuses you. He's a left.
Here's Allen Houston. Jackson on him. 6 seconds to shoot. Larry Johnson on the move. He thought he was fouled from behind, but the Spurs have it. Duncan with a nice pass to
Duncan with that wingspan. Gets a piece of this shot. Oh, he actually hit the arm. That should have been a foul. That ball popped loose. So instead of 2 free throws, they're going the other way. And Tim Duncan deep in that post with a nice give and go to Avery Johnson. The Spurs cut it to 2.
They've done it as New York has missed its last 10 field goal attempts. Peter Boyle, Billy Baldwin, Rebecca Lobo on hand. 2 of the funniest men alive, Chris Rock and Billy Crystal. Allen Iverson led the league in scoring this year. Soon-Yi and Woody. Mayor Giuliani has already presided over a Yankee World Series victory in the last few months. Would like to see the Knicks do it in the NBA, but perhaps not as avidly as Spike Lee. With him yet. Duncan spins with the hook and banks it in.
See, Larry Johnson has no chance down there. When that double team comes from the top and he spins baseline like that, it's too little, too late.
Tied at 58. New York led by 14 during the first half.
Psychologically, New York cannot let San Antonio take the lead right now.
Johnson out to Sprewell. Returns it to him for the baseline jumper. That's an air ball. The shot clock's going to run out unless they get one off here, and Houston does, and cans a big one. The shot clock kept ticking because the shot. Here's Houston on the move. It could have been. Drives it back into the paint. Houston, good look at a 3. Doesn't go. Line drive rebound to Antonio Daniels. A minute left in the 3rd. Duncan given room.
That's illegal.
This is a live shot of the Alamo Dome in San Antonio where thousands of fans have gathered to whoop it up and watch the game on the big screen. San Antonio a factor in that number. Sprewell slices through, goes to the left hand, and hits a ridiculous shot.
Now, this is the same guy you said hadn't made a shot in the 3rd quarter, right? You think he's going to stop shooting?
I doubt it. Highlight reel material there.
It goes by my philosophy. The only bad shot is the one you don't take.
And an offensive
by San Antonio, the offensive foul on Duncan.
Houston. That's what he did all the time against Indiana. until now.
Well, Jeff Van Gundy said to him when he was in foul trouble, keep your head in the game. A tremendous dunk. More importantly, feel the crowd. Now this is when Marcus can be at his best. It's what we saw. Now here he is right here. He's out of the play. But when that shot goes up, he attacks the rim. No block out. And this is what he did. Offensive rebound now of the half for New York. Now, he hung on the rim there. That's not a technical because he protected himself. And even if it were, it would not have been unsportsmanlike, so he would not have been ejected. Once again, we take the look there at Camby, and the crowd is excited. Bob, the Knicks have never trailed in this game. That's why they need to play ahead. They have not let San Antonio take the lead.
Steve Kerr brings it out of the backcourt, but not without some difficulty. Here's Sean Elliott, returning it to Duncan. Duncan cuts between two defenders.
Fourth period.
Houston. It rattles out. Camby trying to finish and can't. Avery Johnson chases it down. Robinson. The Knicks all over him and a foul.
That'll be on Marcus Camby. Bob, as he wheeled in there, he took
Johnson for three. A whistle on the rebound. Dudley claims the rebound. Here comes Sprewell. Full speed ahead.
You better not backpedal when he's coming at you. You better turn and sprint.
Sprewell nudges Ellie, and the foul is on Spree.
I'm not stopping. And a great finish there as Duncan just could not get there from behind.
That is really an apt comparison in terms of the go. Kerr for three. And Sprewell pulls up and is fouled as he releases the jumper.
The entire second half. He's shooting the ball much better in this fourth quarter. No turnovers. 8 points on 7 possessions.
Robinson with a hand in his face, and the Knick foul. Exactly 8 minutes to Houston to Johnson. And he drains the three.
Timely three-point shooting. That's the Larry Johnson.
Here he is, and there it is.
Gotta get it.
Fresh 24 for the Spurs as it winds up in Avery Johnson's hands. Mariuelli driving, banking it in, and coming to the...
The last test of heart and desire is here. Starring the San Antonio Spurs.
It's unbelievable!
And the New York Knicks.
Trap works. Sprewell.
You know, Bob, I can't even think that this guy would get tired. I keep talking about fatigue. This guy could play a doubleheader.
Mariuelli hands to Robinson, and he scores, plus the foul.
That's another touch foul by Chris Childs. We saw it earlier in the first where the idea is good, the foul is not. And again, San Antonio hanging around as Chris Dudley checks out. And you know what? The statistics are going to say he didn't do a whole lot, but his presence was felt. This guy's playing with a horrible elbow right now, but he's doing a good job there defensively.
Camby comes back in, 23 points for David Robinson. That's his playoff high this year.
You got the lead.
Big one for Sean Elliott, and it's there for him. Teams have made 28 baskets. The Spurs have done it on 58 shots. The Knicks on 74. Houston stays hot and boosts the lead to 6.
He is playing like a real star tonight. He is putting this team right on his back. All the big shots have been Allen Houston.
And he matches his career playoff high with 34. Robinson out to Avery Johnson, trying to keep them in the game. Here's Ellie. And again, he can't hit an open three.
Boy, very fortunate that time right there. They left an open three-point shooter. Allen Houston once again.
Larry Johnson drives baseline, finds Camby. His turnaround is there. Sprewell against Ellie. Over him. And that may finish San Antonio. 24 for Sprewell. 1:04 on the clock. New York by 8. Back after this from your local station. But just as quickly they cough it up on the turnover, and now the clock winds down. Every other team, the Spurs have slapped on their home floor in Game 3. Not the Knicks, not tonight. There will be no sweep. In fact, there may very well be a series now.
Well, you see the looks on their face here, Bob, and you say they knew that they could get this job done tonight. That's a look of determination. And those two guys, Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell, were absolutely terrific tonight. They played beautiful basketball, answered every challenge that San Antonio threw at them. And Bob, I agree with you. That big shot that Allen Houston hit prevented San Antonio from ever getting the lead in this game. New York led from start to finish.
I'll tell you what, there are a lot of people surprised by this. There are a lot of members of the press who only packed enough clothes or sent out enough dry cleaning to get them to Thursday morning when they figured they were leaving town. We'll be here at least till Friday, and not out of the question that we go back to San Antonio right now.
Listen up. Give me a go, no go for launch. Booster. Go. Control.
Go flat.
Guidance.
Guidance, go.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
Houston, we have a problem.
A reversal of fortune occurs if Allen Houston's shot doesn't fall against Miami. The Knicks season ends, and this dream dies. If that shot misses, Jeff Van Gundy is probably fired. We never see Marcus Camby shine, but his trade is second-guessed. Latrell Sprewell doesn't ignite a team, and everyone is unfulfilled, especially Allen Houston, who takes at least part of the blame. Fortunately, Houston, there was no problem. And this shot made Allen Houston the Knicks' go-to guy. His hot hand continued as he scorched Atlanta, a career playoff high 34 points in Game 1. In Game 6 of the Eastern Finals, he finished the Pacers with 32. With Patrick Ewing and Larry Johnson injured, he carried the Knicks to the finals. Then 2 nights ago, he dropped 34 on the Spurs. One small step back for the Knicks, one giant leap towards stardom for Houston. He has shot the Heat, the Hawks, and the Pacers out of the playoffs. And Monday night, he shot his team back into the NBA Finals. Game 4.
New York Knicks.
If you thought New York City was alive for Game 3, wait until you hear the roar at the Garden for Game 4. Allen Houston, the toast of the town after his 34 points, convinced Knicks fans that they are not just able to compete with the Spurs, but that tonight, if all goes well, they can draw even. And, against all odds, turn this into a best 2 out of 3 test for the NBA championship. Game 20 giveaways in Game 3, give it up right away in Game 4, and Avery Johnson, who had the steal, then converts the basket at the other end.
Well, it looks like Popovich wants to get his perimeter players off early. Avery Johnson with that early score.
Spurs never led in Game 3, up 2-0 here. Sprewell ties it. Avery Johnson gets into the paint and goes to the right hand for the miss. And now Mario Ellie, who was quickly in foul trouble in Game 3, picks up. Ellie drives baseline. Johnson for 3. Ward flying in to try to save it and does. Good play by Charlie Ward. Now here's Houston. It's blocked away and cleanly. The ball made contact with the rim, and they got a fresh 24. Sprewell's shot is a high arcer, and he gets the bounce.
His 2 shots have been very, very...
Elliott Elliott from the side. Hits the three. Keeping it alive. Gets it back. Can't put it down. But finally, the third try is there on the tip. Duncan's first basket.
You know, Camby's guarding David Robinson, and he's a shot blocker, so someone's going to have to get their body on David Robinson. Now, that's twice he's got his hands on the ball early on the offensive backboard.
Houston. Got it.
He's playing with such great confidence. He missed his first couple shots. Doesn't even hesitate on that jump shot.
Duncan turns and banks it in. Second successive three. Robinson puts it. Felt that the Knicks got the benefit of a majority of the calls. Avery Johnson. San Antonio by 7.
See, San Antonio's made an unbelievable adjustment here, Bob. They're getting Elliott and Avery Johnson involved. Very, very smart.
Houston drives baseline into a crowd and hits against 3 defenders.
The one thing that Allen Houston wants to do is keep driving that ball to the basket. And from New York, they want to play from ahead. Tonight, they are down 5. A little different story when they dominated the first quarter of Game 3.
Avery Johnson got into the lane and paid for it. Larry Johnson fouled him. 7-point lead. Charlie Ward finds the range with a 3. Ward, to be honest, has given the Knicks next to nothing.
And he's actually played better than Childs, so that tells you what's happened. But the one thing they've done, Bob, is they've done a great job pressuring the guard.
David Robinson with a 15-footer that goes down.
Everybody involved right now for San Antonio. They're in a very, very good offensive rhythm.
Ward, who had a hopeful sign a moment ago, finds Houston for 3. It rattles out on him. The rebound to Duncan and the outlet to Avery Johnson. It's taken away from him by Ward. Now a foot race with Robinson. Ward goes for the trap. Camby, who slams it home. A smart move by Charlie Ward.
Well, he's got those quarterback eyes. He played quarterback, and he was reading the field that time. He looked over his shoulder, and he saw he had Camby. That's a nice play.
So Kerr is in for Avery Johnson, who's out to have his elbow bandaged, and Duncan does it again. Duncan, who scored 20 in Game 3, has 6 already tonight. He was held scoreless 0 for 4 from the floor in the fourth quarter when the game was being decided on Monday. Ward spinning. Charlie Ward feeling it all of a sudden.
7 now points from Charlie Ward as he's really picked up the pace here now. But Bob, the interesting thing here, Steve Kerr already in the game for Avery Johnson.
And here's Kerr, dumping it into Duncan for the turnaround off the glass. Larry Johnson. Houston pulls up and fires. Allen Houston stays high.
I love that early offense for New York because it takes the shot blocking out of the game for San Antonio. Those shot blockers then become ineffective. They only blocked 3 in Game 3 after 7 the first 2 games.
Robinson's out, Rose in for the Spurs. Mario Elliott to the hoop. The jumper, or that set shot, really, that he takes has not been there for him throughout the playoffs. He's trying to get his offense by going to the rack.
That was too easy there. Allen Houston just escorted him to the basket. Now all 5 starters have scored for San Antonio and for New York. Both teams in a great offensive rhythm.
Ward. What's up with Charlie Ward?
I tell you what's up. He likes the matchup right now. With Steve Kerr on him, he knows he's got to give him some daylight, back off of him, and he's taking advantage of it right now. That's good basketball.
But he started doing it with Avery on him.
Absolutely.
He's a new man tonight. Duncan on the drive is fouled and goes down hard. It's number 1 on Kurt Thomas.
Allen Houston comes down the floor. He sees the defense is back, but New York has to look for this kind of early offense. It plays into then being able to get to the basket later, and then Charlie Ward, see the space that Steve Kerr gives him, doesn't think he's going to take the shot. Once you get a couple shots, you gain some confidence, and Charlie Ward is playing exceptionally well here in this first period.
Ellie out, Jaren Jackson in. This is Jackson. 17 points in Game 1, 3 points total since. His pass intercepted by Charlie Ward. Ward with 10 points now. His three and then his steal and drive have given the Knicks the...
This time, instead of a quarterback, he's a free safety. Picks it off and goes in for the layup. So Charlie Ward is jump-starting his team. Jeff Van Gundy very, very happy. You don't expect this from Charlie Ward.
Charlie Ward, the 1993 Heisman Trophy winner at Florida State. Also a good baseball player. The Yankees and Brewers each pursued him. The question is, not is he a great athlete? He clearly is. Is he an NBA point guard? Thomas. Right elbow now bandaged. To Rose, driving through the lane. Offensive foul. Kurt Thomas, who juggles it, gets the shot off and hits it. With 1 second to play. The Knicks side is range, really. And the rebound to Sprewell. Knicks quickly back. Camby, catch and shoot.
So vital for him to stay out of foul trouble. They were very fortunate. He got in foul trouble in Game 3, played only 16 minutes. They could get a win. They need him 35, 36 minutes tonight.
Jaren Jackson lost it. Duncan against Thomas. Around the perimeter, Mario Elie. Elie on the drive. Broken up by Camby. New York racing back. Sprewell to Camby. Johnson with the head fake. Decides against the shot. Jerome Kersey is in the game for the first time. He hasn't seen much playing time at all of late. Same move for Avery Johnson, same result. He's got 10 points.
How about the leading scorers in the game? Charlie Ward with 10 and Avery Johnson with 10. Bob, I bet I could have won a little bet with you on that tonight, right? Early in this game?
Somehow you didn't offer it before the opening tip.
Because I knew that would have been a losing proposition with you.
Larry Johnson finds Camby cutting through the lane. Been guarded by Dudley. Childs over on the double. Avery Johnson swings it to Jerome Kersey. And Jerome Kersey. Duncan with the screen. Around the perimeter, here's Elliott. Sean Elliott.
Very smart what San Antonio is doing right now. Duncan is 3 of 8 for the game. The rest of the team is 13 for 20. You know Duncan eventually is going to get his. Now everybody's involved. I think that's very positive for San Antonio.
Houston comes back and immediately makes his presence felt.
You know, he was talking about watching, as a young guy, watching stuff of Walt Frazier and Earl Monroe, 2 great New York guards and won championships here. That little mid-range jump shot, he said they were so effective. That's what he's doing.
Robinson almost lost it. Duncan covers up. Elliott's alone for 3. And New York ball from the side as play resumes. Here's Dudley. Here, Avery Johnson. Dudley with the rebound. Childs to Sprewell, pulls up and connects. Knicks getting it from a number of sources tonight.
This has been the best game of the series. Well played by both teams.
Robinson, jumper over Dudley, bounces home.
Says, man, why can't I play? I want to play. This is the time of the year to be out there, and I can't be a part of this team. It's got to be killing him inside, Bob.
San Antonio by 1. 5 minutes to play in the half. Duncan fades, fires, and puts it down off the glass.
Patience. He is just taking his time after a 3 for 8 start. Now he's hit his last 2 shots, so he's working himself into the game.
Jackson trying to contend with Houston. To the side for Johnson. And his 3 is no good. In these finals, Larry Johnson is now 2 of 15 from 3-point range. Elliott again. Loose ball fought for. And
force that shot.
Larry Johnson spinning on Elliott. And a foul is called. No, making a travel. A travel on Larry Johnson.
That could have been a big foul. I think that would have been Sean Elliott's 3rd, and he's playing well. They cannot lose him. What's happened now? They've got Sean.
Good. And gives San Antonio a 4-point lead.
Now, see, that shot is fine because that's uncontested, and that's off the little dribble by Avery to get in that lane. But once again, Avery Johnson getting in the paint, causing all kinds of problems.
Ward to Johnson. Larry Johnson against two defenders. Doesn't get the roll, but the tip is there.
You see why Camby's got to stay out of foul trouble? He's the only guy on the New York front line who can make that kind of play. That's just an aggressive, energetic, quick jumping play.
10 points and 6 rebounds now for Camby. Duncan from 20. Robinson blocked it. Duncan saved it. San Antonio with numbers. Mario Ellie finishes it.
Chip Van Gundy and the Knicks have to be very, very careful right now. San Antonio with a couple good defensive possessions. Larry Johnson's going to drive that baseline, and you see what the shot blocking does. It forces Camby to pass it, and then the two Twin Towers, once again, actually both of them got a block shot. It leads to the fast break opportunity. Mario Ellie runs out on the floor, and he gets a layup and the foul. They lead by 8, chance to go up 9, and New York can ill afford to dig themselves a double-figure dig.
Who juggles it, ball loose, and taken by Elliott. Avery Johnson, Mario Ellie snaps it back inside to Duncan. Duncan returns it to Avery Johnson. Touch pass back to him. Avery drives. May have traveled.
Up down there. He now has Mario Ellie on him. Maybe go to Sprewell. Elliott has 3 fouls. They need to get his 4th on him if they can, but they got to attack him. There's Allen Houston.
But Robinson is there to block it. Duncan goes to the bank, and it's open. Here's Houston. A whistle as the shot swishes, and a chance for a 3-point play.
Concentration, and a much-needed 3-point play.
Duncan's first foul of the night, but still a 10-point San Antonio lead. Robinson with Camby on him with the hook. It rolls around and won't drop. Houston gives it up to Ward. Inside to Camby. Broken up by Duncan. Thomas screening for him. Cross-court Sprewell behind Camby's screen. He puts the jumper down.
Now, Bob, the reason they're going to do that with Avery Johnson is because that will keep him out of the middle. They're hoping that he can't get in the paint. Teams don't like to trap him. They normally like to go underneath.
Robinson had it knocked away and out of bounds. Houston, Camby soars over Duncan for the dunk.
That's the way you take the ball to the basket. No.
Gundy says now is, it's not that I didn't want Camby. I just couldn't bear to part with Oak.
I think there's a lot to that. You grow fond and in love with players who've given so much to you, but right now, Camby is the superior player, no question.
Houston got a hand on it, but it comes to Avery Johnson. Ellie, the set shot 3, and it's huge for San Antonio.
That is those kiss of death shots that Ellie is so famous for. We've seen him when he was with the Rockets. We saw it earlier against the Rockets on NBC when he hit the big 3 to win the game.
San Antonio in front by 11 again. Houston dumps it inside. Nice feed to Thomas. Elliott calls for the ball. Slides baseline. And it's sent back in his face by Camby. 4 seconds to shoot as Robinson comes up with it. The Admiral up and under. Trying to tip his own miss. And can't get it done. Houston can't hit the 3. Loose ball battle. Avery Johnson scoops it up. Here's Mario Ellie. Knocked away by Sprewell. You won't catch him. When he gets a step on you, even with the ball, you can't catch him.
Not only that, but you better not float out some lazy, careless pass. And that's exactly what Ellie did.
And now a whistle from Mike Mathis.
Lane, there he is, and that lazy pass. Elliott doesn't meet it, and Ellie is upset. But as you said, Bob, once he gets there, you just better let him go.
Here's Duncan turning and unleashing a jumper that's no good. And now Sprewell is there on the glass. Gets up ahead of steam, into the lane to Camby. Johnson, Ellie, left hand, plus the foul. Now Mario Ellie, who had a very well catch and shoot. He has 16. Malik Rose is in. David Robinson gets a rest. Duncan, double teamed, contact and a New York foul. Kurt Thomas is fourth.
Well, there was so much made of the fouls.
Sprewell trying to spin on Jackson. He's cut off. They work it inside, and Larry Johnson is able to finish it. Coming over to steal it is Ward, and then he's fouled by Jackson. It's a good game, 12 points, 9 assists to Duncan, then underneath for Rose. Knocked away by Houston, and Rose was the guy who touched it last. Sprewell. Rose trying to guard him. Jumper over him.
Bob, you can't scare him.
To the break. Thomas gets them 2 points closer. They swing it to the corner for Jaren Jackson. Now it's Sean Elliott. They're patient, still plenty of time. 7 on the 24. Elliott's got a good look at it, and he drills it.
He has got to continue to be aggressive. When he shoots the ball well, he changes their entire team.
He's in double figures now with 10. Allen Houston trying to bring the Knicks back.
When you can shoot the basketball like that, you can post further on the floor because you can just catch and shoot it. That's what Allen Houston just did.
Relatively quiet night for him so far, 15 points. And a trap. Pull up. Won't go. Robinson on the offensive glass, but the foul is on him. Here's the jumper by Elliott that won't drop. Robinson for the tip. Another try. When the Knicks needed to be on the defensive glass there with a chance to get the ball and move to within 3, San Antonio got several cracks at it instead.
Well, they've been beaten on the boards tonight, 34-24 in critical offensive rebounds.
In this series prior to tonight. Sprewell finds Camby, changes his shot, but draws the contact that will send him to the foul line. It's Robinson's fourth.
San Antonio just does not like to double team. It gets him spread out. Duncan has to go out and help, and when he does, it leaves David Robinson back there by himself. He's late getting there. Camby sort of the up and under, and David with the foul, so now Camby
off his feet, misses, but a foul.
Square, he's got to take a look at that basket. He's got the extension to shoot over those guys.
It isn't just the back, fade away, got a piece of it. Duncan picks it up. Ellie's ahead of the field. And a big turnaround there.
See, remember that play right there. Larry Johnson just cannot.
Instead of 4, it's 8. Ward for 3. And the tip for Sprewell. The hook. Duncan the tip. Doesn't get the roll. Johnson claims it. Again a chance to close within 4. Sprewell is collared. Knicks trailed by 4 at the half. Went down 13 in the third. They can get back to 4 if Sprewell hits this. It's a game again.
The man has always been Duncan. Duncan. Do they go inside to Duncan? Do they force a double team? And do one of the perimeter players be able to step up and hit some shots here for San Antonio?
Mario Ellie. The lob to Duncan and coming over to attempt to steal is Sprewell, but it's a moot point because a 3-second violation was called on the Spurs.
The Spurs have to be very careful not to get too stagnant. Remember, they got off to a great start, screen roll, getting everybody involved. 3-second violation. Knicks can cut it to 2. 1 with a three-pointer.
Houston, 2-point game. For number 20. Timeout San Antonio. Their lead trimmed to a bucket.
Never seen Allen Houston. And a great end zone replay here. Where's the crowd?
Here comes Sean Elliott steaming into the front court. His pass is broken up, and the Knicks take it away.
The speed of Latrell Sprewell. He was beaten on the play, ran in from behind. A magnificent play by Sprewell.
New York looks to tie. And the whistle from Hugh Evans.
Sean Elliott's got him beat. He's got him beat by 2 strides. This guy could be a quarter miler with his speed. Sean Elliott was not aware of it, and the play from behind. And Bob, again, the importance of getting to that free throw line in the fourth quarter. They're in the penalty.
The Spurs have been the league's best road team in the regular season and playoffs. Robinson's jumper falls through. Spurs trying to do it into the teeth of a hostile, rabid New York crowd in front by 3 with exactly 5 minutes left. Ellie on Houston, takes him baseline, the jumper won't go. Rebound Robinson. Duncan to the hook, but he scored 16 points, has 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Here's Sprewell through a crowd to Camby. He was fouled, and it stayed down.
Keep talking about Marcus Camby. He's the only guy on New York that can do this. Once again, it's Sprewell driving to the basket, and he finds Camby. It's like I said, don't leave your feet unless you're going to shoot it, I guess, unless you're Sprewell. And the dunk by Camby just muscles that one in.
Fouled by David Robinson. Mike Lupica has a story in today's New York Daily News about how David Robinson's picture used to adorn the wall of Marcus Camby's apartment in North Hartford, Connecticut. And Robinson had written to Marcus, I've seen you play. You have most of what it takes. Do you have the drive? The Knicks picking up some drive here as the ball is thrown away. An inexplicable turnover.
This New York team will just not die. They will not go away. The great three-point play, and then Tim Duncan. You got to remember, after a score, Bob, you can run that side, that inline. He did not. He turned it over. Careless play. New York once again can get within 1 or tie it with a 3.
Sprewell, 4 minutes on the clock. Sprewell pops. It rattles out. Tough luck on the shot for Spree there. Sean Elliott, huge shot. Can't hit it. Duncan, loose ball foul. 3 on him.
And Larry Johnson will be able to go down the line and shoot 2. Tim Duncan is blocked out beautifully. And you see the little shove in the back. See what you have to do there.
Duncan to Robinson. Stripped away. Still San Antonio ball. Johnson finally gets it into Duncan. Ellie for three. Not this time. The rebound to Johnson. Again, they can tie or take the lead with a three. Allen Houston. Robinson will take it. "16 rebounds tonight for David Robinson." Sean Elliott on the move, poked away, and a foul. It's Camby's second.
More importantly, it's the team's fifth, so Sean Elliott will shoot 2 free throws.
Sprewell will take it with a hand in his face, and Robinson pulls it down.
New York fans want a goaltending. Is it short? Is it goaltending?
Ooh, it's close.
That is close. Man, that is a big non-call. That order.
Midway through the fourth quarter, it was 81-79 San Antonio.
Well, how reminiscent is that of Game 3 when San Antonio...
Tonight, Game 5, the San Antonio Spurs versus the New York Knicks.
Doesn't get the bounce. Houston. Nice move. Started to drive, slammed on the brakes, hit the short pop.
And that's a very difficult shot when you're driving like that to be able to plant yourself and pull up. And he saw that shot blocker coming over. Made a nice effort there to get that little jumper. That same spot.
Sprewell around Elliott. Houston. All alone. Sean Elliott misses what would have been a three-pointer. Ward pegs it ahead to Sprewell. Between two defenders, left hand, bumped by Elliott, and a foul. We'll be back. Sprewell is at the line after being fouled by Elliott, Sean's first. Sprewell's 1 for 5 from the floor. Now he hits the free throw. Game 4 was a typical game for him in this series. Made 9 of 22. That's basically what he's done. 9 of 22, 10 of 24. But he's averaging 26 points. Except for Game 1, he's gotten to the foul line a lot.
Well, when you talk to Greg Popovich, the one thing he says is we want to keep Allen Houston and Sprewell off the free throw line, so if they shoot a lower percentage, they won't get their numbers. And when they've scored well, Bob, as you said, they've gotten to that line.
Avery Johnson into Duncan, but it's swiped away by Sprewell. He takes off, and all Avery Johnson can do is grab him.
If there's a concern for San Antonio, they've been very careless with the basketball the last few basketball games. They had 17 turnovers the other night, and New York thrives off this, the quickness of Sprewell. Watch him get back in the passing lane, read it all the way. And again, once he gets that rim in focus, he is not going to stop until either gets there or gets fouled.
And so he's back at the foul line. When he gets the ball in the open court, it's a bit like Gale Sayers on a broken field run. You're at his mercy.
It's like he picks up speed. The minute that ball gets in his hand, he gets faster. Every dribble is just a little bit faster. But, Bob, another reason why New York must play ahead is because they want to be able to use Dudley. And if they get behind, it puts them in such a bind because he can't score. They're playing 4-on-5, so they need a cushion when they bring him in.
Here's the Admiral, spinning on Thomas, and missing the reverse. Ward's pass for Houston is off his hands. He argues that he was fouled. The Spurs, meanwhile, shooting at a glacial clip, 2 for 11, but trailing by only a basket. Robinson over Thomas.
See, that's your concern now. They're 3 of 12 and the game is tied. And if you're New York with this cold spell, that's when you want to get that little cushion. Play ahead. They've got to get it out of this first quarter. They need the lead.
Larry Johnson with Duncan on it. Surrounded by Spurs, goes to the hook and gets the roll.
Well, he needed that kind roll, but once again, the degree of difficulty on those shots for Larry Johnson, he's been so cold from the three-point line, 2 of 15, that he wants to continue to drive it, and he's shooting over those 2 7-footers on every occasion.
Part of the reason why he's shooting 28% in the series. Duncan from the left side this time, and he goes to the bank once more.
How confident is that? He steps out there, shoots that basketball, posts up. Complete player, especially on that offensive end.
7-footer with a feathery touch. Johnson again to the left hand, and again with the 2 points.
And Tim Duncan's upset at himself now. Bob, this is a first-team All-League defender, and he knows one of the keys is to keep Larry Johnson down point-wise. He does not want to let him get off here tonight.
Clock ticking down toward 4 minutes. Knicks by 2. Mario Ellie tried to return it to Duncan. Ball swatted away. Houston looking to save it. Ellie had to hoist it up there to beat the 24-second clock, but it's a violation anyway as the ball didn't hit the rim.
When you talk about the Spurs, they need time on the shot clock to run their offense because they're not a team that breaks you down off the dribble. So if they have to use clock, that's when they get themselves in trouble. That's why the Knicks point guards really need to pressure them.
They start the offense again with Houston out on the right side. He gets a screen and pops a 3. It's long, and the rebound is taken by Robinson. Avery Johnson trying to find Duncan. It's broken up, and it's Nick Ball as Sprewell snatches it. Sprewell stutter-stepping against Elliott. Now it's in Houston's hands. Thomas sets the screen for him, gets it back, and connects.
Remember in game 1 now he had 13 points and 16 rebounds. Since then he has not had a good game. So if they can get him involved in the offense, that could also be very critical.
How often have you heard a junior high or high school coach say this? The man who sets the screen gets the shot. That time Thomas did. Jaren Jackson is in, Mario Ellie out, David Robinson to the bench, Malik Rose in, and a nicely executed play with Tim Duncan picking up the assist on an Avery Johnson basket.
Well, that's the first basket from the supporting cast that we talked about in our open. They're now 1 for 7.
Allen Houston with the jumper. Good again.
Now, if you run a clinic, you take that right there and you show it to young people. The pivot. Allen did everything with the pivot that time. The ball never touched the floor, created space, and shot the jump shot.
Jaren Jackson, just 2 for 15 since a big game 1. Duncan against Thomas. His moves in the post are so much more polished than you'd expect from any player, really, let alone a second-year player.
Remember now, he was well taught at Wake Forest and stayed there for 4 years, so that has really helped him be such a quality player so early in his career.
Footwork is wonderful.
Absolutely.
Sprewell into Thomas. Kurt Thomas in a crowd, knocked away from him, but a foul. Avery back to Duncan, head of the key from 20. That one's long, and the rebound belongs to Dudley. Houston to the drive, hit the side of the glass with it. He has it back. Sprewell's open. Won't take the 3, instead drives and hits.
The pace of this game favors New York, Bob. San Antonio had 27 points at the end of the first quarter. Tonight, only 15.
Joe Crawford says hold on as the Knicks have established their biggest lead at 6. Chris Dudley hit with his first foul. That'll bring Duncan to the line, where he's hit 80% in this series. And you can log on to MSNBCSports.com and check out a comprehensive finals section called NBA Showtime online. Isaiah Thomas and Bill Walton are there. MSNBCSports.com, the official website of NBC Sports.
How about that last possession on the offensive rebound? They kicked the ball out to Sprewell. You're saying, I want to close out on this guy, make him shoot a 3. You think you've closed out well, and he just blows by you and gets to the basket. Just a little crack of daylight's all he needs.
Allen Houston to Sprewell. Sprewell's little fadeaway is short. Jaren Jackson has the rebound. Here is Jackson hitting a three.
Uh-oh. Bob, you nicknamed him the Eliminator in the Los Angeles series after his games 3 and 4, and I know Jeff Van Gundy does not want to see this guy get hot.
He's been anything but hot since game 1. Ward, little floater. He had 10 points in the first quarter of game 4. That's his first basket of game 5. Last half minute. Duncan over Dudley. Can't hit the bank. Houston's got it. Game clock and shot clock virtually identical.
Now they love to isolate up at the top, allow Allen Houston to go one-on-one. If anybody helps, they'll penetrate for the jump shot, but Houston's going to try to get his own score here.
Everybody up at the Garden. 5 seconds. Houston off the dribble, leans in, beats the buzzer, but doesn't get the bounce.
Now, Allen Houston is very, very upset. He felt like he got fouled. The referee...
Sprewell, baseline drive. He was fouled. It could have been a three-point play. Thomas against Malik Rose. Hits over him.
So that's what they're going to do, Bob. Anytime that they take out either Duncan or Robinson, they're going to try to post that man up. And Malik Rose does not have the size to play against Kurt Thomas.
Mario Elie as he starts his drive. Houston back. Thomas outside to Childs. Now Johnson. Left hand, got it off the glass.
Larry Johnson can have success against Malik Rose. They're very, very similar players. About the same size. He knows he's not a shot blocker.
It's that 2 for 16 from 3 that's killing him, because that's what's available for him more than any other shot against the Twin Towers in this series. Except in the rare circumstance when, as you said, a Malik Rose is on him.
You see, Duncan is double teaming off of him. That's why he's getting that three-point shot.
Robinson's jumper is short. Allen Houston around Kerr to the basket. The Knicks open up an 8-point lead. They're on a 7-0 run, and the Spurs stop the clock.
Sprewell loves it, as do the rest of the Knicks. They lead by 8, and you're watching the NBA on NBC. Gets themselves in trouble.
Houston.
When in doubt, go to Allen Houston.
He's got 10.
He's really getting so good in that low post area, something he's added to his game.
Elie into Duncan. Back to Avery Johnson, left unattended, and misses from 20. Rebound back tapped, and Elliott has it. Duncan slings it cross court to Elliott. Touch pass inside to Robinson against Dudley. Shot hook. Good.
That was good defense. That was just better offense by David Robinson. Dudley was right there.
Houston starts his move on Elliott, and Joe Crawford spots a foul.
Very good ball movement this time by San Antonio. The ball went side to side, and then it goes inside to David Robinson. They're not going to double team him. Dudley's got him straight up. He wheels in there with that left hand and really just gets the kind roll, but Dudley can force him to take those kind of shots. They'll be okay.
Foul was Elliott's second. Kurt Thomas misses the open jumper. Robinson another rebound. Duncan with Thomas on him. Little fadeaway jumper is good.
Now that was a powerful move that time by Duncan. He actually got banged, and he was able to continue on through and finish that shot. San Antonio back within 4.
And 14 for Duncan. Chris Childs catch and shoot.
All created out of the double team on Allen Houston. Duncan's going back to double the post. San Antonio does not like to do that. It gets him too spread out on the floor.
Robinson battling with Thomas. Hold on, says Steve Javie. That'll be number 2 on Thomas. Let's check with Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Bob. As Marcus Camby comes back out on the court, Jeff Van Gundy walked over to him as he was waiting to come back in. He said, play aggressive. None of these little touch fouls. If you're going to create contact, make sure it's a good foul. Let's not pick up your third on anything cheap. Bob?
Sprewell back in for New York as well. Thanks, Jim. Mario Ellie with the bounce to Robinson. Camby pokes it away, and Houston takes it. Knicks with numbers. Houston the lob for Sprewell, but they can't quite finish it. Robinson got inside, and all Houston could do was grab him.
This place would have really gone crazy had this play gone through. Allen Houston, a great pass. And Sprewell just a little bit out of his reach where he couldn't quite get a handle on it and finish it. That would have given him an 8-point lead. But what happened against Camby? He cannot pick up his third foul.
Coming in front for the steal is Sprewell. He's gone. Boy, will he play those passing lanes.
Oh, Bob, how fast he closes the distance between that pass. You try to make that pass over 20 feet, he's going to shoot the gap and get the score.
And Avery Johnson wisely didn't even try to catch up to foul him. He just let him go. Now it's Sprewell again, but this time he got a piece of Robinson for the foul.
See what's happened? He's not playing Sean Elliott. That's why Elliott has to be aggressive on defense. He's just playing the pass.
Here's Jaren Jackson. Fires the 3 and hits it, and San Antonio, with 6 seconds remaining, takes a 2-point lead. Sprewell hurrying back. Has to let it go. Someone got a piece of it, and that's the way the first half ends, with the Knicks, who led Latrell Sprewell. Camby screening for him. Sprewell blows by Robinson, who catches up and blocks it from behind. Elliott from Duncan. Returns it to him. His turnaround. Larry Johnson got a piece of that. Mario Ellie hits the deck, but the call is going to go against San Antonio, and it's Ellie's second.
Sprewell goes to the basket. You see Duncan and Robinson both get a piece. That's really that's the Spurs' first block shot of the game, which is amazing. And then Larry Johnson blocks one down on the other end of Duncan. That's their third block.
And New York turns it over. Robinson to that hook, but it comes up short.
Bobby, we've had 4 possessions. Neither team's hit the rim yet here to start this third period. Make it 5.
A New York turnover as Robinson steals it. Duncan can't put a stop to it. Houston, crossover. Deals it out to Sprewell, and there's a win. Duncan on him. Fakes the jumper, goes to the drive, misses with the left hand, and Robinson is there to clear it. Avery Johnson bounces to the driving Jaren Jackson, and San Antonio has the first points of the half.
How often have we seen that? Ellie and Elliott 0 for 5 in the first half. They do 4 for 4 from the free throw line. Now Jaren Jackson with 8 points. It's like timely shooting by somebody all playoffs.
Charlie Ward into the lane. Running one-hander, spins out. Duncan rebounds, outlets to Avery Johnson. Cut off by Allen Houston. Jaren Jackson hoists up a 3, and suddenly he's hot again.
Here's the same start that we saw in the third quarter. Now, the game has gone from 2 to 7, and Jeff Van Gundy's got to be very, very upset. Their offense defensive efficiency has been awful. But more importantly, Jaren Jackson, they've not gotten back to him. You see the animation there on Jeff Van Gundy, very upset. How can you leave Jaren Jackson? Jaren Jackson runs the floor, lays the ball in the basket, and this guy's sort of their wild card. If he's shooting the ball well, fine. If he's not, they take him out of the game. And here it is once again, Bob, the kick out. Allen Houston way too far away from him, in no position to help, and he buries a three. So 5 quick points here from Jaren Jackson.
In fact, their last 8 dating back to the end of the second quarter for the eliminator.
So that's right. And you see their 23-8 run. And remember, we talked about the droughts of New York. They just don't have enough firepower to fight through these periods of time.
Here is Sprewell. Jackson jockeying back and forth as he tries to defend him. Charlie Ward now on the drive. Back outside to Spree. He gets into the lane but doesn't take the ball with him. San Antonio on the run. Here's Mario Elie, and he's clobbered by Larry Johnson. That's 3 on Johnson. And Ward with the rebound. Here's Houston to the hoop for the first field goal for the Knicks.
See, New York will be able to score if they can stop them and run. But remember, they made their last 6 shots of the first half. When you're taking the ball out of the basket, you can't run. The defense is back.
Duncan out high, 5 on the 24. 3 seconds to shoot. They swing it to the side for Jackson. And a shot clock violation. He wanted the foul. The shot wound up being an air ball. And the Knicks get it back.
Again, New York has got to find a way to score. They've got to come down and attack this defense. See if Allen Houston can make something happen here.
Larry Johnson out to Sprewell. Johnson has it back, spinning on Duncan. Houston. It's a 2. He wasn't quite behind the line. A tough shot brings the Knicks to within 4. And now San Antonio wants time. I thought it'd be this time. Sprewell with the rebound. Charlie Ward looking for Houston, who's been hot.
Stepped out of bounds.
He was on the sideline before the shot.
Wow, we got to remember that. That would have made it a 1-point game. Allen Houston, watch his back foot now as he tries to gather himself. This is what happens a lot of times on that sideline. You step out, that would have made it a 1-point game. Keep our eye on this little swing here.
Jaren Jackson on the drive. And he traveled.
He got caught in the air, and he wanted to pass it, but his feet came down on the floor before he got rid of the basketball, and that was caused because Marcus Camby came over to challenge his shot. Watch his feet now as he goes in the air, and watch his feet. They'll hit the floor, then he tries to pass it. Too late, traveling violation.
Larry Johnson to Camby. Marcus Camby missing on the run. Duncan will take it. And a shot clock violation.
See, this is one of the rules I'd like to see change. Duncan had possession of that ball. I would like to see him just play on. Rather be a 24-second violation. The Spurs have it. Just keep playing. No need to stop it there.
Ball didn't draw iron,
Absolutely.
so technically a 24-second violation. Houston knocks it away from Elie. Spurs ball, 8 on the 24.
Well, Tim Duncan very upset there on that roll. He wanted Jackson to throw that ball high to the rim, and he let him know, get that ball up there. Larry Johnson can't defend me.
Jaren Jackson out to Avery Johnson. 3 seconds to shoot. Avery has it stripped away by Charlie Ward. Here come the Knicks. Sprewell to the rim.
Is a pretty powerful finish, and again, it's done off a steal. That's 5 turnovers now for Avery Johnson in the a powerful finish. See, those big guys aren't back on defense, Bob. When you can get out and run like that, you keep those shot blockers out of the game. New York needs more of that.
3-point play, 1-point game. Foul was on Jaren Jackson, his first.
Boy, just about the time it looks like New York's going to be knocked out of it, they fight back. We've seen this the entire series.
8 straight Knickerbocker points. Duncan can't put a stop to it. The rebound to Sprewell. Weaving his way through a whole pack of Spurs and finally giving it up to Ward, but not for long. New York has the lead. Sprewell with 15.
What heart this team is showing. Tremendous courage. Their energy, their defense is lifted right now. San Antonio playing a half-court game.
10-0 New York run. Mario Ellie set from 3 and a big... Sprewell, who seems to be everywhere, grabs the rebound, brings it up, pops the shot, ties the game.
This guy's unbelievable. When he gets on one of those rolls, he might make 6 in a row, and then miss his next 8 shots. But Camby's doing a great job on David Robinson, challenging every shot in the low post.
50-50, and San Antonio loses it. Here comes Charlie Ward all the way. Knicks have the lead.
And Spike.
Meanwhile, play is stalled because there's a clock problem above the hoop that the Spurs are shooting at. It's gone blank. Joey Crawford, the official, talking with Popovich and Van Gundy. In this third quarter, after 8.5 minutes, neither Duncan nor Robinson has scored.
Well, because they're not being able to get the ball in the positions they want, and San Antonio is turning the ball over.
I think they're deciding to play on with one of the clocks above the baskets out.
See, the one thing, though, this is a little disadvantage right now for San Antonio. They have no shot clock, and the Knicks do. So the Knicks on offense are going to know what the clock is. San Antonio's not. I don't know if Greg Popovich is talking to him, and he's going to say, you're going to have to make an announcement to let us know how much time is. So you'll probably hear it at 10 and then at 5, so San Antonio understands how much time they have to shoot.
And we'll see how reliable the Knicks personnel
yeah, would you like to depend on them
along center court is?
In an elimination game? Yeah, okay.
Is there any other place besides the 24? No. That's the only place? That's the only place.
Popovich is right, but how long can we wait? Now Popovich is asking for them to turn them both off. This time, line drive rebound taken on a hop by Houston. He leads Sprewell. Back to Houston around Elliott. Here's his jumper. Good. Houston has 16. Duncan double team, scores that 3-point play after Kurt Thomas's third foul. Inside 2 minutes to play in the third. Latrell Sprewell. They had him surrounded. He scored anyway.
Well, he's one of those guys, it doesn't matter. You can put 2 guys on him. When he starts getting this kind of energetic run, you just got to hope that he cools off.
He's got 19, 9 of them in this period.
So look at that clock get down against him right now. This is where San Antonio gets themselves in trouble. Start standing around.
5 seconds to shoot. Duncan will. And he banks it home from long range.
I guess you can stand around, but when you got that guy, he sort of erases any kind of trouble you get yourself into. 5 straight points by Duncan now.
Here's Houston into the lane, but he travels.
Advantage by one. Bob, I think with all the run and everything that New York has done, they need to give a lead here going into this fourth period.
23 for Duncan. San Antonio by 1. Sprewell gets his man off his feet and scores again. Sprewell is 5 for 5 in this quarter. Sean Elliott deals to Malik Rose, and there's a New York foul.
To give the Spurs a 3-point lead. New York offensive efficiency vital here in this fourth quarter. No empty trips.
Sprewell lays it in.
See, Sean Elliott has not been a part of their offense tonight, and as a result, defensively, Sprewell is just going at him. He's alive with energy. Sean Elliott, they need him in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, Elliott's next basket will be his first. Duncan looking for Elliott, but it's off his hands. And Larry Johnson takes it. Sprewell gets the Knicks to lead, and they'll come to the line.
You never want to foul a jump shooter. Sprewell, this is the shot you want him to take right here, the little pull-up. Malik Rose hits him on the wrist. The follow-through in the three-point play. Avery Johnson's going to come back into the ball game because they need to be able to get into their offense. How much more time can Popovich buy before he brings David Robinson back in the game? San Antonio's hands. Get something quickly.
Sprewell, when you feel it, why not? He's not really a three-point shooter, but tonight, anything goes.
Bob, if you touched him right now, he would shock you. All the electricity running through this guy's body right now tonight. He has been absolutely tremendous. Early offense, that's what you have to do against San Antonio, and who better than Latrell Sprewell? You lay off of him, he's not a three-point shooter. Well, tonight, he's shooting them from everywhere.
29 for Spree. All Ewing can do is cheer, but he can do it mightily. Houston to Sprewell, turns, pops, hits.
You know what this reminds me of? Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Larry Bird and Dominique Wilkins. Who missed first? Dominique and Bird won. What a game that was.
One of the great duels in the history of the NBA. Knicks by 3. Sean Elliott. Avery Johnson on the move. The floater is good. First Spur other than Duncan to score in a long time. And again, a one-point game. Looking for the hot hand. He brings it outside, intended for Johnson. Robinson, with the great agility for a big man, steals it. Duncan inside to Robinson, blocked by Dudley, but a foul.
The time by Camby allowed Elliott to step in there, see if they can count up a basket here with this.
Swatted away by Camby, who a year ago with the Raptors led the NBA in blocks per game, almost 4 a contest. Sprewell out of the double, finds Camby. Free Johnson. 3 seconds to shoot. Johnson with the running hook. Duncan has it poked away. Ball out of bounds, touched last by the Knicks. Through the thicket of bodies, he couldn't see the San Antonio shot clock in the corner. He looked all the way back the other way. You're right. They have 12 on the 24 now, and they ask for time. 5:35 to play in the fourth. Knicks trying to stay alive, up 3.
Guys, look, where is the time? Oh, I'm in trouble. I better get a shot. And he gets a tough shot at the basket. That's why these guys get so trained to where that shot clock is that he had a real problem there. Coming out of that timeout, Jim Gray said, Jeff Van Gundy said, anybody but Duncan beat us.
Jaren Jackson is short with it. Robinson, though, on the offensive block. And then to Houston. Johnson again, thought about a three. Instead, drives the lane. Lays it up for Canby for the slam.
San Antonio was so concerned about Larry Johnson shooting a three, they ran at him and let him drive the ball to the basket. He found Canby.
Robinson goes to the right hand. Sprewell, guarded by Elliott, fires over him and hits again.
That was good defense by Sean Elliott. That's the shot you want him to take. You don't want him to drive the ball to the basket. What a tough shot by Sprewell.
33 points. Duncan out of the double to Ellie. Tries to tie and does.
Going back to Sprewell in the post. A little cross screen here to try to get him the ball. Actually, Allen Houston breaks the play and takes it himself.
He's been quiet for a while. Speaking of Houston. Sprewell with 8 on the shot clock. Johnson screening for him. It'll be Sprewell leaning in, drawing the contact. Duncan got low. It was rejected by Canby, but there's a foul.
See, they got the ball from side to side that time. They got the ball.
Lee has it.
Bob, I can't see the shot clock, but I think they're going to have to foul. I don't know how much disparity. It's about a 3-second differential. They're taking a real chance here if they let this burn out.
It's David Robinson. Robinson spinning to the basket. Muscles up. No whistle, but he got it back. Now they have to come foul. They unleashed the shot, and Johnson chases it down and calls a timeout with one.
Everything being passed away from the basket towards the middle court, so they have to catch it and come back and get it. Nothing.
Set it back up. Ward to a